Welcome to History at the OK Corral. Don't forget to subscribe, click the like button, and share this episode with a friend. In the scope of world history, the history of Texas stands out as particularly unique in both the scope and the intensity of conflict and bloodshed that engulfed virtually all of what is today the Lone Star State for centuries. Tonight, join History at the OK Corral for a unique look at 15 little-known stories from Texas history. Texas, March 19, 1840. Amidst the rolling limestone hills, oak-strewn pastures, and vibrant Texas wildflowers, a contingent of Comanche men, women, and children made their way to the town of San Antonio, under the guidance of their band's most revered war chief, Muguara, or Spirit Talker. They had come bearing items for trade and were looking forward to a revelrous and hopefully profitable day. They had come, they assumed, to trade for needed wares and to barter their goods. This was not unheard of, nor even altogether uncommon on the Texas frontier. The warfare and bloodshed that was underway in the War for Texas was a far more fluid affair than is often portrayed today. And trading between yesterday's enemy and tomorrow's foe was often as much a matter of convenience as it was necessity. In fact, Spirit Talker himself had strode the line between collegiality and combativeness, between cultures far more frequently and more adeptly than most. In the years prior, he had provided not only shelter to Texas Rangers, his presumed mortal enemy, but had defended them from attack by the neighboring Wacos. On this day, the problem was, as far as the residents of San Antonio were concerned, that the Comanche's wares included not just goods, but a person. A daughter of a San Antonio resident. She and her sister had been kidnapped from their family farm on the Texas frontier 2 years earlier. Her name was Matilda Lockhart. She was 16 years old in 1840, and the last 2 years of her life had been a living nightmare that had seen her kidnapped, sold into slavery, sexual and otherwise, subjected to abuses, sexual and otherwise, humiliation, subjugation, and even mutilation. Not only had she been repeatedly raped and forced to labor under pain of violence, her nose had been burned to her face. The cartilage on her nose had been burned off to the bone on her face. Famed Texas frontier woman Mary Maverick cared for Lockhart upon her arrival in San Antonio and described her experience. She described Miss Lockhart's condition as, quote, utterly degraded and could not hold her head up again. Her head, arms, and face were full of bruises and sores, and her nose actually burnt off to the bone, all the fleshy end gone, and a great scab formed on the end of the bone. Both nostrils were wide open and denuded of flesh. She told a piteous tale, how dreadfully the Indians had beaten her, and how they would wake her from her sleep by sticking a chunk of fire to her flesh, especially to her nose. Her body had many scars from the fire. End quote. There is some dispute among historians as to the entirety of the veracity of Mary Maverick's account, as several preceding accounts of Comanche visitors who had encountered Matilda and a contingent of other white and Mexican women and children who had been kidnapped and made captives and slaves of the band failed to mention such outward and obvious signs of physical torture. However, as conflicting as the accounts may be on this matter, it is safe to say Matilda Lockhart's appearance sparked an outrage in the residents of San Antonio for two reasons. One, that she had suffered enough physical abuse for it to be easily visually discernible by all present. And two, that she was the only captive present. Earlier in the year, General Sidney Albert Johnson had ordered. The problem with this approach, aside from its blank check for bloodshed should its acceptable terms not be reached, was that it presumed that the Comanche had a centralized power structure of chiefs. This was not the case with the Comanche. They were not under one chief. They did not even cede full political power to band headmen outside of the times of war. And even then, the warrior with the most power was the one able to raise the most warriors for his proposed raid or battle against the enemy du jour. The Comanche had no centralized power, and thus could not be negotiated with as a singular entity. This was not only unknown to most whites at the time, it was all but incomprehensible to them. And, even if they did understand it, it made negotiating the return of hostages from the Comanche a daunting, if not impossible task. Now, on this warm spring day, as the contingent of Comanche composed of unarmed men, women, and children made their way through the mud-laden and refuse-strewn streets of San Antonio, they stopped to pick up pieces of scrap iron to use for arrows and spears. This further confounded the Texans present and added to the overall surreality and awkwardness of the situation. Some residents tried to make nice with the visitors, setting up small targets for the children to shoot with their toy bows and arrows. But as the word spread that there was only one white woman captive present, and that she was terribly disfigured, the collective ire of San Antonio focused on the Comanche that stood in front of them. The commanding military officer present, Colonel William Fisher, summoned the 12 chiefs present to what was known as the Council House, a one-story 18th century stone building in the plaza of the city. In fact, you can still go to this place where this all happened. You can still go there today. It's on the east side of the main plaza in San Antonio behind the Drury Inn. The original building is gone, but there is still a two-story structure where the council house stood. The Comanche chiefs came inside, still assuming that this would be an amiable affair, and took seats on the floor along the wall. The contingent of Texans present, including military and Texas Rangers, stood lining the other three walls, assuming what seemed to be strangely ominous positions to the chiefs present. When all were assembled, Colonel Fisher spoke curtly through a translator to Spirit Talker, who served as a spokesman for his group. The colonel demanded to know where the other captives were and why the chief had not seen fit to honor his prior commitment of returning the white captives under his charge. Spirit Talker, still assuming this entire situation was one big misunderstanding, his tone seemed to vacillate between peaceable and haughty as he took greater and greater offense to the colonel's accusations. But he made no overtly offensive comments or movements, only concluding his explanation with the question, "How do you like that answer?" However sought after Spirit Talker had been in his life until this point as a great speaker and negotiator and a downright likable guy, he fatally misread his audience on this occasion. Colonel Fisher became enraged and stated that he did not like Spirit Talker's answer one bit, and that now Spirit Talker and his cohort of chiefs were under arrest until all of the Texas hostages were returned. Some soldiers moved to block the door, as others moved toward the Comanche chiefs, intending to subdue and handcuff them before transporting them to the San Antonio jail. In these fleeting moments, as the gravity of the situation settled in on Spirit Talker and his cohort of war chiefs, there seemed to be an air of confusion and disbelief. Then, in a flash, the violence started. Spirit Talker pulled a knife he had concealed on his person and stabbed one of the soldiers in the chest as he made a break for the door. The other chiefs all either pulled concealed weapons of their own or attempted to grab the rifles of the soldiers, hoping to either make a break for their lives or sell their lives as dearly as possible. Inside the small room, gunfire erupted, with eardrum-rattling volume and intensity. As smoke filled the room, bodies began to thud to the ground, some dead, some dying, some injured, and some still fighting. Ranger Matthew Caldwell, known as Old Paint because of his terribly sun-mottled skin, took a round to the shin, hit the ground in agony, while still pulling his sidearm and beginning to systematically shoot down any Comanche that he could. The fight spilled quickly outside the doors, as the fleeing chiefs who emerged alive alerted their tribesmen of what was coming. What transpired was an hours-long, city-wide carnival of carnage. The children, who had been shooting at targets with their toy bows and arrows, turned them on live targets, drilling a number of residents with very real arrows, and even killing a district judge by drilling him in the heart with several arrows. He fell dead in the street as the Comanche desperately attempted to fight their way out of San Antonio. The residents, soldiers, and rangers present were now on a house-by-house kill or capture mission to bring in as many Comanche as they could and kill any who would not surrender or did not surrender to the Texans' standards. 2 warriors attempted to take refuge in a local home, barricading themselves inside. The Texians set fire to the roof, smoking the Comanches out of the house. As soon as they escaped the door, one was shot down and the other had his head split open with an axe. All the Comanche who were not killed outright were shuffled into the open-roofed jailhouse and placed under arrest. They were told they would be detained until all Texan captives had been returned to San Antonio. One Comanche was given a horse and told to ride back to the camp they had come from to inform the rest of their tribesmen of what had happened, what the new terms were, and that the Texans meant business. The rider made haste northward, over the limestone cliffs and oak meadows, back to the home camp of his band. Upon learning what happened to their friends and relatives, the camp itself erupted into its own torrent of grief, anger, despair, and hate. The wives of the slain chiefs and warriors mutilated themselves, cutting off their hair, slashing their breasts, and cutting off their fingertips. One inflicted such severe wounds on herself that she died of severe blood loss. Then, one by one, starting with Matilda Lockhart's own 6-year-old sister, all the captives who had not been adopted into the tribe were dragged from their tents, stripped naked, and roasted alive over hot Comanche campfires on the dry, sun-soaked Texas plains. They were mocked and taunted as they begged for their lives, not understanding in their last moments that they were the penance for the deeds of their would-be rescuers. After this hours-long ordeal, each and every horse belonging to the dead chiefs and warriors was slaughtered by bashing in its head, shooting it with arrows, or slitting its throat. Thousands of dead horses, as the Comanche had exponentially more than any tribe, soon covered the now blood-soaked plains. For both the Texans and the Comanche, there would be no conciliatory terms offered. Now, this was a war to the end. But this story is just getting started. What the Comanche did next would be warfare the likes of which no tribe had ever seen or been able to accomplish on either scale or ferocity. They were about to take this war all the way to the Gulf of Mexico, and they planned to either kill every Texan they could or drive them into the ocean. But that is a story for another day. August 12th, 1840, near present-day Lockhart, Texas. In the humid, burning dawn so common to Central Texas summers, 24-year-old Nancy Darst Crosby sat dejectedly on the back of an unshod, rough-haired pony. Though her skin was terribly sunburnt and her thighs horribly chafed from days of riding, she said nothing, for it would do no good. All she could do was run the events of the previous few days through her head. She and a number of other captives, mostly women, had been taken during a series of brutal Comanche raids along the South Texas coast. They had watched their loved ones cut down, their homes burned to the ground, and entire populations of their hometowns scattered into the shallow Texas bays to seek refuge from the attack in wooden merchant ships anchored offshore. They had come all the way to Texas relatively recently, most of them from frontier states like Kentucky, Tennessee, and Arkansas. Nancy herself was the granddaughter of legendary frontiersman Daniel Boone. She had settled in South Texas, married, and given birth to a son only a little over a year earlier. A blissful family life seemed all but assured until the Comanche came on that one dreadful day. They had killed her husband and taken her and her baby son captive. The customary Comanche treatment of women's prisoners would be termed inhumane by any measure, with sexual assault being an assumed norm and the outright killing of captives being a matter wholly left to the whims of their captors. Nancy's whalebone corset had prevented the sexual assault, but her baby had been summarily stabbed to death in front of her when she could not quiet the child's screams. One can only imagine what she felt, only days later, as she faced yet another day of ceaseless torment. This party of Comanche, though typical in their tactics, was highly unusual both in the size and scope of the raiding they had committed. They also presented a strikingly unusual visual. Many wore the traditional breechcloths and leggings, with headdresses made of buffalo horns, feathers, wolf's heads, and one even wearing the skin of a sand crane atop his head. They were armed with bows, arrows, 14-foot lances, shields, and a number of pistols and rifles they had procured in trading and raiding. But perhaps the most striking sight in the roving, raiding band was the adornment of its warriors in some of the newest, trendiest fashions of the time. Top hats, new leather boots, blankets, lace, umbrellas, and brass-buttoned coats worn backwards. To top off this bizarre scene, war horses, lances, and shields were all festooned with links of bright red ribbons. The sheer size of this force was also a highly unusual factor that day. Comanche raiding parties usually struck swiftly and scattered immediately after a raid. But this party included the wives and children of the warriors, for this was no ordinary raid. It had started when the Comanche chief Buffalo Hump had awakened one night having seen a vision in his dreams. Only weeks earlier, the Comanche had suffered the loss of many of their greatest war chiefs in what came to be known as the Council House fight. The Comanche had brought in a young captive white girl named Matilda Lockhart in order to trade her surrender for goods and an agreement to the cessation of any more white trespassing. But the horrendously pitiable condition of the young girl caused such an uproar in the city of San Antonio that an arrest was attempted. When that was resisted, the chiefs were shot down. It had been a seminal event in recent Comanche history, and Buffalo Hump and his band of Panateca Comanche had burned for revenge ever since. But it wasn't until Buffalo Hump reported his vision to his people that a plan for revenge began to materialize. In his dream, he had seen the Panateca and their allies, the Kiowas, driving the white intruders into the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Those that they were not able to kill outright were expelled from Texas forever. The victory would be glorious, the spoils innumerable, and the redemption for the Comanche total. And, up until this point, Buffalo Hump had proven all but prophetic. The Comanche raiding party had cut a torrent of violence south from the Texas Hill Country to the coast, and now they were on their return trip. But now, three factors were working against them as they made their way back northwest, back to the limestone and cedar of the hill country. First, the bounty they had fought so brutally to ascertain now became a burden. The weight of the iron cookware, cloth, clothing, firearms, ammunition, food, and other sundries, not to mention their terribly traumatized and physically compromised captives, slowed the party's advancement considerably. Secondly, the Comanche had not only broken their typical practice of scattering after a raid, but were following the same trail to get back home that they had used to make their attacks in the first place. This made them easy for trackers to follow, which was not often the case after native raids. This led us to our third and final problem faced by Buffalo Hump and his sizable contingent. They were now being tracked by the Texas Rangers, as well as a number of local militiamen. This made a rapid egress all the more important, yet simultaneously difficult to accomplish. The Rangers, a relatively recently formed force, had thus far presented some of the only consequential resistance to the Comanches in the whole of Texas. They were largely young, violence-hungry men who had come to Texas for the express purpose of tracking, trailing, and killing Comanches. According to several contemporary accounts, at this time, their mortality rate was around 50%. These young men were becoming a sizable thorn in the side of the Comanche, but were simultaneously experiencing a sort of Darwinism via combat in which the weaker and/or more unfortunate among them became weeded out via hard, often torturous deaths at the hands of the Comanche. Nonetheless, these bellicose young men armed with revolvers and bowie knives and clad in serapes and buckskin represented the only hope that Nancy Darst Crosby and her fellow captives had left. If they were not rescued before reaching the undulating topography of the hill country, they would be taken onto the prairie and very likely never seen again. Neither the captives nor the captors were aware of just how close the Rangers and their cohorts were, though. While the raiding party made its languid march northwestward, the Rangers were making every move within their power to garner additional forces as well as track the Comanche. The Ranger ranks included men whose names would become legendary in the annals of Texas history: Bigfoot Wallace, Ben and Henry McCulloch, Matthew Old Paint Caldwell, Ed Burleson, John Tomlinson, and Jack Hayes. Several of the Rangers had been tracking the Comanche with the help of their Tonkawa scouts under their chief, Placido. The Tonkawa are a tribe native to central Texas who had been devastated for generations by Comanche raiding and expansion. All too often unheralded in conventional narratives of the West, native scouts were essentially the only trackers skilled enough to actually find villages that forces like the Rangers and the U.S. Army sought to engage. Their willingness to assist in hunting down and often killing their fellow native peoples speaks to just how deep the divisions could run between tribes. At the same time, local militia forces from around the area were being marshaled under the leadership of the relatively inexperienced Felix Huston. They received word that they were to rendezvous with the Rangers at a designated spot on a small tributary of the San Marcos River, about 40 miles north-northeast of San Antonio. Huston and his volunteers arrived at this spot on what is today known as Plum Creek, dismounted, and waited for the Comanche. They had placed themselves directly in line with the Comanche's path, and it would be only a short time until the lumbering Comanche party came into view. But for all their bloodlust and anger, the relative neophytes to combat on the Texas frontier hesitated. The Comanche party, although composed in large part of women, children, and elderly members, was still far larger than the Texans. Though they had the advantage in position and firepower, plus the element of surprise, Huston was unwilling to make an outright attack on the party until the more experienced Rangers arrived. The Rangers, for their part, were all making their way as fast as possible to the scene. But as some were coming from a variety of locations due to having been out on patrol, the arrival of their full force had been momentarily delayed. Huston was, undoubtedly, in a difficult position. Should he make a cavalier charge, one he was ill-equipped to lead, he might lose many of his own men. Thus, Huston and his volunteers took up a defensive position, hunkering down and preparing to receive the Comanche charge that would inevitably come when they were spotted. Huston's men dismounted, a nearly always mortal mistake in warfare against mounted tribes, and began to pepper the large Comanche party with shots, as well as make half-hearted advances, only to be driven back by Comanche attacks. The Comanche warriors, perhaps the world's best horsemen at the time, began to ride back and forth in front of their people, red streamers whipping in the wind and new top hats flying off their heads. They rode suicidally close to the Texan lines, with some indeed losing their lives to Texan bullets. For the Comanche, though, as has been noted by several military tacticians, these were not offensive attacks meant to unseat the Texans from their ground, nor even necessarily kill them all. The Comanche intention, with their great visual display and seemingly complete disregard for their own personal well-being, was to create a distraction that would be so all-encompassing for their enemy that the retreat of their wives and children would go unnoticed. For roughly half an hour, these exchanges continued. As the Rangers began to arrive and assess the situation, though, They became more and more impatient with Huston's refusal to take offensive action. Just then, a Comanche chief with a resplendent white shield and feather headdress led a charge to within yards of the Texas position. But the Texan bullocks managed to cut him down on his retreat back to his line, and at this point, everything changed. The Comanche, who often believed a warrior's medicine or puha would make him invulnerable to bullets, were so shaken by this that an all-out retreat began. And at this point, the Rangers' patience with Huston had been exhausted. Ben McCulloch, a legendary Ranger captain, exhorted the volunteer commander that, "Now's the time, Captain. Charge 'em. They are whipped." Every second they hesitated meant more distance between themselves and the Comanche, and more importantly, the Comanche's captives. The Texans mounted and the Rangers led the way as a running fight would ensue over roughly 15 miles of rolling prairie and cactus-strewn hills. The Comanche continued westward toward the hillier country around the Colorado River west of Austin. For hours arrows flew, screams and gunshots resounded, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the iron-tinged aroma of blood. Bodies of men, women, and children littered the ground. The wounded were shot dead without exception. One Comanche woman's head was stomped into an unrecognizable mass of bone and tissue. Eventually, the volunteers, Rangers, and Tonkawa scouts would regroup to assess their losses and to discuss the next course of action. They had inflicted at least 80 dead upon the Comanche and sent them fleeing for their lives into the hill country. By mathematical standards, the Battle of Plum Creek, as it would come to be known, was a resounding victory for the Texans. However, they had only recovered a fraction of the 3,000 head of horses that had been stolen, as well as a fraction of the goods that had been apprehended. And though they had certainly hastened the retreat of their adversaries, the Texans as a whole had failed in achieving their primary objective, the recapturing of the hostages that had been taken by the Comanche. And when the scouting parties were sent out, they came upon the horrific consequences of their failure. Nancy Crosby was found not long before sundown. She had been tied to a tree, presumably crying out and fighting. As the battle whirled nearby, the gunshots and battle cries likely drowned out her desperate pleas to be spared. But she was not spared. Nancy Crosby was mercilessly drilled with several Comanche arrows through her torso. Her death had likely been quick, but certainly not painless. In the last week of Nancy Crosby's life, she had been kidnapped, assaulted, watched her husband and then her baby killed in front of her, and been subjected to endless torment and torture at the hands of her captors. Her only fleeting hope had seemed all too close, and then her life was ruthlessly snuffed out when her rescue was presumably only minutes away. One could be forgiven for thinking that such horrors were the exception, but Nancy Crosby's story was all too common on the bleeding frontier of Texas. This was not the land of dime novels or tall tales. This was an unforgiving place that was seemingly inextricably ensconced in a cycle of violence, grief, and revenge. But, as S.C. Gwynn points out in Empire of the Summer Moon, the deaths of Nancy Crosby and her fellow captives were not the result of random violence. Their lives were seen as currency, as just retribution for the Minnepaneteca Comanche who had been cut down in the streets and courthouse of San Antonio. Those Comanche were killed in retribution for the treatment of the young Matilda Lockhart. Matilda Lockhart had been kidnapped and treated as a subhuman because she was of a people who were trespassing on, killing, and attempting to end the way of life of the Comanche, just as the Comanche had done to the Apache before them. And so the story of the Old West goes, an endless succession of transgression and retribution. Many of the Rangers there that day would go on to legendary careers and fight in some of the most significant battles in the history of Texas. Huston would be forever hampered in his political ambitions by the prevailing, and not wholly inaccurate, perception that he had cost at least some of the captives their lives due to his unwillingness to pursue more offensive tactics. The Battle of Plum Creek would be only the beginning in the Texas conflict with the Comanche. However, it would mark the last time the Comanche would attempt raiding of such a massive scale and scope. The bloodshed in Texas would not only carry on for decades to come, it would only intensify. The tales of raiding, rescue, and revenge in the Old West are innumerable, and rest assured we here at HOKC will do our best to cover all of them. But for tonight, those are other stories for other times. In the years 73 to 71 BC, as Spartacus led his band of rebels through the territory outside of Capua in the south of what is today Italy, the Roman legions were met with a challenge that their training had not prepared them for. The guerrilla tactics of Spartacus and his men wrought havoc on Roman legionnaires not just physically, but psychologically. This rebellion against the world's greatest power by a band of slaves turned gladiators who roamed the hillsides and struck without warning, struck terror into many a neophyte soldier's heart. And this terror began to eat away at the one thing that, in warfare, must be maintained at all cost: discipline. Legions began to break and run in battle, succumbing to their own terror rather than to be cut down at the hands of the rebels. The general in charge, Marcus Licinius Crassus, knew that this behavior could not be allowed to stand. So, he gathered up 500 of those who had fled. Those 500 were separated into groups of 10. In those groups, lots were drawn, with one unlucky man being singled out. He was then marched in front of his comrades, and his friends and cohorts with whom he had trained, traveled, dined, and fought were then made to beat him to death with clubs. One can only imagine the scene as crying young men did their best to muster enough strength to swing their club as hard as possible and thus elicit as much mercy as they could in the situation, all while trying not to make eye contact with the man whose life they were ending, nor the other 8 men around them being forced to endure and exact the same trauma. The Romans were not the only culture to impose this practice, though they did give it its name: decimation, the decim being Latin for 10. Alexander the Great would use it, as would commanders well into the 20th century. But tonight, we're going to talk about when it was used by a famous Mexican general to punish a group of rebellious Texans. This is the story of the Black Bean Incident. Ciudad Mier, Mexico, December 27th, 1842. 60 Texans lay dead in the streets of the small town on the banks of the Rio Grande. 243 more had surrendered to the local commander Pedro de Ampudia, in hopes of avoiding the no-quarter policy that had been wrought against their countrymen at the Alamo 6 years earlier. They had hoped to exact retribution on the Mexican city and the people and soldiers present for what they called the Dawson Massacre, in which a few weeks prior, a number of Texans had been killed and taken prisoner by Mexican forces outside of the city of San Antonio de Bejar, today San Antonio. Don't worry, the Dawson Massacre can and will have its own episode. On February 11th, 1843, 181 of the Texans escaped. However, by the end of the month, the lack of food and water in the mountainous Mexican desert resulted in 176 of them surrendering or being recaptured near Salado, Tamaulipas. Only 3 of the original escapees managed to make it back to Texas. They were made to continue their march southward until they reached Saltillo, Mexico. Here they were informed that the commander of the Mexican army, Santa Anna, was irate at their attempted flight and demanding that they be executed to a man. He was eventually talked down from the slaughtering of the Texans en masse and instead settled on subjecting the prisoners, who, not being part of an official government force, were not protected by the rules of war, to a sadistic game of chance, in which some would secure their lives and others would ensure their deaths. That game would be played on March 25, 1843. The commanding officer that day was Colonel Domingo Huerta. According to numerous first-hand accounts, a large clay jar was brought out. Huerta ordered the men assembled and that the large clay jar should be brought to the front of the formation. Into the jar were first placed 159 white beans. Then, 17 black beans were placed into the jar. The men were then informed that they would be made to draw beans from the jar, one man at a time. Anyone who drew a white bean would be allowed to live. Anyone who drew a black bean would be executed by firing squad. The officers were made to draw first, with a substantial number being among the unlucky. This is, by some, attributed to the order in which the beans were placed into the jar. It is asserted that, if this was the case, it would be meant to place the beans closer to the top, and in having the officers draw first, ensure that more of them would perish than their enlisted counterparts. Major James Decatur drew the first black bean. Unflinchingly resigned to his fate, he held the small legume up in between his thumb and forefinger and declared, "Boys, I told you so. I never failed in my life to draw a prize." He said the Mexicans were only robbing him of 40 years. One by one, as they opened their hands to reveal black beans, 16 more Texans came to the cold, hard realization that they would never see home again. They were William Mosby Eastland, Patrick Mahan, James M. Ogden, James N. Torrey, Martin Carroll Wing, John L. Cash, Robert Holmes Dunham, Edward E. Est, Robert Harris, Thomas L. Jones, Christopher Roberts, William N. Rowan, James L. Shepard, J. N. M. Thompson, James Turnbull, and Henry Walling. The men were all given pens and paper and a few minutes to write letters home and reconcile themselves with God. Then they were separated into two groups, one of 8 men, the other of 9 men. The first group was marched into the courtyard, blindfolded, and shot dead by a line of Mexican soldiers, with any not killed in the initial volley being finished off with a shot to the head by one of the officers present. The second group was marched in, lined up with the bodies of their comrades still warm and bleeding at their feet, and shot down themselves. James L. Shepard was shot and gravely wounded, but managed to play dead until the soldiers left the plaza. He slipped out into the night with a bullet lodged in his jaw, an arm that did not work, and no idea where to go or what to do. In the end, his suffering was only prolonged. He was found and shot dead by Mexican soldiers within a matter of hours. One officer, Captain Ewan Cameron, who had been a ringleader in the attempted escape, had escaped the firing squads by drawing a white bean. However, an entire month later, when Santa Anna found this out, he ordered Cameron pulled out of the ranks of prisoners and executed anyways. Fairness be damned. Cameron, a resolute Protestant as were essentially all Texans present, staunchly denied an offer to confess to a priest before his execution. Instead, he marched out, refused a blindfold, ripped open his shirt, and declared that he would die proudly for his beloved Texas. He was shot dead and buried at Perote Prison in Veracruz, Mexico. It would not be until September 16, 1844, after endless diplomatic besiegement, that Santa Anna would offer the release and return of the Texas prisoners. They were free now to go home, to leave the Mexican prison and return to their lives and families. And this they did, with many returning to Texas and resuming their lives as settlers, entrepreneurs, soldiers, lawmen, or some combination of the above. But their inclinations were not to forget, and their intentions were not to forgive. Their time as prisoners and their surviving of what history would come to know as the Black Bean Incident would shape their psyches. Many of the men who had survived, including Bigfoot Wallace and Samuel Walker, burned for revenge and suffered genuine trauma from the event. One can only imagine how many sleepless nights they endured, attempting to come to terms with their memories and to steel their resolve to exact retribution in due time. That time would come for these young men, who would go on to comprise a large bulk of the Ranger fighting force, and it would come soon. In 1847, the Mexican-American War would kick off, and the Texas Rangers would be drawn away from the hill country of Texas and into the dusty plains and jungled hills of central and northern Mexico. Here they would perpetrate some of the most terminal and resolute violence that had been seen anywhere before. But that is another story for another time. Mason County, Texas, 1925. Even in the stifling August heat, the local rodeo grounds were packed with people. They had certainly come to see the rodeo, but more than anything, they had come to see the feature show that would kick off the festivities. In a small pen, a yearling calf stood grazing. A few dozen yards away, a local man stood conversing with a few men he knew from his hometown. His demeanor was jovial as he traded jokes and fed off the anticipatory energy of the event to come. At first glance, he seemed no different than his rural Central Texas counterparts, except that he wore buckskin leggings and a fringed buckskin shirt. But he moved just slightly differently, spoke just slightly differently. He finally bade his comrades farewell and hopped on his horse from the right-hand side, a habit that was seen as very peculiar by the American riders around him. His horse had no saddle and no bridle, led only by a single looped rein tied to a simple halter looped around the horse's head. Now, on horseback, he seemed transformed, like another being. Suddenly, he seemed dangerous. He then pulled on a headdress, full of feathers, ribbons, and beads. Now the crowd became hushed, partly out of reverence and partly out of fear. For the mild-mannered, gray-haired local man was not just another resident. His story was known far and wide. He had lived a life few could only dream of, seen and done things most would hope to never endure. And now, here he was. No longer a peaceable old gentleman who loved babies and telling jokes. The playful, mischievous glint in his eyes had shifted starkly, seemingly instantaneously. His eyes now seemed small, cold, and coal-black. Where moments before had been a warm and welcoming smile, was now barely concealed a snarling of his upper lip. Suddenly, every move was sharp and crisp, every action laser-focused, and done seemingly subconsciously. He had told of how, as a younger man, he had killed many a wolf and drank its blood as a means of acquiring the wolf's traits and powers. Now, to many of those present who had heard this story, they began to wonder if it might actually be true. The way he rode, the way he presented and handled his short, stout bow, radiated an energy and presence that most in the crowd had only heard of in theory. Now, they were about to see it in practice. The calf, weighing about 300 pounds, was released into the arena and ran about seemingly as confused as were many of the first-time spectators. It could be safely assumed that even in this crowd from rural Central Texas in the 1920s, somebody there felt at least a little bad for this animal. But that somebody was not Herman Lehmann. He gave a loud, piercing war whoop, rode his pony into the dusty arena at full clip, chased the animal down, and loosed an arrow into its heart from behind, all while controlling his horse with subtle cues from his feet and knees. As soon as the bovine fell, dead within seconds due to blood loss from the expertly placed shot, Herman Lehmann had dismounted in one swift motion, drawn his knife and cut the calf's throat to bleed it out. Then, again seemingly in one deft motion, he split open the abdominal cavity, yanked out the liver, pulled out the gallbladder, squirted its bile onto the liver, and ate it raw in large, ravenous chomps. To some present, this was as close to the Old West as they would ever get. To Herman, This was ultimately a sad and sorry substitute for the life he had once known and loved, for Herman Lehmann had not learned his martial skills practicing on cattle alone. He had scalped, pillaged, burned, and killed real human beings all throughout Texas and northern Mexico. He had fought the Texas Rangers, terrorized Mexican ranchers, and brutalized opposing tribes. He had been a proud Comanche warrior, wild, free, and bellicose, riding free on the staked plains of Texas. He had been the adopted son of Chief Quanah Parker and a respected member of his tribe. He had been born not far from Mason, Texas in 1859 to Ernst and Augusta Lehmann. His father had died when he was very young, and his mother had remarried to Philip Bookmeyer in 1863. He was the third of 8 children, though on May 16, 1870, it was just 11-year-old Herman and his 8-year-old brother Willie who had gone out to watch the sheep and shoo off crows from their stepfather's burgeoning cornfield. As days on the farm in central Texas went, the boys assumed this would be a relatively easy day in comparison to the summer harvest to come. They were only a few hundred yards from their family's cabin when a small party of Apache made their move. They thundered over a small ridgeline and fell upon the young boys like eagles swooping down to harvest a salmon from a placid lake. Herman fought as hard as he could, but the chief present, a man named Colonel Viste, knocked him over the head with a pistol and lashed him to a horse. Within a matter of seconds, Willie and Herman Lehmann were gone. Their mother and stepfather were not only horrified, but completely caught off guard and unsure where to even begin their search. All they knew was that the party had taken off to the northwest. Soon, they would hit the endless expanses of the North Texas prairie, and then they would likely be gone forever. The Lehmanns implored every available military and law enforcement official in Mason and then San Antonio to help, but they informed them that they could do little as resources were scarce and the territory to be covered was vast. It would be a group of the legendary Buffalo Soldiers, comprised largely of recently freed former slaves from the South, who would pursue and engage the raiding party in a brief but incredibly intense firefight that would see the sergeant in command, Sergeant Emmanuel Stantz, become the first black enlisted man to receive the Medal of Honor. In fleeing this skirmish, Willie would fall off the back of his captor's horse and find himself stranded alone on the Texas frontier. He would, however, by sheer grit and determination and some luck, find his way back home. When he was brought to his mother, the traumatized young boy was asked if he knew where his brother might have been taken. He replied simply, eerily, that "Herman has gone on, Mama. They took him on." Willie had no idea how right he really was. Herman was taken far out on the plains, physically abused and made to work non-stop as a slave to the tribe. On the non-stop day and night ride towards the plains, Herman became horribly sunburnt and suffered from being severely dehydrated and delirious from lack of food. On the third night, they came upon a fat calf while crossing the field. Colonel Viste killed it, cut it open just as Herman would so many years later at his demonstration, and forced Herman's head into the gaping paunch of the still steaming dead animal. He forced Herman to slurp up the curdled milk from the calf's stomach. Herman vomited this up. Colonel Viste forced him to eat what he had thrown up. Herman threw up again. Colonel Viste beat the boy until he was bruised and bloodied. Then he was given a small piece of raw liver. This he kept down. The party carried on. After a few months, Colonel Viste would lead another raiding party to Mason. In fact, they would head right back to the Lehmann household, where Herman's mother and sisters were tending to the farm as Philip Bookmeyer and Willie were out irrigating the fields. They attempted to, again, steal all they could and terrorize the family. But this time, Augusta Bookmeyer would let loose 2 loads of buckshot into both Colonel Viste and another brave who were attempting to climb through the window. The raiding party fled, back over the miles of hills and prairies. When they arrived back to camp, an enraged Colonel Viste still with a backside full of lead shot, beat Herman to within an inch of his life. He then informed the young boy that his entire family had been murdered. This was not true and meant only to add insult to injury, as both Carnaviste's flesh and ego had been so violently assaulted by Herman's mother. Herman fell into a suicidal despair for days, unsure how to escape and unsure how to even find the means to end his own life. Then, something in Herman Lehmann's mind flipped. Today, it might be diagnosed as Stockholm Syndrome, a coin termed after a terrorist incident in 1970 Sweden in which the hostage taken eventually began to identify more with her captors than her rescuers. But in the 1870s, out on the burning plains, young Herman Lehmann knew of no such diagnostic term. Nor would he have had any interest, for Herman had now made up his mind as to what he was going to do. There would be no more plans of fleeing home. He was home now. Herman made up his mind then and there to become an Apache warrior. He said if they wanted to kill white people, if they wanted to run roughshod over the Texans and Mexicans and steal horses and burn farmsteads, then he would do all of that as best he could. Perhaps this was a place to put his rage and grief. Perhaps it was a purely pragmatic survival measure. Or perhaps it was both. But no matter the motivation, Herman Lehmann would go on to be an unholy terror to anyone and anything he perceived as an enemy for the better part of the next decade. His exploits appear nearly endless. He would go on to be adopted into the tribe, to subsequently kill a medicine man in retribution for the murder of his adopted father, Carnoviste. He would flee to the feared and fearless Comanche, and would ultimately be one of the last members of that tribe to surrender to the U.S. government. The many tales of Herman Lehmann and the lives of a plethora of other captured frontier children all merit countless episodes of their own. And to be sure, those episodes are coming soon. But for now, those are other stories for other times. May 12th, 1858, Western Oklahoma. A Comanche chief drifts in and out of sleep as dawn approaches, comfortably ensconced with his family inside their sizable and surprisingly temperate lodge. The morning cooking fires have not yet been started, and most in the camp are wrapped snugly in buffalo hide blankets. Most, perhaps even this chief, are just now starting to wake. The sun is just starting to peek over the eastern horizon, sending mesmerizing shimmers of light across the rippling waters of the nearby stream. This band of Comanche are known as the Quahati or Antelope Eaters, and this territory, encompassing large swaths of present-day Oklahoma and northern Texas, is their hard-won and much beloved home. They feel safe here, an even more elusive state over the past few years, as the pace and scope of Texas settlement had increased to never-before-seen levels. In response, the Comanche raids that had plagued the territory for decades now had reached a level of frequency and ferocity that few in Texas had ever seen before. Countless homesteads all along the edge of the Texas frontier, in river valley bottoms and rolling farmsteads, and even comparatively large cities like San Antonio and Austin had seen the horrors and felt the wrath of the Comanche raiding machine. From Oklahoma to northern Mexico, the Comanche had cut a swath of violence that had stalled settlement for decades. Even with settlers who had grown up on the frontiers of Kentucky, Arkansas, and Virginia, where life was hard and threat of violence from native tribes was always a very real danger, Comanche raids were a world apart from what they were used to. Comanche raids entailed the killing of any and all fighting age males, the institutionalized sexual abuse of female captives, the killing of infants or any burdensome prisoners, and the ritualized torture of any combatants who had managed to survive the fight. This had played itself out countless times, with numerous families being wiped out, countless family members being taken onto the frontier never to be seen again, and entire townships being abandoned, seemingly overnight, in panicked retreats to avoid further Comanche raiding. Perhaps one of the most bizarre and presumably unsettling sights these survivors reported seeing was that of a Comanche chief adorned not in just a headdress and war paint, but in an armored steel breastplate. The breastplate was that of a Spanish conquistador, a piece of armor that would have seemed nearly as anachronistic to 19th century settlers as it would be to us today. The popular legend was that it had been taken from a dead conquistador after a hard-fought, lonely battle somewhere on the desolate frontier had proven to be his last. It may very well have been traded for or acquired from another tribe, one of the many who had been driven off or all but eliminated by the Comanche, as part of the spoils of their victory. Though the origins remained dubious, its effect in contemporary combat and raiding was undoubted. Not only did the chief, known as Puhihitswa, or Iron Jacket, present a terrifying figure, he was afforded at least some measure of protection from small arms fire. His reputation within the tribe had grown through his successful recruitment and leading of raiding parties and the acquisition of horses and prisoners. It was, in fact, widely believed that Iron Jacket's armor made him invincible to the bullets of the Americans, Texans, and Mexicans. This band had been raiding the Texas countryside around what is today Brownwood, Texas. They had struck swiftly, killed many settlers whose names are now lost to history, wrought their usual havoc, and made off for their home country, some 300 miles to the north. Iron Jacket and his fellow Quahati felt safe this far away from the white settlements. They believed they were now so far onto the prairies, they were safe from any Texan attempts at reprisal. This appraisal of the situation is understandable, as the rolling, open grasslands of the Great Plains had proven such a formidable barrier against any consequential expansion for so long. The plains were featureless to the layman's eye and seemingly bereft of any usable resources to the uninitiated. This is not to say that the occasional pursuit of Comanche raiders had not been made far into the open grasslands, but, more often than not, they had ended with the pursuers either killed by the Comanche or lost, stranded, and left to die of hunger and thirst in a seemingly endless ocean of land. But in the midst of all the raiding and turmoil, the Texans had been learning. More specifically, the Texas Rangers had been learning. They had been fighting the Comanche for decades now, and presented some of the only substantial resistance to the lords of the southern plains. They had been founded on October 17th of 1835 as a sort of hybrid force of military and law enforcement meant to combat raids from bandits, Mexican army forces, and, most notably, Comanche raiding parties. In the intervening decades between then and 1858, they had made extraordinary leaps in their skills, tactics, administration, and public relations. And, conversely, during this time, they had taken several sizable steps backward in virtually all of these areas. Their casualty rates often ranged near 50%. They were perpetually underfunded, either vilified or lionized in all popular publications, and had disbanded entirely and then reformed more than once. Now, the newly elected Texas governor, Hardin Richard Runnels, under pressure to make good on his campaign promises of putting a stop to the incessant bloodshed on the Texas frontier, had directed a force of rangers to pursue any and all known hostile native forces. On January 28th of 1858, Governor Runnels sent his official dispatch to his hand-picked ranger captain, the legendary John Salmon "Rip" Ford. It read, "I impress upon you the necessity of action and energy. Follow any trail and all the hostiles or suspected hostile Indians you may discover, and, if possible, overtake and chastise them if unfriendly." Ford had expected the directive for some time now, and he was quite ready. Though he had spent much of the previous 6 years in pursuit of political and entrepreneurial pursuits, Ford was an experienced, battle-hardened, and classically educated Ranger veteran. He had been born in South Carolina in 1815, grown up in Tennessee, and moved to Texas in 1836. He had studied law, practiced medicine, and ridden with the Texas Mounted Rifles in the Texas Revolution. He had joined the Texas Rangers in the 1840s, ridden with legendary fighters like Bigfoot Wallace, Ben and Henry McCulloch, Matthew Old Paint Caldwell, and Jack Coffee Hayes. He had participated in some of the most violent encounters on the entirety of the American frontier, losing a finger in a fight against the Comanches and barely surviving more than a few times. He had acquired the name Rip during the Mexican War, where he served as a lieutenant and medical officer. In charge of notifying family members of the deaths of their beloved servicemen, Ford's repeated signing of R.I.P. or RIP and the postscript of his official signature garnered him the unfortunate moniker. In recent years, he had made his home in Austin and was known as a devout Sunday school teacher, newspaper publisher, and sometime playwright. But after the harrowing summer of 1857, he had now found himself called upon again to fight the Comanche. Ford and his Ranger contingent had wintered at Fort Belknap, northwest of modern-day Dallas. Here, they had trained in the rapid-fire tactics that would be their only hope on the vast expanses of what was then known as Comancheria. Rip Ford had been hired to reinstill some of the institutional knowledge that had been lost since the days of Jack Hayes and his lightning-fast, seemingly fearless head-on attacks. Many young Rangers had died hard deaths in the intervening years, falling prey to Comanche tactical traps such as feigned retreats or being caught and unfortunately killed in masterfully planned and horrifically violent ambushes. While Ford made his Rangers combat ready at the fort, a trusted Tonkawa scout named Kichi ventured out into the open expanses of the Northwest. Scouting for the Comanche, the Rangers had been commissioned to hunt down and engage. It is often overlooked, yet an undeniable fact, that without the native scouts, all but the most inveterate, trail-savvy frontiersmen would have been essentially hapless in their attempts at trailing the natives that they pursued. Such was the case here, as the Ranger captain waited pensively for the return of Kichi and prayed that he had good news to report. In April, Kichi returned to the fort, bringing with him the news that Ford had been hoping for. He had found a village far to the northwest. They were hunting near the Canadian River, and if the Rangers left immediately, they might stand a chance of apprehending them. On April 22nd, Ford and his Rangers had made their way out of the relative safety of the fort and followed the Brazos River northwest. Their initial force upon leaving the fort consisted of 102 men, 2 wagons, a field ambulance wagon, and 15 pack mules. They marched to Cottonwood Springs, where their forces were augmented by Captain Shapley T. Ross and his force of 113 native warriors, mostly from the Tonkawa, Waco, Shawnee, Delaware, and Tawakoni tribes, all of whom had suffered dearly and recently due to Comanche raiding. On the 29th of April, they crossed the Red River. This meant they were now operating outside the official jurisdiction of Texas, and now venturing into what was known as Indian country. The Rangers and their allies all traveled light as a general rule while on the trail. Sundries and rations were often eschewed in favor of more ammunition and weapons. This meant that substantial portions of their daily caloric intake came from the game they were able to hunt along the way. Deer and rabbit were common fare, but buffalo was most prized, and in 1858, most plentiful. On May 10th, some of the scouts who had killed a buffalo noticed that Comanche arrowheads were lodged in its flesh. Though it had fallen to these scouts' efforts, this animal had recently, narrowly, escaped becoming food for the Comanche. This meant the Comanche were close. Scouts were sent to fan out across the countryside in hopes of spotting where the Comanche were hunting. The camp of Rangers and native warriors now sensed the fight was close. They waited with bated breath as the scouts conducted their reconnaissance. The scouts returned with news that they had spotted a Comanche hunting party and trailed them to the camp on the Canadian River. Now, they had to move fast before the Comanche discovered them. As Iron Jacket slept in his warm lodge only a few miles away, Rip Ford roused his rangers and native forces from their fitful sleeps in yet another cold camp. As they checked their weapons and saddled their horses, the native warriors among them wrapped their heads in strips of white cloth in order to dissuade any potential friendly fire from overzealous Texans. Kichi, their revered scout, had reported there to be 2 villages, one smaller and composed of 5 lodges. The second, much larger village was across the river and composed of about 350 warriors, not including the women and children. The Rangers and their native allies then broke camp, leaving the 2 wagons, the field ambulance, and pack mules under the care of a guard commanded by Ford's 73-year-old father, Captain William Ford. The force rode 6 miles in the dark, making their way to the small villages first. At 7 a.m., the chaos and killing began. The initial charge was made, with the Rangers and their allies pouring into the village, killing any warriors they could. 2 Comanche had escaped, however, and were now riding hard for the larger village across the river, some 3 miles away. Ford and his Rangers and most of their native allies continued the chase, intending to cut down the fleeing Comanche before they could alert the larger village. Many of the Tonkawas, though, stopped. Of all the native peoples in the multicultural contingent, the Tonkawas had perhaps the longest standing and most deeply rooted hatred for the Comanche. For decades now, they had borne the brunt of the Comanche incursion into central Texas and lost many of their friends and family members to Comanche atrocities. While the Rangers and most of their allies rode on, many Tonkawa looted, burned, and killed any Comanche that they could. As the screams of the first village faded behind them, Ford and his remaining forces slogged across the Canadian River. Many had to dismount, and some even became stranded afoot after losing their horses. They were left to chase their mounted comrades, all in a desperate race to hit the Comanche camp before the Comanche camp could mount a defense and counterattack. But, much to their dismay, the 2 Comanche who had fled the smaller camp were indeed able to make it to the larger camp in time to warn their people of what was happening. Iron Jacket had likely been warming himself next to his morning campfire when the 2 Comanche came barreling into the camp, screaming and pleading for help. There would have been no time to waste, as the chief gathered his weapons, ordered his children to help his wives, making the camp ready to move, and then donned his prized Spanish armor. Then, he and his fellow warriors were off, riding out of the village at full speed with the intent to not only thwart the Ranger attack, but to kill any and all that they could. The Rangers' native allies had beaten them to the village by a few hundred yards, and thus were the first to receive the Comanche reprisal attack. For all their vaunted martial superiority, though, on this day, the Comanche were unaware of a particular advantage held by the white headband-adorned Wacos, Shawnee, Delaware, Tawankoni, and remaining Tonkawa. They had been equipped with repeating rifles and 6-shot revolvers. While this may have been a safe assumption when attacking any Ranger force in 1858, it was a shock to many of the Comanche that the natives riding with the Rangers had also been complementarily endowed with such formidable firepower. As the Rangers closed the ground between themselves and their allies as quickly as possible, Ford and his lieutenants exhorted them to shoot the oncoming Comanche. A volley was soon poured into the Comanche forces from the native allies, and Iron Jacket and his horse fell dead. This left the remaining Comanche warriors in a momentary shock, as most among their band truly believed Iron Jacket to be invincible from bullets when clad in his famous armor. But this had not proven the case. Confused and momentarily defeated, the surviving Comanche dashed back to their village. As they made their way back to the village, however, they were greeted by Ford's Rangers, who came smashing into the village at full force. Amid the din and chaos of screams and gunfire, Ford's Rangers would recall him as cool and collected. Ford did his best to exert some measure of direction to the chaos unfolding, but the fight soon devolved into a smattering of smaller, individual combats playing themselves out over a vast 18-square-mile stretch of land. After a few hours of this brutal but sporadic fighting, the Rangers reconvened at the Comanche village. Ford hoped to size up the situation, take stock of his forces, and make away with what loot they could before a Comanche counterattack could be mounted. At the village, however, Ford found Captain Shapley Ross, the initial nominal commander of the native allies who had joined the Rangers on the Brazos River, marshaling their allies into a battle line. A Comanche counterattack, Ross insisted, was coming sooner rather than later. Appraising his forces, Ford noticed two of his newest, youngest Rangers, Privates Oliver Searcy and Robert Nichols, were unaccounted for. Almost as suddenly as their absence was noted, though, Oliver Searcy came running breathlessly into camp. In between gulps of air, he informed his commander that he and Nichols had been amongst the Rangers who had abandoned their mounts in the quagmire of the Canadian River's thick, encompassing mud. Footbound and still raging for a fight, the young Rangers had missed the initial volley that had felled the great Iron Jacket, but had chased after the retreating Comanche as they fled to the northwest. But, as so often happened on the frontier, pursuing young Rangers soon found themselves surrounded by Comanche warriors, cut off from retreat. Nichols and Searcy had made a mad dash for a set of ravines near the river, turning and firing when they could to check the advances of their Comanche pursuers. Nichols, however, was overrun and killed. Bled out at the end of Comanche lances, Searcy had managed to reach the ravine and evade the Comanche within its labyrinthian confines. He had dashed his way back into camp after hiding for a time and was severely shaken, both mentally and physically. But while Oliver Searcy's fighting was done for the day, the Comanche retaliation had only just begun. Almost as soon as Searcy's warnings of Comanche being close behind him had time to reach the ears of every man in camp, Captain Ross spotted a group of mounted Comanche warriors coming towards them. They were led by a large, powerfully built young warrior. His name was Nocona, and he was the son of Iron Jacket and a much respected and well-known warrior himself. As Nocona and his warriors deftly maneuvered their ponies through a thicket on the side of the bank sloping down toward the river, Ross convened with Ford and his native forces as to what their next move might be. Ross was worried the Comanche, under the leadership of this new, younger chief, might be able to secure a position on the high ground behind the Rangers' new captured campsite. However, he was resolutely informed by one of his Tonkawa scouts that he needed to fear not. The scout then mounted his horse and rode, with only spear and shield in hand, into the open ground between the Comanche and Ranger positions. What happened next seemed nearly as unbelievable to the Rangers present as a scene from medieval antiquity. The lone Tonkawa began shouting taunts at the Comanche force up on the ridge. He said, "We have nothing to fight for. We have some of your women and children captives. Also, we have your wigwams, your buffalo meat, and your horses. You come down. You have something to fight for." For over half an hour, the Comanche and native allies of the Rangers engaged in one-on-one taunting battles, followed by charges and bouts of hand-to-hand combat between warriors clashing on horseback. This clash presented not only a unique sight, however, it was also a tactical break that Ford needed. He commanded a detachment, commanded by Lieutenant Allison Nelson, to flank the Comanche position and cut off any routes of retreat that they might have had. Ford then had the native ally forces recalled to the village in hopes of marshaling his forces for an all-out frontal assault on the Comanche position. However, this, as much of the rest of Ford's plan thus far, did not go entirely as he intended. A force of bloodthirsty Tonkawa could not be detained, and their premature attack alerted Nocona and his Comanche to the Rangers' intentions. With the Comanche intention of drawing attention towards themselves and enabling what was left of their wives and children to escape being accomplished, Nocona now saw no need to stand and fight any further. He led his forces on a retreat over the rolling hills with the Tonkawas in hot pursuit. Ford, meanwhile, was informed by a captured Comanche woman that an even bigger camp lay a number of miles away, under the command of the famed and feared Buffalo Hump. This would likely be Quanah and the other survivors' destination, and a much larger, much deadlier counterattack would likely come soon. Now, seeing a tactical egress to Texas territory as his most prudent option, Ford ordered the prisoners, 16 in total, shackled, the wounded placed on the ambulance, and waited as the Tonkawa pursuers straggled into camp one by one. As they did, Ford noticed their horses laden down with Comanche hands, feet, and strips of flesh, all strapped to their mounts and flapping in the wind. Such was the deep hatred that fueled warfare on the plains. In all, 76 Comanche had been killed, with Ford losing only the young Ranger Nichols and a young Waco warrior who had been lanced by his Comanche opponent in the one-on-one battles. On May 13th, the force of Rangers and native allies began their trek, wounded and prisoners in tow, back to the Brazos Agency. The force arrived on May 20th to widespread acclaim as a successful manifestation of the governor's new policies, but the war was far from over. Buffalo Hump and Quanah would soon be riding roughshod over the entirety of the southern plains. Their retribution would be swift, harsh, and all-encompassing. Quanah would go on, in fact, to marry a kidnapped white woman named Cynthia Ann Parker. Together, the couple would have 3 children, one of which would become the legendary last chief of the Comanche people, Quanah Parker. But for tonight, those are other stories for other times.
Fall, 1841, Enchanted Rock, Central Texas. On a crisp fall afternoon, a small group of land surveyors, under the employ of the Republic of Texas, made their way through the territory near what is today Fredericksburg, Texas. They have been sent out here, some 95 miles west of Austin, to survey and legally demarcate land grants and territorial claims. Though this job came with a seemingly banal description, this was perhaps, at the time, the most dangerous line of work in the world. Not because the act of land surveillance was particularly hazardous, but because, in 1841, this was very possibly the most dangerous place on Earth. And it was so very dangerous because it was the territory of perhaps the most feared tribe on the continent. They called themselves the Namuro, which simply meant the people, a self-referential catch-all term that is not uncommon in tribal names. Tribes like the Apache, the Waco, the Tawankoni, the Tonkawa, and countless other small Texas tribes whom they had been warring with for decades knew them by another name. They knew them as the Comanche. This is thought to be a derivation of a Ute phrase meaning those who fight us all the time. The name may have come from one of their longtime enemies, but it was apt. The Comanche had migrated down to the plains of Texas and Oklahoma after being unable to sustain their livelihoods as hunter-gatherers in the northern Rocky Mountains. They had been an offshoot of the Shoshone tribe, who for centuries had barely subsisted in the unforgiving environs of the Rockies' granite ranges and aspen forests, until they were finally forced out by stronger tribes. They suffered greatly as the perpetually downtrodden, and had only begun their ascent to martial prowess when they encountered the animal brought over by the Spanish in the 16th century, the horse. The Spanish had closely guarded the secrets of horsemanship and caretaking of the animals, knowing all too well the potential for disaster should their adversaries turned subjects ever be able to combat them from horseback en masse. But despite their precautionary efforts, after the decades of raiding from the surrounding tribes, the absconding of natives who had been trained in horsemanship and care in order to serve their Spanish overlords, and the inevitable cultural mixing that comes from proximity, a sizable number of their mounts, as well as a sizable amount of their institutional equine knowledge, had spread to the southern plains. Though the Apache had been the first to introduce the horse in any meaningful capacity to the Texas frontier, it would be the Comanche who, for reasons that have been often described as too ethereal to quantify, possessed an innate and undeniably palpable connection to the horse. Within a few decades of their exposure to the horse,
They had not only mastered riding skills to rival most any horseman on the planet, but had completely transformed their way of life. Once, their days had been spent scouring the spare countryside in search of roots, berries, and scavengeable carcasses for salvageable protein. Now, they were a society of highly mobile and masterful hunters who existed almost entirely on the flesh of the buffalo that their new steeds enabled them to kill so readily. Where once they had been bereft of material wealth, they were now quite possibly the wealthiest tribe on the whole of the American continent in terms of horseflesh. And where once they had been the proverbial whipping boy of their neighbors, they had transformed into a fighting and raiding force whose mere mention would insert a pregnant, fearful pause in conversations from Denver saloons to the Capitol building in Mexico City. They had driven the Apache out of Texas, forestalled Spanish, French, English, Mexican, and American expansion for centuries, and wiped smaller tribes who had opposed them out entirely. Though the frontier had always been a brutal place, both pre- and post-European contact, the Comanche had been waging warfare of an intensity and scale that had rarely, if ever, been seen before. Comanche raiding entailed not only the taking of coup, nor, at least not initially, the adornment of its warriors in highly ceremonial dress. They had no formal stratification to their martial society, as nominal war chiefs were simply those who were able to marshal the most men for the raids that they proposed. Comanche warfare was simply a brutally violent, ruthlessly pragmatic affair. Until the latter half of the 19th century, many Comanche warriors eschewed large feathered headdresses in favor of animal headcaps made from foxes, cranes, or buffalo. They were often simply painted pitch black, which they believed to be the color of death. Raids were often conducted during full moons, so much so that a full moon was known throughout the Texas frontier as a Comanche moon, and was a much dreaded sight. And this was for good reason, as, on many a full moon night, isolated families of both settlers and natives had seen their whole worlds destroyed in a matter of minutes, gone in a torrent of blood, smoke, and flames. The new Republic of Texas, ironically, in many ways owed its existence to the ever-present threat of Comanche raiding. The Mexican government, their governing predecessors, had hoped to install a buffer of Anglo-immigrant settlers who would bear the brunt of the Comanche onslaught before it could reach further south into Mexico. For decades, prospective settlers from America had flooded into Texas from the east on condition that they convert to Catholicism and become Mexican citizens. Many had come, and many had died brutally hard deaths in their search for better lives. But, despite the cost, settlement attempts from Mexicans and Texans alike, from the Rio Grande Valley to present-day Fort Worth, persisted. And thus, so did Comanche raiding. However, despite the incessant threat of violence, the Texas government was faced with the routine administrative tasks that befall all bureaucracies, including marking out plots of its newly won, at least through their eyes, homeland. And so, surveying parties of 15 to 20 men scattered out across the Texas Hill Country northwest of San Antonio and Austin. They would keep descriptive logs of the land they covered, survey prospective plots, and, hopefully, return to the capital in Austin to provide a clearer picture of Texas's newly won territories. However, any interlopers into the territory west of the major Texas settlements were likely always under the watchful eye of the true rulers of the land, the Comanche. The Comanche had observed the surveying parties from the start, knew that they were the means by which the white men in Austin were laying claim to their lands, and, accordingly, hated them with an unfettered passion. Surveying parties were targeted with especially harsh, unremittent attacks. The Comanche preference was to take them alive and reserve their most sadistic tortures for them. Yet still, they came. Young men from the backwoods of Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Alabama flooded into the state after the Texas Revolution. Many had just missed the bloodshed of the battles of Goliad, the Alamo, and San Jacinto, and were now thirsting for a fight. For many, the dangers of being part of a surveyor team presented an enticing employment option. Such was the case for this party of young Texians, here in the shadow of the limestone monolith that is Enchanted Rock. For time immemorial, Enchanted Rock had been considered sacred by the tribes in the area. It was said to be the home of discontented spirits, from slain warriors to shamed chiefs. It was said that the native tribes practiced sacrifices at its base, and it was well known that any incursion into the territory surrounding Enchanted Rock would be met with the utmost of hostilities. However, the ever-present threat of violent, painful ends were not enough to dissuade this group of combat-hungry 20-somethings who had come to Texas for the express purpose of tempting such a fate. For all their bluster and bravado, though, these newly minted Texans were no fools. This party of 15 to 20 surveyors were among the most well-armed men on the planet at the time. Many of them carried the .36 caliber Colt Patterson revolver. Considered by many firearm collectors to be a seminal pistol in Old West history, it had been patented by Samuel Colt in 1836 and produced in Paterson, New Jersey, hence the name Colt Patterson. It had been originally calibered in a .28 caliber pistol, but had been changed to a .36 caliber in 1837. It held 5 shots as opposed to today's usual 6, and was loaded by detaching the cylinder, manually loading the cartridges, and then reassembling to fire. This meant that a combatant would have to preload several 5-shot cylinders and would be relegated to relatively cumbersome reloading processes in comparison to later models. The weapon weighed in at 2 pounds 12 ounces with a 9-inch barrel. This made it a very large, very loud, and, understandably, terrifying weapon to enemy combatants. With an effective range of roughly 65 yards, it was well suited to the horseback, high-speed, up-close fighting that was the new norm on the Texas frontier. For longer-range endeavors, many of the Texans were armed with the .42 caliber Edwin Wesson percussion cap rifles. In short, these are single-shot rifles that use small copper caps filled with mercuric fulminate as the ignition source to fire their projectiles. The small copper cap is placed on a plug under the hammer of the rifle, and when the hammer is released, the percussion ignites the mercuric fulminate, causing it to fire. These rifles were highly effective at ranges up to 150 yards and could be fired at a slightly faster rate than their flintlock predecessors at up to 3 to 4 rounds per minute. These advancements in weaponry had come at a fortuitous time for the Texans, particularly for those in the land surveillance parties and for the organization from which Stephen F. Austin so often chose to draw his land surveillance parties, the still young, but already legendary, Texas Rangers. It had been Stephen F. Austin himself, the legendary Texas statesman, whom the state capital is named after, who had fostered the original concept for the predecessors of the Rangers in the 1830s, the Texas Mounted Rifles. Born largely of necessity, the mounted rifles patrolled the ranges of the Texas frontier, presented the only available organized resistance against the Mexican governmental harassment, banditry, and Comanche raiding. In 1835, the organization had been codified into a state-sponsored military/law enforcement hybrid force uniquely capable of close-quarter combat and long-distance pursuit. In the intervening years, their legend had grown from the dusty settlements of Texas to the finest parlors of New York City, Boston, and Philadelphia. The Rangers presented virtually the only consequential resistance to the violence that plagued the flatland prairies, river valley bottoms, and hill country homesteads. The tales of their daring and ferocity spread like wildfire amongst not only Texans, Mexicans, and Americans, but amongst the Comanche as well. And perhaps none among the Rangers, and their ranks full of giant, strapping, bellicose young men, garnered more respect or more fear than did Captain John Coffee Hayes. He had been born in Little Cedar Lick, Tennessee, in 1817 to a military family. His father, Herman A. Hayes, had fought in the War of 1812 under Andrew Jackson. Herman named his son after Jackson's legendary Brigadier General John Coffey. John Coffey Hayes, known by those close to him as Jack, had made his way to Texas in 1836 at the age of 19 in search of fortune, adventure, and war. Though he had missed his chance to participate in the Texas Revolution, he had found a home with the Texas Rangers. The Rangers had a casualty rate that at times reached 50%, and it was assumed that a fair number of their fresh-faced recruits who proudly rode out of San Antonio and Austin would never be seen again. Even in the austere, hyper-violent world of the Rangers, though, Jack Hayes stood out. In an occupation replete with large, burly men, he was a slender 5'6", 20-something with a boyish face and a quiet, affable demeanor. But one look at his eyes, even from today's vantage point, more than a century and a half removed, and it is apparent that the man was no slave to fear. His affable demeanor and unremarkable stature were, in countless eyewitness accounts, transformed into the striking and irrefutable figure of the unshakable, irascible Uber Ranger. The one who feared no hardship, thrived in the chaos of combat, and possessed an innate and undeniable ability to lead men who had proven otherwise ungovernable by the vast majority of society. His legend had spread far and wide through Texas, even in the short time he had been there in 1841, and this made him an ideal member for the surveying party Stephen F. Austin needed to send out to Enchanted Rock. And so it was that Jack Hayes, legendary ranger, found himself here at Enchanted Rock on this fall afternoon. As the survey team set about their laborious tasks of unspooling a few hundred yards of steel ribbon and then demarcating its location on a map, Hayes and a number of other ranger companions stood watch. At some point during their endeavors, though, Hayes decided to ride out toward Enchanted Rock to procure a better up-close view of the legendary landmark. Thinking himself secure as no Comanche had been spotted in the area, Hayes rode off alone. However, in an example of just how cunning and tactically brilliant the Comanche truly were, even the experienced ranger and his cohorts had failed to notice a sizable number of warriors trailing them. Hayes' departure from the main party was just the opportunity the force of Comanche had been waiting for as they lay watching in the overlooking limestone cliffs and oak-strewn hills. As Hayes neared the base of the rock, even his conditioned nervous system must have received a notable shock when the sound of Comanche war whoops cracked the still of the afternoon air. His brain, also highly conditioned to the rigors of fast-paced frontier combat, also likely surmised, almost instantaneously, that he had no hope of retreating to his party of fellow Texans before being caught and overrun by the Comanche. Now, quite literally caught between a rock and a hard place, Hayes rode hard to the base of Enchanted Rock, dismounted, and began a desperate, dogged scramble up the face. His intent was to gain himself a position on the highest ground in the area, and, in the words of author J.W. Wilbarger in Indian Depredations in Texas, see link in description, Hayes was determined to sell his life at the highest market price. Hayes' reputation, combined with his notable dark hair and moderate stature, made him a prize target among the ranks of the Comanche, and he was pursued up the side of the giant rock with the utmost gusto by several warriors intent on harvesting his scalp. However, Hayes had managed to ensconce himself in a crevice in the limestone and construct a haphazard defensive position. Here, he hunkered down with his .42 caliber rifle, aimed outward toward his pursuers, and 2 Colt Patterson revolvers in a holster on either hip. A less experienced frontier fighter might have made a fatal tactical miscalculation at this juncture, as the Comanche pressed their initial attack upon Hayes' position. As reliable and powerful as the Wesson percussion rifle may have been, it was still a single-shot weapon. This meant that any defender in Hayes' position would have essentially one shot on his pursuers, one that they must make count. After that, they would be forced to complete a loading process that would enable their enemy to close the gap between their positions and capture or kill them. Hayes had seen many a young ranger comrade fall victim to poor decision-making in this instance, only to miss their single shot and be cruelly ended by the Comanche. Hence, Even as his pursuers rained down arrows upon his claustrophobic position, Hayes forced himself to hold his fire. Anytime a warrior would attempt to make a terminal charge on his position, Hayes would brandish the rifle barrel at him, managing each time to dissuade his attackers. Hayes knew that, for all their tactical prowess and combative ferocity, the Comanche approach to warfare did not now nor ever entail the enduring of casualties en masse in order to obtain a victory of any kind. In the mind of the Plains warrior, it was always better, if possible, to fight to another day. Such prudence, though no doubt understandable, left an exploitable gap for those caught in the ire of their attack. Even though alone and with a single-shot weapon, survival for the experienced ranger was not wholly impossible, and so Hayes hunkered down and fought on. The Comanche, though, soon tired of this hated intruder keeping them at bay from atop their own sacred landmark, and so, again in the words of J.W. Wilbarger, they resolved to make their attack in earnest. Hayes steadied himself behind the makeshift rock wall he had hastily constructed and waited what must have been an agonizing few minutes as the Comanche surrounded the base of the rock and began a charge en masse toward his position. Hayes waited unmoved, still hunkered down, until the leading warrior was within a few yards of his position. At the last second, Hayes rose up, brought the warrior into the sights of his rifle, and squeezed the trigger, sending a lead ball into the Comanche's torso. This caused the Comanche to momentarily stop to assess the damage to their fallen comrade and to shield themselves from any more gunfire that may be coming. When it was discovered the lead warrior was dead, the cry was put out in long, wolf-like howls to move back to the base of the rock. This the Comanche did, as Hayes used the brief respite to reload and refit his rifle. He also rechecked the pair of Colt Patterson revolvers he had holstered on either hip, ensuring himself at least 10 additional shots once his initial, and this time likely final, rifle shot had been fired. In short order, the Comanche contingent made another, even more vociferous attack upon Hayes' position. The Comanche war cries flooded the air with high-pitched, blood-curdling screeches that would have shaken almost any Texan to their core. But not Jack Hayes. Hayes again coolly received the charge until the Comanches were within range, once again popping up from his position to the last second. Only this time, sensing this to be his proverbial last hurrah, Hayes pulled his revolvers and emptied the entirety of one's 5-shot cylinder into the Comanche surrounding him. This, again, begat another Comanche retreat. As Hayes again hunkered down and began hurriedly reloading for what he assumed was an inevitable third Comanche assault, he heard what must have been the very welcome sound of his comrades firing their weapons and making their way towards Enchanted Rock. They had been fighting an even larger body of Comanche during Hayes' tete-a-tete with the Comanche, and had only discovered his position when they heard the shots of his rifle and revolvers coming from high up on Enchanted Rock. Seeing this much larger force of Texans advancing, the Comanche force surrounding Enchanted Rock took their wounded and withdrew into the canyons and sagebrush of the hill country, leaving their dead for the vultures and Texans. Hayes and his cohorts reunited at the base of the rock and, under an undoubtedly more vigilant watch, continued their work until the next day. Hayes would go on to carry out countless more adventures, from leading the Rangers in the Mexican-American War to chasing down Comanche raiders. His legend among the Comanche would grow to such an extent that they bestowed upon him the begrudgingly respectful nicknames of Captain Jack, pronounced Captain Yak, and Bravo Too Much or Brave Too Much. In a culture like the Comanche, where courage and martial prowess were the ultimate in masculine virtues, even an avowed enemy like Jack Hayes was due his wages in reverence. Hayes would go on to marry Susan Calvert, daughter of a wealthy local hotel owner in Seguin, Texas, in 1847. In 1849, the young couple moved to California, along with millions of other Americans, in hopes of capitalizing on the new state's gold rush. Though he did not strike it rich in gold, Hayes would go on to become a successful rancher and businessman, and was elected sheriff of San Francisco in 1850. In 1853, not long after Hayes's first son, John Caperton Hayes, had been born in California, a peculiar package arrived in the mail for the new father. Inside the parcel was a small golden spoon, sent as a gift by the legendary Comanche chief, Buffalo Hump. The spoon came with a small engraving on the handle that read, Buffalo Hump Jr. Such was the level of respect Hayes had earned even amongst his longtime enemy. Hayes would pass away in 1883 at the age of 66 and is buried at the Mountain View Cemetery in Oakland, California. Tonight's story was but one snippet of Hayes's life, one that is replete with accounts of Comanche battles, suicidal attacks during the Mexican-American War, and countless other legendary escapades. But for tonight, those are other stories for other times. Central Texas, 1875. A young cowboy lopes his mount through the sagebrush and mesquite, admiring the plentiful bluebonnets and enjoying the last vestiges of the cool mid-May morning before the substantial heat of the afternoon sets in. The young man's name is James Buchanan Gillette. Known to his friends as Jim, he had been born and raised in Austin, Texas, and spent much of his 18 years supplementing his family's income by hunting, fishing, and working as a ranch hand. In the previous few years, he had worked for a number of outfits in and around the Austin area. Despite his youth, he had managed to build a solid reputation as a knowledgeable, fastidious, and reliable hand. In early March of 1876, he had come here to Menardville, present-day Menard, Texas, situated on the banks of the San Saba River, roughly 140 miles northwest of his hometown. Here, Gillette had found employment working for a local rancher named Wes Ellis. Ellis offered food, board, and $30 pay a month, a working situation that most employers in the area at the time would be hard-pressed to match. For a young man who loved the outdoors, possessed the requisite skills in horsemanship and ranch work, and had a healthy thirst for danger, life did not get much better, a fact that was not at all lost on Gillette. He loved the freedom and adventure of life as a working cowboy, despite its incessant hardships and unyielding chore list. But as much as he loved the outdoors, Gillette, like all young men, appreciated a reprieve from his labors. Every week or so, he would head into Menardville to collect his mail, procure some groceries, and visit with friends. On one of these trips, he had met and become friends with a company of Texas Rangers. The Rangers were situated in a camp nearby and also received their mail in Menardville, though by the 1870s the lore of the Texas Rangers was known nationwide and even worldwide. This was Jim Gillette's first personal encounter with the vaunted mounted gunmen whose violent encounters in locales from Mexico to the Red River had become the stuff of legend. The young man became understandably enthralled with Rangers' accounts of life in the field. Their accounts of trailing criminals and avenging raids on frontier homesteads were more than sufficient enticement for Gillette to inquire as to how he might come to join their ranks. As luck would have it, in the spring of 1875, the state of Texas had authorized the company commander, Captain Dan W. Roberts, to add 20 men to his roster. The official date for the opening of enlistment applications had been set for June 1st. With time to kill until then, Gillette was on his way to visit a group of cowboy friends who were camped along the San Saba River not far from Menardville. Upon regaling them with his plans to enlist with the Rangers in a few weeks, one of the young cowboys, a young man named Norman Rogers, volunteered to go along with him to Menardville in hopes of securing a position with the Rangers. The two young men made their way to Menardville, where they were informed that Captain Roberts had come to the area early and was settling in with the rest of the company in the Rangers' campsite. Loath to wait 2 more weeks for their opportunity, the pair rode out to introduce themselves to Captain Roberts and to apply for positions with the Ranger Company. Just before reaching the Rangers' campsite, Neil Rogers pulled his horse up close to Gillette's and beseeched him in hushed tones to do the talking for both of them. His assumption that Gillette possessed at least enough foreknowledge to comport himself reputably amongst the camp of seasoned veterans was, to put it mildly, wildly misguided. But having little other recourse than to agree, Gillette acquiesced. Soon, both young prospects were standing in front of the tent of Captain Roberts as the captain came out to greet them. Captain Roberts was a man of about 35 years old, tall and lean, well-liked and respected by his men, and possessive of a knowledge and intuition gained only through years of experience in the unremitting, unforgiving world of the Texas frontier. Captain Roberts greeted his obviously self-conscious young visitors and inquired as to the nature of their visit. Mustering up as much confidence as he could bring to bear, Gillette informed the captain that he and his friend were bound and determined to join the ranks of the vaunted horse-bound gunmen. Captain Roberts examined the pair momentarily before thoughtfully inquiring, "Did you say your name was Gillette?" Young Jim confirmed that indeed it was. "Are you a son of James S. Gillette, who was Adjutant General under Governor Sam Houston?" Gillette affirmed that indeed this was his father. "I have often heard my father, Buck Roberts, speak of your father," the captain recalled cheerfully. He then inquired as to the quality of the horses in the young prospect's possession. Due to the demanding nature of ranger work, largely comprised of long-distance travel at rapid paces in unforgiving conditions, the specifications for the horses deemed acceptable for use as ranger mounts were both numerous and quite discriminatory. A ranger might be in the field for a month or more at a time and could only bring one horse. This required an animal that could be ridden hard for days on end, on suboptimal feed, with minimal water. When the young Gillette informed Captain Rogers that he and his friends were in possession of 2 mare ponies apiece, the captain could not stifle his involuntary chuckle at the young men's naivety. The young men were informed that their mares were not allowed in ranger ranks, and they would have to return to town to procure more fitting mounts for the line of employment they were seeking. The pair of prospects hurriedly returned to Menardville, where they were each able to procure suitable mounts. Riding back to the ranger camp, the captain informed them that their mounts were indeed sufficient to any prospective ranger task. They were told to return on June 1st to be sworn into their new positions. At 10 o'clock in the morning on that day, Jim Gillette, his friend Norman Rogers, and 18 other Texan men from a variety of backgrounds and a variety of ages were formed into a line and formally enlisted as members of Texas's most famous and infamous law enforcement group. Immediately upon their swearing in, all 50 of the Rangers of Company D were divided into messes, 10 men to each mess. Each group of 10 was then issued 10 days' worth of supplies: beans, bacon, coffee, sugar, rice, pepper, flour, and salt were all stapled foodstuffs. Each recruit was issued one .50 caliber Sharps carbine and one .45 caliber Colt pistol. The cost of each would be deducted from the Ranger's first paycheck. Ironically, much of the burden of the rations, tent poles, canvas, cookware, and other sundries not carried on the person of the new recruits would be borne by one of the longest-serving veterans of Company D, Jenny the Pack Mule. For years now, Jenny had hauled the supplies of her ranger masters all over Central and West Texas. She had endured brutally hot days, ruthlessly cold nights, and countless skirmishes and pursuits. Truth be told, she was but a singular member of an oft unheralded species that has played an incalculably significant role in Western history: the mule. The result of the crossbreeding of a male donkey with a female horse, the mule traces its origins to Western Asia roughly 3,000 years ago. A painting adorning the tomb of Nebamun in Thebes, which dates to approximately 1350 BC, shows a chariot being drawn by a pair of animals which many experts have discerned to be mules. Depictions of mules can be found in Mesopotamian artwork dating back to the first millennium BC, and their arrival in Asia Minor was even mentioned by Homer in the Iliad, dated 800 BC. Christopher Columbus brought mules to the New World in the 1490s. George Washington was known to champion their virtues, and by the mid-19th century, they were used extensively as both draft animals on farms and as pack animals for soldiers and frontiersmen alike. Male mules, known as horse mules or John mules, are larger than their female counterparts, though both are usually sterile. Both males and females can be distinguished from their horse and donkey parents by their longer ears, thick heads, thin limbs, small, narrow hooves, with the short mane of its donkey father and the long, flowing tail of its mare mother. They tend to be closer in size to horses, with coat colors ranging any number of colors that can be found in both horses and donkeys. Like their donkey counterparts, many mules have paler patches around their bellies, on the insides of their thighs, and on their muzzles and around their eyes, along with what are known as primitive markings such as a dorsal stripe or a shoulder stripe. In addition to their sure-footedness, toughness, endurance, speed, and agility, mules exhibit a characteristic known as hybrid vigor. This, in short, means that mules are more than merely a sum of the genetic components of their parents, but possess a greater intelligence, memory, social affection, and, most famously, obstinance than either of their genetic predecessors. Though comparing the merits of horses versus mules can fast become a divisive subject in equine circles even today, mules were as essential to the functioning of the Rangers as were their more heralded mounts. For Jenny the pack mule, though, and for the rest of Company D, the bulk of the months that immediately followed the enlistment of the new recruits would see little of the hard riding and hard fighting that the Rangers were so famous for. Instead, Gillette and his cohorts spent the time practicing riding and shooting, honing the skills of their trade in preparation for the eventuality that was violence and lawlessness in 1870s Texas. The primary threat amongst the plethora of threats facing any Texas farmer or rancher at the time was that of raiding from any of the hostile tribes in the area. The Kickapoos, the Kiowa, the Lipan Apache, and the Comanche had spent the preceding years exacting all the retribution they could on the Texas interlopers trespassing on their lands. Raiding was most common on full moon nights, so common that full moons in Texas are still often referred to as Comanche moons. Raiding parties could strike from bases hundreds of miles away from their intended targets, striking quickly and disappearing into the vast expanses of the plains. To thwart their efforts, Captain Robertson employed a number of native spies whom he stationed at every significant headwater, river crossing, and waterhole in the territory, as a means of intercepting any prospective raiding parties who would, at some point, need to water themselves and their mounts. When a raiding party was spotted, the spy, often from a native tribe on good terms with the Texans such as the Tonkawa, would make a mad dash to the nearest fort to report it to the Rangers as soon as possible. In late 1875, Ranger Lem Syker had been detached to Fort Mason in order to procure supplies for Company D. Just as Syker had settled down in the lobby of the Frontier Hotel, a runner came rushing in announcing that a raiding party had stolen a herd of horses from local rancher John Gamble. Syker, being deprived of his after-dinner repose, immediately saddled his horse, Old Pete, and embarked on an all-night ride back to the Ranger encampment outside Menardville to alert the rest of the company. At about 8 o'clock the following morning, Syker and Old Pete made their way into the camp, alerting Captain Roberts and the rest of the men as to the situation at hand. The Rangers' horses had been turned out to graze for the day, and as they were being rounded up, Captain Roberts appointed 15 men to go in pursuit of the band of raiders. Among those selected was Gillette, who, like the rest of his detail, was issued 100 rounds of ammunition and 10 days' rations. Jenny the pack mule was loaded with the extra supplies and ammunition, and the contingent made as much haste as possible in making themselves ready to hit the trail. By noon, Captain Roberts was at the head of their single-file line, leading them north to where the San Saba River crossed Scalp Creek in what is today northeastern Menard County. Roberts had spent nearly 2 decades of his life in the Rangers up until now, and in that time had acquired the acuity and intuition born only of experience. He believed the raiding party to be heading north, towards the open prairie. Roberts also knew the raiding party would be moving at a pace unknown to all but the most hardened pursuers over rough, unforgiving country. This dampened his hopes of actually catching and engaging them, much less returning the horses to their rightful owner. However, he did not feel the task to be outright impossible, and thus the Rangers picked up their pace in hot pursuit. They crossed the San Saba River just north of Menardville, then turned north as their trackers discerned the trail left by the raiding party. The standard Ranger practice, employed here by Captain Roberts, was to detail their 2 best trackers to ride roughly 200 yards in front of the main body of Rangers, as the main body provided security. At roughly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the party came upon a lone horse that had fallen behind and been left by the raiding party. The unfortunate animal had been cut by a lance and was nursing a lame rear leg. Captain Roberts discerned the animal to have been left by the raiding party at around sunrise that morning, as the animal's coat had a film of sweat that had dried in the intervening hours. The captain estimated the raiding party, whose tribal identity was still unclear, to be 35 to 40 miles ahead of them. Such a gap, the experienced leader knew, could only be covered in such rough country via a steady, dogged pace. They would, he said, either walk down their quarry or not find them at all. The party kept to the trail at their belabored pace, taking no time to stop for dinner. After covering an estimated 60 miles, reaching the famed Kickapoo Springs well after sunset, the party made their camp and watered themselves and their horses for the first time since crossing the San Saba River that morning. The next morning, they headed out again, this time turning southwest. After seeing no trace of the raiding party for the bulk of the day, many of the rangers became nervous that they had lost the trail altogether. The experienced captain chuckled at their doubt and again proved himself a prudential leader when the trail reappeared that afternoon. However, even the captain was in for a rude surprise the next morning. Upon going out to retrieve their mounts, the rangers discovered that they had camped smack dab in the middle of a bed of rattlesnakes who were now out warming themselves in the summer sun. Two of the rangers' horses, one belonging to Jim Day and the other belonging to the captain himself, had been bitten during the night. Jim Day's horse's head had swollen to twice its normal size, and the captain's horse, known as Old Rock, had been bitten in the lower front leg. Two rangers were detailed to stay back with the injured horses until they either succumbed to their injuries or recovered sufficiently to carry on. As fate would have it, both animals would make a full recovery. Their relegations to the sideline, though, meant that, at least for the time being, the load on Jenny the pack mule would be increased, as supplies from the two snake-bitten horses were loaded upon her, and Captain Roberts mounted a younger mule. Snake bites and alternate mounts aside, though, the rangers were now making their most earnest attempt yet to hunt down the horse thieves whom they had already pursued so far over such rough country. After another day's brutal ride, the party had covered another estimated 60 miles. They again made a cold camp, and rising early the next morning, were back on the trail. That afternoon, they came upon the most promising sign yet that they were gaining ground on the raiding party. The carcasses of a large brown mare and a stocky sorrel Mustang were discovered next to a fallen oak tree, having been shot dead with a .50 caliber buffalo gun and denuded of their rib meat by the hungry raiding party. Until now, the captain had estimated the rangers' chances of catching the raiding party as 1 out of 10. Now, the captain cheerfully estimated to his men that they had as much as 95 chances out of 100 of catching their quarry. He insisted that the raiding party would not travel much farther before stopping to cook their newly begotten horse meat. Captain Roberts informed his men, several among whom included rookie rangers like Jim Gillette, for whom this would be their first taste of real combat, that they would likely meet the raiding party tomorrow in a fight. A mixture of excitement tinged with cold terror spread amongst them, as the trial by fire they had so long desired was now at hand. In his memoirs, Gillette makes no small matter in marveling at the captain's self-assuredness and his knowledge of the country and of the habits of the raiding party. The rangers continued their pursuit, following the trail west to the South Concho River, then northwest out onto the vast expanses of the mesquite-strewn Central Texas plains. After another 50 miles of travel, another cold camp, and another hungry, restless night, the rangers checked their weapons in the pre-dawn light, tightened the cinches on their saddles, and loaded Jenny the pack mule with all the extra supplies they could not carry individually. They traveled another 5 or 6 miles before Ranger Paul Durham alerted Captain Roberts to a dark object on the horizon that looked as though it were moving. The captain brought it into focus with his field glasses and ordered his men to make ready, for he had spotted the native raiding party. The rangers were ordered to dismount and form a line. As they did this, what would be recalled by Jim Gillette as a distressing silence overtook the group. Captain Roberts and a sergeant named Hawkins were the only ones amongst them that had any actual real combat time against native forces. And, as the tribal identity of their adversaries was yet unclear, they were all the more unnerved. Gillette recalls, Captain Roberts called out to us in positive tones not to leave until he told us to go, and not to draw a gun or a pistol until ordered, declaring that he wanted no mistake on the eve of battle. Roberts also ordered Jenny the pack mule to be turned loose when they went into the fight. Then, the party mounted, formed into a double-file line, and began their advance on the still oblivious raiding party. The party moved in silence until within 400 to 500 yards of the native raiders, who were still busy cooking and eating the horse meat they had harvested the day before. However, Once they were spotted, the fight was on. Gillette's personal account is as follows. At once there was a terrible commotion. The Indians rounded up their stock and caught fresh mounts almost in the twinkling of an eye. Then, led by their old chief, they took positions on a little elevated ground some 200 yards beyond the loose horses. The Redskins stationed themselves about 15 or 20 feet apart, their battle line when being formed about 100 yards wide. As each warrior took his station, he dismounted, stood behind his horse, and prepared to fire when given the signal. Gillette recalls the surreal juxtaposition of his very real terror at his first taste of combat, and his fascination with his commanding officer's not only lack of fear, but sense of admiration for the enemy they were about to engage. "Boys, they are going to fight us," he said. "See how beautifully the old chief forms up his battle line?" However, all belligerents present were quickly snapped back to reality by the very real and very immediate demands of battle. Now, within 100 yards of the raiding party, the captain ordered his men to dismount, to shoot low, and to kill any horse bearing a native rider that they could. Any native they could get on foot in this open and austere country, the captain believed they could overtake and kill or capture. Within seconds of this, the parties were engaged. And, as Gillette recalls, with the first shot, everybody, Indian and Ranger, began firing and yelling. Within the first minute of fighting, the Rangers had killed 2 horses and mortally wounded 1 native. In quick succession, the natives mounted their horses and attempted to make an escape, and the Rangers gave chase. Initially, Gillette's horse, himself facing the trials of combat for the first time, was spooked by the gunfire, and instead of following the rest of the Rangers, ran in several tight circles before finally coming under control. Gillette spotted a native warrior on foot, running for the cover of a mesquite thicket with a Winchester rifle in his hand. Before reaching the thicket, though, he managed to flag down a fellow warrior who swooped him up from the back of his horse behind his perch as rider. The native warrior's pony, now doubly burdened with an additional rider, made a mad dash under its rider's directive toward another thicket of mesquite, but Gillette's now focused and obedient mount was able to rapidly close the ground between them. As Gillette neared the pair, the passenger attempted several pot shots in an attempt to dissuade his pursuit, before ultimately holding the rifle out at arm's length and dropping it in an attempt to entice the Ranger out of the chase in hopes of garnering himself a valuable firearm. Gillette and his mount remained undeterred, however, and they followed the native warriors and their mount into the mesquite thicket. After drawing up to within what the Ranger estimated to be 20 paces of the pair, the overly excited young man hopped off of his horse and made a pot shot of his own at the natives. This, unfortunately, struck and killed their mount, with the horse falling onto the rider and the passenger managing to land on his feet and abscond into the bush. Seeing the rider pinned and thus less of an immediate threat, Gillette continued his pursuit for the passenger, but not before noting to himself, with no small degree of astonishment, that the rider seemed to be, in fact, a teenage white boy with long red hair who had evidently been assimilated into the tribe. This would not have been unheard of, but it was still quite the shock for the young Ranger, one he had no time to fully digest while on the new trail of his more immediate quarry. He was joined by fellow Ranger Ed Syker, who had seen the fleeing warrior from the other side of the thicket and joined Gillette in pursuit. Gillette had made another attempt at shooting the chief, but was unsuccessful as he ducked behind a mesquite tree limb. Syker, however, did not miss in his attempt at a follow-up shot and struck the warrior with a shot in the back, killing him within a minute. When Syker and Gillette momentarily examined his body afterwards, it was determined from his leggings and bow style that he and his cohorts were members of the Lehmann Apache tribe. The Lehmann Apache are part of a group of Apache who had moved south from Canada between the years of 1000 to 1400 AD. These groups eventually subdivided into the Navajo, the Mescalero Apache, the Chiricahua Apache, the Jicarilla Apache, and the Lehmann Apache. They occupied the furthest southeastern corners of the Apache lands. These particular Lehmann Apaches were the Plains Lehmann, whose homelands were these rugged expanses between the Colorado and the Concho rivers in Texas. For centuries by this point, they had been warring with the Comanche. The conflict had seen them continually driven south and oftentimes fighting a two-front war against Anglo and Mexican settlers on one side and Comanche raiders on the other. In the preceding months, they had been relatively quiet, but the promise of this easy acquisition of a large amount of horses was simply too enticing to pass up for the Lehmann in these hard times, and these times that were proving to be, even by the harsh standards of the frontier, exceedingly lean. They had, too, long made a habit of absconding with the children of both Mexican and Texan settlers. Too many times to count, a settler family on the Texas frontier saw their beloved children disappear in the blink of an eye, gone forever at the hands of the Lehmann, the Apache, or Comanche raiders. This did not, however, fully explain the red-headed rider of the fallen pony. Who was he? How did he come to be here, and was his family aware of his fate? All these questions swirled through the rangers' minds as they made their way back to the location of the fallen horse. But when Syker and Gillette arrived, they found only the unfortunate mount, the mysterious redhead rider having freed himself and disappeared into the Texas landscape. And while none of the rookie rangers had been killed nor seriously injured, and their experienced commanders had emerged unscathed, one of the most experienced members of the ranger contingent had not survived the day. Though she would not be found until months later, Ginny the pack mule had been struck with a single bullet just below the ear, instantly ending her earthly existence, as well as her legendary tenure with the Rangers. Such a loss was felt heavily by the men, so heavily that Gillette devotes a sizable portion of his account to lamenting her untimely loss. All they could do now was make their way with the rest of the Rangers under the command of Captain Roberts back to Menardville. To be sure, they were returning with the recovered horses, but to Gillette's inexperienced mind, they were seemingly more questions than answers after his first brush with mortality. Who was the red-headed boy? How had he ended up with the Lehmann Apache, and where had he disappeared to? It would not be until many years later Gillette would learn the identity of the young red-headed warrior. His name was Adolph Korn, and he had been kidnapped years earlier by the Lehmann Apache from his family home near present-day Fredericksburg, Texas. Adolph had fully assimilated into the Lehmann Apache and was only eventually brought home, much to his chagrin. However, he and Gillette would meet decades later and even maintain a friendship for a number of years until Korn's death in 1900. Gillette would continue his service with the Rangers for 6 more years until ultimately retiring in 1881. He would ultimately pass away in 1937 in Temple, Texas, from a heart attack. His legend, the legend of Adolph Korn, and the all-too-often unsung story of the Lehmann Apache are all topics that deserve their own episodes. And rest assured, those episodes are coming. But for tonight, those are other stories for other times. San Antonio, Texas, summer 1841. In the faint light of dawn, a group of 35 horsemen, composed of 20 Mexican citizens and 15 Texas Rangers, are saddling their horses and checking their weapons. The men are angry, indignant, and thirsting for vengeance. Throughout the previous spring, they have lost countless head of cattle and horses, seen their homes ransacked and burned, and, in some cases, seen their loved ones cut down in front of their eyes. Despite the tenuous relationship between Texas and Mexico at the time, this group has followed the age-old adage that the enemy of one's enemy is one's friend. These Anglo-Texans and native-born Mexicans, along with their Lehmann Apache native guides, ride now as brothers in arms against their collective enemy, the Comanche. They now unify around the singular intent of their joint mission, retaking the horses that had been most recently stolen from ranches all around San Antonio, as well as killing or capturing any and all Comanche that they can. The group assembles and rides out of town, heading southwest in the direction the Comanche raiders had last been seen. The Rangers, though comprising the minority of the overall force, are the most experienced in tracking and fighting the Comanche, and are assigned to lead this retributive expedition. Though they themselves have only existed for a little over half of a decade, they have amassed considerable combat time against the Comanche. They, along with their native guides, had been amongst the incredibly rare few who had fought the Comanche in their own proverbial backyard with any measure of success. Even then, they had not been able to stem the tide of violence that was washing over the whole of central Texas by way of incessant horrific Comanche raiding. The intensity and severity of these attacks were unlike anything anyone in Texas, from the native tribes like the Tonkawa, Karankawa, Waco, and Apache, to the Spanish, to the Mexicans, to the Texians, had ever seen before. Many times at desolate locations throughout the beautiful but unforgiving Texas frontier, whole villages, families, and farmsteads were simply wiped out. The Comanche had, for centuries, suffered the slings and arrows of oppression at the hands of the more organized, wealthier, and simply more fortunate tribes. Their ascension had come only with their introduction to the horse, via the raiding of and trading with the Spanish. However, once this serendipitous meeting had occurred, the Comanche's rise to power happened with perhaps more intensity and more rapidity than had ever been seen by any tribe on the North American continent before. The Comanche mastered horsemanship, horse trading, horse stealing, and were one of the few tribes to selectively breed the animals. Unlike most tribes that American or Mexican forces had encountered up to this point in 1841, the Comanche also fought from horseback. Raids often took place on full moon nights, an occurrence that became so frequent that a full moon in central Texas became known as a Comanche moon. Unsuspecting settlers or villagers from rival tribes would awake to a cyclone of violence and terror that few would live to tell about. Mounted Comanche warriors who had made their way from base camps sometimes hundreds of miles away would suddenly swoop down on their targets, seeking to take all they could and kill anyone who might try to stop them. All men would generally be killed on sight, or else taken prisoner and summarily tortured to death as equal parts retribution and entertainment. Women would be taken prisoner and generally be used as slaves, both sexual and otherwise. Infants would, in general, be killed outright as their crying and constant need for care presented too much of a liability and inconvenience for a raiding party on the move to trouble themselves with. This pattern had been repeated ad nauseum for decades, and, for the most part, no one had been able to do anything about it. The masterful general and politician Juan Bautista de Anza had managed to broker a peace with the Comanche in New Mexico in the late 18th century, but it had not extended to the Texas frontier. The Spanish government had been long exasperated by its inability to settle any consequential amount of territory north of San Antonio since the city's founding in 1718. They had seen their soldiers and settlers, as well as their priests and missions, fall victim time and again to levels of violence that they had never encountered before. The Mexican government that had taken power after the signing of the Treaty of Cordoba in 1821 had found themselves just as perplexed as their predecessors on how to stem the tide of Comanche violence. In the Comanche, they had found not so much another native tribe to be either exterminated or driven out, but a rival empire with whom they had found themselves perpetually unable to compete. The seasonal attacks caused not only intermittent destruction, but a pervasive fear amongst the citizens of Mexico from San Antonio all the way to the Yucatan Peninsula. The Mexican government's solution was to install a buffer zone of Anglo settlers on the Texas frontier to absorb the brunt of the Comanche violence and hopefully spare their citizenry further south such troubles. But this solution was found wanting when the settlers, thoroughly fed up with the lack of support from the Mexican government, began to foment a spirit of rebellion amongst the settler population in Texas. This became a significant contributing factor in the Texians' ultimate rebellion against the Mexican government, which resulted in the Texas Revolution lasting from October 2, 1835 to April 21, 1836. The Texians would ultimately win their independence from the Mexican government, only to find themselves facing an even bigger challenge in stemming the tide of Comanche attacks that bedeviled virtually the entirety of the territory, from the Gulf of Mexico to present-day Oklahoma. Their solution was to employ mobile companies of light cavalry, who would police the open ranges of the Texas frontier. This was the genesis of the Texas Rangers. To be sure, the concept of ranging companies was not a wholly new one, even in the 1840s. The term ranger traces its etymology back to the 1590s, in which it initially described a rover or wanderer. However, the term had evolved by the 1660s to describe a mounted man or force of men who policed a large area of land. Even in their earliest iterations, the Texas Rangers sparked a nerve in the collective consciousness of the time, lending themselves to great tales of daring and do recounted from newspapers and dime novels in parlor rooms as far away as New York and London. But for all their vaunted martial prowess, the Rangers had, at least at first, struggled greatly. Their ranks were composed mostly of young men in their early 20s, many of whom had come to Texas for the express purposes of fighting, killing, combat, and adventure. They had fought and killed Mexican troops and citizens alike, chased down and brutally punished cattle thieves and murderers, and instilled their brand of frontier justice wherever they had seen fit. But of all their enemies, of whom there were many, it was the Comanche who had inflicted the greatest losses upon their already small ranks. In some of the earliest years of combating the Comanche, the Ranger fatality rate was recorded as being up to 50%. Those not fortunate enough to be killed outright were subjected to torturous fates. However, those who had survived had continued to hone their skills as a mobile attack force that could strike deep into enemy territory. They had seen their friends and comrades die in horrific ways in remote locations, with few to remember that they ever existed, and they were loath to let the lessons that they had learned from this go unused. They had continued to refine their techniques in riding and shooting, developing and drilling new recruits in shooting on the move from atop a galloping horse. They had developed their weaponry, moving from single-shot pistols to 5-shot revolvers with reloadable cylinders. The selective, effective, consistent, intensive combat inevitably culled the already stalwart Ranger forces into a Spartan-esque group of highly experienced and highly motivated frontier killers. Though they were certainly held in high esteem by the Texas settlers and citizens they were charged with protecting, the Texas Rangers in 1841 were known as rough men who, without the outlet of their profession, would have found no place in civilized society. The Rangers had no formalized uniform, nor any code of grooming or dress. They wore whatever they pleased and found most practical in the Texas weather and terrain. Oftentimes, the average Ranger might wear buckskin leggings with a cotton shirt and a wide-brimmed hat. Still others might wear a serape and coonskin cap. They were often not terribly concerned with record-keeping, journaling, nor the popular literature of the day. They were known to intermittently fight and kill each other with their bowie knives and revolvers in drunken quarrels. They were, by most accounts, more analogous to a modern-day biker gang than anything resembling a metropolitan police force today. Many had unkempt hair, long beards, and spoke coarsely. It was no small wonder, then, that they pledged their seemingly unwavering allegiance and obedience to a well-kempt, high-voiced, and slightly built Tennessean who was scarcely 24 years old. His name was John Coffee Hayes, better known as Jack Hayes. He had been born in Little Cedar Lick, Tennessee, into a proud military family. His father, Herman A. Hayes, had fought under Andrew Jackson in the War of 1812. He had given his son the middle name Coffee after John R. Coffee, a family relative and an officer at the Battle of New Orleans. He had made his way to Texas in 1836 in hopes of participating in the Texas Revolution, but, having arrived too late to do so, had found work as a land surveyor instead. This was perhaps the most dangerous job in the territory at the time. It involved venturing out into the vast expanses of the seemingly empty seemingly unclaimed spaces of the Texas frontier to demarcate boundaries of land plots ostensibly belonging to their new republic. But, as everyone in Texas well knew, the territories west of San Antonio and the new capital of Austin were neither empty nor unclaimed. This land belonged to an empire that, at its height, dwarfed the size and scope of anything the Texans could legitimately lay claim to. It belonged to the Comanche, and it was known as Comancheria. To set foot in these territories without explicit permission of the Comanche was to put one's life in very real, very immediate danger. The Comanche had long observed survey parties sent out by the Spanish and Mexicans and knew what their purpose and intentions were. These were the men who snuck into their lands to divvy them up and sell them off to the Comanche's hated enemies. Thus, many a surveyor met his end staked out to the Texas dirt, as Comanche warriors heaped burning coals upon his stomach and mocked his cries of pain and torment. Hayes, however, had been undeterred by the risks. He had been recruited into the Ranger forces for both his demonstrable traits as well as his military pedigree, and worked his way up through their ranks in short order. While stationed near San Antonio, Hayes had become good friends with a Lehmann Apache chief named Flaco. In their many conversations, Flaco had demonstrated in detail the tactics of the Comanche as opposed to other tribes such as the Apache or Waco. The Comanche attacked in cyclonic formations that saw a ring of riders rotate its way towards their target. Every time a warrior reached the point in his rotation where he was nearest the target, he would loose his arrow before his path continued to carry him to the rear of the formation, granting him time to reload and strike again on his next turn. Hayes employed Chief Flaco often in hunting down raiding parties and used the invaluable intel he had gathered from the chief in combating the Comanche on their own terms in their own territory. His reputation had grown not only amongst the Texians and Mexicans, but amongst the Comanche as well. They deemed him heap brave and referred to him as Captain Jack, which they pronounced Cap'n Yak, or bravo too much, meaning too brave. Many a bounty had been placed on his head by Comanche war chiefs and Mexican officers, who described him as an irascible devil. The accounts of friends and foes alike describe Hayes's normally affable, genteel manner, which seemed instantly transformed at the first call to arms. His dark eyes would become icy cold. His posture would become all at once commanding, and his distinctive, high-toned voice would become crystal clear and calm in doling out orders whose consequences would result in the men under his command living or dying. He was described as intensely concerned with the well-being of his men, but nearly suicidal in his disregard of his own, as arrows and bullets flew, shrieks rang out, and bodies fell all around him. These traits had garnered the young man not only the accolades of promotion within the Ranger ranks, but the unwavering loyalty of those in his charge. And so it was on this hot summer morning, as Hayes led his band of Rangers and Mexican gunmen in their pursuit of their mutual enemy. Leaving San Antonio, the party makes their way west, tracking the raiding party to the mouth of Uvalde Canyon, just over 80 miles from San Antonio. On July 1st, they finally come within sight of the Comanche. Knowing that time is of the essence if they are to maintain the ever-critical element of surprise, Hayes and his men make an immediate attack on the band of Comanches, roughly a dozen strong. The Comanche, for all their prowess in offense, often let discretion be the better part of valor in the face of surprise attacks. This case is no exception, as the Comanche warriors, along with one of their women, scatter into a nearby thicket. Hayes, leading the attack, brings his horse to a stop, while seemingly simultaneously stepping off the animal's back and charging into the thicket without breaking stride. Two of Hayes's Ranger comrades do the same, and the three men pursue their quarry headlong into the dense thicket. A volley of arrows flies towards them, with most of them sticking into tree trunks or bouncing off of limbs. They are, however, effective enough in deterring the ranger's attack, as all 3 men are hit. One of the men is grievously wounded, the other seriously wounded but still mobile, and Hayes has suffered a painful but comparatively minor wound to one of his fingers. Hayes directs the most seriously wounded ranger to take cover as best he can, while he gets their more mobile comrade to the comparative safety of their battle line. Hayes manages to do this, then returns to the thicket with a double-barreled shotgun in order to retrieve his more critically wounded ranger cohort. Of the 12 Comanche warriors in the thicket, only one is armed with a rifle, the rest being armed with bows, arrows, tomahawks, and knives. Against one wounded man with a shotgun and another nearly dead man with a pistol, this would normally be an unremarkable challenge for the Comanche, even within the restrictive confines of the thicket. Incensed at the ranger's rude interruption, the Comanche gather into a battle line and begin their attack, ripping through the limbs and brush, intending to swoop down on Hayes' position and end this troublesome, arrogant Texian once and for all. Jack Hayes, however, intends to kill all the Comanche he can, and, should they not kill him, get his wounded comrade to safety. He waits an agonizingly long several seconds until the Comanche charge is within 15 feet of he and his fellow ranger's position, before suddenly rising and coolly squeezing off shotgun blasts into the 2 closest warriors. Then, with the second shot still ringing in the air, Hayes drops the shotgun to the ground and draws his revolver. However, the 2 shots from the shotgun, as well as the visual of the damage done to their comrades, has been enough to dissuade the Comanches from their assault. This provides Hayes the proverbial window he needs to drag his fellow ranger to safety. He directs the men not caring for the wounded to encircle the thicket and shoot any Comanche who attempts to flee. Hayes then obtains a rifle and several freshly loaded cylinders for his revolver, before sprinting back into the thicket, alone. Hayes hunkers down into the same position he had left, with the stench of blood and gun smoke still heavy in the air. For the next 3 hours, Hayes proceeds to pick off the Comanche, one by one, as attack after attack is made only to be driven back by the accuracy and rapidity of Hayes' fire. Finally, as the late afternoon sun begins its languid descent into the west, there are only 2 men left alive in the thicket, Hayes and a Comanche warrior, as well as 1 Comanche woman. 10 of the Comanche's fellow tribesmen with whom they had traveled so far, and only this morning shared the warmth of their campfire and comfort of a good meal with, now lie strewn about this isolated thicket, their lifeblood drained into the caliche dirt. The last Comanche warrior, knowing he is surrounded and escape is all but impossible, resigns himself to his fate. He sings his death song, which echoes off the canyon walls in haunting refrains. The warrior then steals his mind, informs the lone woman left with him that she will be taken prisoner soon, and that she must conduct herself honorably and stay strong under the cruel yoke of the Texian intruders. Then he takes a deep breath, nocks one of his arrows, and begins to maneuver his way towards Hayes' position, intent on at least taking his pound of flesh from the Texians before entering the next world. Hayes, now sweat-soaked and covered in dust and blood, has been waiting. Though he has managed to kill all 10 of this warrior's comrades, he knows the fight is not over until either all of the Comanche are dead, or he is. Again, Hayes hunkers down as the thudding of footsteps and crashing of limbs nears his position. Finally, when the last warrior comes within 15 feet of his position, Hayes rises and takes aim. This time, though, he does not manage to get off a shot before his enemy. The Comanche looses his arrow at the same instant Hayes' revolver sends out a cacophonous retort. The arrow whips through the air, grazing Hayes' shoulder and knocking him to his back. The Comanche warrior is struck in the torso, but continues his attack, knife in hand. Hayes manages to pounce to his feet, and with the warrior mere feet away, empty his remaining 4 shots into the Comanche, ending his last fight for good. The woman is taken prisoner, the horses recovered, and the Comanche's bodies left to the desecrations of the wolves and coyotes. Hayes would go on to many more fights with not only the Comanche, but with the Mexican army, the Apache, and even the Paiute. He would ultimately move to San Francisco, where he would be named sheriff and amass a substantial fortune via ranching and real estate. Until his dying day, he would retain the respect of many of his staunchest former enemies, so much so that, upon hearing of the birth of Hayes' first son, the Comanche chief Buffalo Hump sent the ranger captain a golden spoon as a gift for his new baby. Hayes would go on to become one of the original members of the city of Oakland. He would ultimately pass away at the age of 66 and is buried at the Mountain View Cemetery in Oakland, California. The Comanche, though they had borne the brunt of this particular engagement, would go on to expand their empire, living as lords of the Southern Plains until the 1870s, when they were finally relegated to the doldrums, discontent, and perpetual disrespect of reservation life. The fight for Texas, perhaps more so than any territory in the whole of North America, was a bloody, unforgiving, grief-soaked, and violence-driven affair. The tales of triumph, tragedy, hopes gained, and lives lost are too numerous to cover in one episode. And while all are tales worth remembering, for tonight, they are other stories for other times. May 29th, 1850, 8 miles northwest of present-day Alice, Texas. Captain John Rip Ford and his contingent of Texas Rangers are making their way down a tributary of the Nueces River. They were on their way south, toward their headquarters at San Antonio Viejo, or Old San Antonio, near the U.S.-Mexico border on the Rio Grande. Captain Ford, known as Rip, which many apocryphal accounts attribute to his signing of so many death notices while serving as a quartermaster in the Mexican-American War from 1846 to 1848, has just celebrated his 35th birthday. He is joined by several other veterans of the war, all of whom are in their 20s and early 30s. Second in command is Lieutenant Andrew Jackson Walker. Malchiah Benjamin Highsmith serves as quartermaster and commissary. David Level serves as orderly, and Philip N. Luckett serves as the surgeon. Though young, all have considerable combat experience in the brutal conflicts of the Mexican-American War. A number of other Rangers rounded out their ranks, including William Gillespie. Gillespie, a relatively new Ranger, had also served in the Mexican-American War and came from a family who held a revered and respected place in the Ranger history. His uncle, Robert Gillespie, had served with distinction along with Ranger legends such as Jack Hayes, Bigfoot Wallace, Samuel Walker, and Rip Ford himself. Robert Addison Gillespie, known as Addie to his friends, had served with distinction in countless campaigns against the Comanche. He had met his end 4 years earlier while serving in the Mexican-American War. On September 22, 1846, in the Battle of Monterey, the elder Gillespie had reportedly been the first Ranger to breach the perimeter of the fort on Independence Hill. During the action, he was shot in the torso and mortally wounded. He would succumb to his wound a day later, on September 23rd. William Gillespie, determined to follow in his legendary uncle's footsteps, was keen to engage the Comanche and solidify his own reputation with the Rangers. The Rangers' lead scout is a half-Comanche, half-Mexican man named Rocco Magricio, who spoke 3 languages, Spanish, English, and Comanche, and was thoroughly familiar with the territory they were in, near the Nueces River. He was also reputed to have an otherworldly sense of smell. Despite the highly desirable skill set of their scout, they had spent much of the previous fall in pursuing specter-like bands of Comanche in vain, all throughout South Texas. They had, in fact, not even seen any Comanche in many months. This had been a source of great frustration for Ford, certainly, but even more so for the young and battle-hungry amongst them, like William Gillespie. During this spring, though, combat with the Comanche had seemed a more and more certain prospect. Their first contact would come as a shock, though, when they were startled awake on May 26th by the gunshot of a ranger posted as sentry. His intended target had been a group of shadowy figures astride several of the ranger's horses, riding away from the herd at a full gallop. After the riders did not halt at the sentry's orders, the ranger opened fire, hitting one unfortunate rider in the torso and knocking him to the ground. Until the sun broke on the eastern horizon, no ranger left the perimeter of the camp for fear of being caught in an ambush in the dark. However, once dawn broke, the group was sent out to retrieve the unidentified would-be horse thief. They returned to camp soon after, bearing with them the barely alive body of a teenage Comanche warrior. He had been part of a group of young warriors intent on stealing the Texans' horses, garnering themselves a measure of material wealth and social renown. Though his cohorts had managed to escape, this unfortunate young man had been mortally wounded by the sentry's shot. As he expired, the rangers rode out of camp and reconnoitered an area several miles in circumference, finding none of the unfortunate young warrior's companions. Later that day, Captain Ford scribbled a note detailing their location and contact with the Comanches and requesting reinforcements. He dispatched another eventual ranger legend, Edward Burleson Jr., to carry the message to the nearby Fort Merrill. Burleson departed and later returned that afternoon, reporting of a dismal, even downright disturbing state of affairs at the fort. The commander, J.B. Plummer, seemed not only unconcerned with the potential danger, but also upset with the Rangers for their early morning gunshots disturbing his troopers' sleep. Plummer dismissed the reports of Comanche being so close to the fort, despite the tangible proof of a dying prisoner in the custody of the Rangers. His reticent agreement to send a small detachment of his regulars back to the Ranger camp with Burleson only resulted in the already bizarre situation deteriorating into the macabre. That night, one of the regulars wandered about the camp, toting the head of the recently deceased Comanche as a trophy. Even for the veteran Rangers, and especially for their neophyte brethren, such a sight was both disgusting and distasteful. Ford described the man as loony and sent the regulars away upon being made aware of the reprehensible display. Now, 3 days later, as they made their way south, their eyes always scanning the brush and horizon for potential dangers, many among them desired only to exit this territory and secure a few days' respite within the walls of San Antonio Viejo. Once ensconced within the comparative safety of sturdy, cool adobe walls, and tempering their nerves with a stiff drink, perhaps their minds could unwind enough to process the events of the preceding 72 hours. But San Antonio Viejo was still a long ride up the Nueces from here, and whether the Rangers knew it or not, there would be no respite from violence and danger anywhere in their near future. For, though the Texas frontier was a vast expanse of territory that did not always lend itself to ease in travel nor communication, word did spread fast. And word had spread to the Comanche, via the survivors of the failed raid on the Ranger encampment, that the Texians had inflicted a hard death on one of their beloved tribesmen. Though the Comanche could be harsh, unremitting, and even overtly inhumane to even the most innocent of their enemy, Comanche families and bands were incredibly close and unyieldingly sentimental. As was common amongst many Plains tribes, the Comanche ceremonial grieving process often involved self-mortification that could at times even result in the death of the practitioner. The Comanche, though, perhaps more than any tribe, managed to perpetually strike a Newtonian balance in avenging wrongs done to them. That is to say, to whatever degree they perceived themselves to have been aggrieved, it was their right, nigh their karmic duty, to seek vengeance via an equal and opposite degree of violence. The Rangers were all too aware of the Comanche's propensity for combat, and thus a tense anticipation pervaded their ranks as they rode south. For better or for worse, though, they would not have to suffer the pangs of dread long. They had broke camp at dawn, and by mid-morning, their scout, Roque, had spotted the tracks of several unshod horses, sign of a war party being nearby. The Comanche would have been aware of the party's likely destination, as it was the only fort on the Nueces between their current location and the fort they had just left. Thus, Ford and his rangers assumed, correctly as it would turn out, that the Comanche intended to cut off their current path of travel. With the Comanche, and thereby mortal danger, near at hand, thoughts of relaxing in a border cantina or reposing in a warm bed at their destination were quickly replaced with the immediate demands of combat. Their first engagement saw them being fired upon by a small party of Comanche attackers, another small group of younger braves out reconnoitering the territory. The attackers were quickly disconcerted by the firepower of the Ranger contingent. By 1850, the Rangers, though only a decade and a half old, had already contributed significantly to advancements in firearm technology. The intervening time had seen the average Ranger outfitted at first with single-shot pistols, then 5-shot Patterson Colt revolvers with removable cylinders, to, at this time, the most recent iteration of the Colt revolver, the 1847 Walker Colt. Its predecessor, the Patterson Colt, had been the brainchild of a young New Jersey inventor named Samuel Colt. Colt had first designed the pistol with its revolving cylinder in 1836. Though the implementation of a revolving cylinder was not invented by Samuel Colt, his hope was to bring the concept to its fullest fruition. Though at first it seemed there was no commercial interest in his invention, it would be the burgeoning Republic of Texas who would be an early purchaser of the firearm. In 1839, the Republic would officially purchase 180 of the revolvers for use by, of all things, the Texas Navy. At the time, pirates did frequent the coast of Texas, and the Republic needed to defend itself against possible international incursions now that it was, for the time being, operating as an autonomous entity. However, Governor Sam Houston would disband them in 1843, freeing up the stocks of now unused revolvers for Texas's newest military experiment, the Texas Rangers. The Rangers, who traced their lineage to Stephen F. Austin's ranging companies of the 1830s, were a motley assemblage of combative and adventurous young men whom Texas sought to employ as a light-mounted cavalry. In the intervening years, both the Rangers and the revolver would be put through the refiner's fire of hard, frequent, and highly mobile combat engagements with adversaries ranging from cattle thieves to Mexican soldiers to Comanche warriors. Colt even struck up a correspondence, an eventual friendship, with Ranger Samuel Walker, in which the Ranger related suggestions for improvements in letters oftentimes written not far from the front lines. Walker was a Maryland native who had come to Texas in 1842 via the port at Galveston. He had served under Captain Jesse Billingsley in an ill-fated invasion into Mexico, only to be captured, held as a POW, and narrowly survive what is known to history as the Black Bean Incident, linked to episode in description. Upon returning to Texas, Walker enlisted with the Rangers, and via his experiences in fighting the Comanche, Kiowa, Apache, and in the Mexican-American War, he would come to suggest adding a fixed trigger guard, interchangeable parts for easier repair in the field, and, perhaps most distinctively, adding one chamber to the cylinder, making it a 6-shot revolver. The finished product, what would come to be known as the Colt Walker revolver, would weigh in at 4.5 pounds, with a length of nearly 1.25 feet, firing a .44 caliber ball with an effective range of roughly 100 yards. This made the Colt Walker what amounted to a handheld cannon, especially by the standards of the time. Rip Ford himself, who served with Samuel Walker throughout many of the same campaigns, including the Battle of Veracruz, remarked that the pistol was indeed more powerful than the .54 caliber Mississippi rifle after seeing its lethality at distance in combat. The Rangers quickly adopted the new revolvers in 1847, and Walker himself would carry 2 into combat late that year at the Battle of Huamantla. It would be here on October 9, 1847, that the young Ranger captain would be shot and killed by a sniper. Though Walker had fallen, his legacy, and the legacy of the firearm he had helped to build, were still keenly felt just over 2 years later here on the Nueces River. Rip Ford and the countless other veterans of the war in which Walker perished no doubt felt an extra measure of gratitude for his efforts now that they found themselves surrounded and far from home. The Walker Colt enabled them to lay down a field and rate of fire that could overwhelm the rate of fire that the Comanche were capable of with their short, high-draw-weight bows. The Comanche had long dominated the battlefield in terms of rate of fire and maneuverability, 2 key factors in any engagement. The horsemanship of the average Comanche warrior enabled him to fire his weapon while hanging off the side of the horse, protected from counterfire by the animal's body. He could loose his arrow from over the horse's back, as well as under or over the horse's neck, all while shielding himself from consequential counterattack. These skills were not inherent in the Comanche more than any other people. The difference lay in their lifestyle and training. The Comanche were highly practiced from very young ages at skill sets that would eventually stack together to present the fully formed, fully grown warrior that ruled the southern plains. Comanche children, boys and girls, were taught to ride and to shoot. Common practice drills involved picking up objects off the ground while riding their horses at progressively faster speeds upon every attempt, as well as shooting live birds out of the air with blunted arrows as a means of target practice. But the Rangers, for all their reputation as an ad hoc assemblage of killers for hire, were in fact disciplined, drilled professionals who were not only superb horsemen, but incredibly accurate marksmen while mounted, as well as sound, small group tacticians. And the Rangers were not only well armed, but mounted on some of the finest horses in Texas. A prospective Ranger was not allowed to join the ranks with a horse valued at less than $100. Adjusted for inflation, this would be a cost of roughly $3,900 today. The Rangers were indeed known for their decided lack of military discipline, dress, and decorum. They were free to wear what pleased them, from wide-brimmed hats and serapes to buckskin leggings and coonskin caps. But in combat, they were highly disciplined, highly mobile, and highly dangerous. In 1850, they were essentially the only military force capable of engaging the Comanche on the Comanche's level. On this day, though, that premise would be certainly put to the test. After their initial skirmish near what was known as Rancho Amagosa, Ford ordered his men into skirmish lines spaced out a few yards apart, and the contingent carried on, Colt Walker revolvers drawn and ready. They moved as quietly as possible, communicating via either hand signs or in the most hushed of tones. They would travel another 4 miles up the Nueces before coming in sight of the Comanche's camp, near what is known as Agua Dulce Creek. The Comanche that had attacked them earlier had disappeared to the north, and had evidently not yet returned to their camp to sound the alarm that the Rangers were on their way. This delay meant the Rangers possessed the element of surprise, and Rip Ford sought to use that advantage to its fullest extent immediately. With Ford leading the charge, the Rangers rode full speed towards the unsuspecting war party's camp. The Comanche in camp, soon sensing the oncoming commotion of hoofbeats and riders' exhortations, snatched up their weapons and made a mad dash for their horses. Seconds later, the Rangers would smash into the Comanche camp at full force. Now riding at top speed and loosing howling war cries of their own, the Rangers barreled in amongst the Comanche, shooting down any and all that they could at first sight. No exception was made for the mounts of the Comanche either, as several of them were shot down at point-blank range in order to bring their rider to the ground. Over the course of the next few minutes, a brutal close-quarters combat would unfold throughout the camp, with some warriors standing to fight and others attempting to escape into the mesquite brush that surrounded them. Those who stood and fought were almost all shot down where they stood, while those who retreated into the brush were pursued by mounted Rangers intent on killing them. When the dust had settled, Rip Ford's Rangers had killed 4 of the Comanche warriors in the camp, and, by Ford's account, wounded up to 7. In the immediate aftermath, many of the Rangers were flushed with the thrill of victory, and shouts of triumph and congratulations abounded. Then, they heard the screams. In all the commotion, despite what any of them would consider a resounding victory, one of their own had been gravely wounded. Young William Gillespie had been riding through the village on the attack, bringing up the rear as a younger Ranger. Ahead of him, he saw a Comanche warrior attempting to flee the village on horseback. The warrior was, however, brought down in quick succession by a shot to the neck and an additional shot to the back. Gillespie watched the warrior fall from his horse, presuming him to be dead as he rode past. But, though mortally wounded, the warrior was not dead. The warrior had managed to bring himself up to a sitting position after Gillespie had ridden by him. Seeing this, Gillespie wheeled his horse around in an effort to shoot the fallen Comanche with his revolver. However, The animal lurched and caused the young man to misfire into the ground between himself and the Comanche. This momentary mishap created all the time the Comanche warrior needed to draw his bow one final time and, before expiring of his own wounds, loose an arrow that struck Gillespie under the rib cage, piercing his lung. Mortally wounded, the ranger slumped in the saddle. Seeing this, Captain Ford called his rangers off the pursuit of the fleeing Comanche and into two squads. One squad formed a defensive line to shield the second, who ushered Gillespie, still slumped in his saddle, to safety. For a tense moment, the fleeing Comanche turned and seemed to ponder an attack on the now compromised rangers, who had just done them so much harm and killed 4 of their own. However, they were not afforded much time in contemplation, as the ranger squad holding the defensive position soon burst into a headlong attack towards them. The Comanche fled into the mesquite, leaving their wounded to the mercy of the rangers. Once outside the effective range of the rangers' firearms, though, the remaining Comanche would continue to taunt and torment the rangers from afar, shielded from sight by the brush and darkness. Meanwhile, the rangers had commandeered what was the Comanche camp only a short time earlier, and turned it into the closest approximation to a field hospital as they were able. Their efforts would do little good, though. Gillespie's wound was severe, with the arrow penetrating deep into his ribcage. In the succeeding hours, he would die a slow, agonizing death. Gillespie was much beloved amongst his cohorts, and the fact that his legendary uncle had suffered such a similar, terrifying fate only a few short years before was not lost on any of the rangers present. But their work was not done. Those not tending to Gillespie were sent out to inspect and treat the horses, many of whom had been injured in the fight. Others were sent out to scout the perimeter of the camp on the lookout for any lingering Comanche. These rangers returned soon after with a young Comanche who had been injured in the fight and hidden in the brush. The boy had been hit twice by gunshots in the arm, but, much to the rangers' surprise and admiration, remained silent and stoic since being discovered. The boy apparently assumed that he would be taken to the rangers' chief and summarily executed. When he was informed that he would in fact not be harmed, he remained dubious but peaceable. The young man informed the rangers that he was the son of a war chief and that his people had bestowed upon him the rather unfortunate moniker of carne muerto, or dead meat. Were it not for the present circumstances, the bizarre nature of this scenario might have provided some much-needed levity. But, as the mortally wounded William Gillespie writhed in pain only a few yards away, there was no laughter to be had. The rangers made camp and endured a restless, agonizing night, one that their friend and compatriot Gillespie would not survive. Some time before the sun rose, the young ranger, who had dreamed of serving proudly and solidifying his own legend, passed away. Captain Ford, who no doubt bore a considerable amount of grief and guilt, having long known the Gillespie family, ordered the young man's body tied to a mule. The rangers then made their way to the top of a small hill near Agua Dulce Creek, where a grave was dug, and Gillespie was wrapped in a blanket, still wearing his boots, still with his hat on. What Ford himself described as a sad but simple service was held, with prayers offered and scriptures read. All the while, the young Comanche captive, who had been brought along in tow, stared silently at the open grave that had been dug. Like most Comanche, he would have been all too aware that the rangers had a reputation for exacting harsh revenge of their own on their prisoners. And he believed that, after the death of their comrade, the rangers now meant to kill him in retribution and bury him in the grave. He was, however, informed that this would not be the case. Gillespie's body was then lowered as gently as possible into the grave, covered with rocks to dissuade the wolves and coyotes, and then the rangers moved on, heading again towards San Antonio Viejo, with one less ranger and one more prisoner in tow. They would indeed make it to San Antonio Viejo. But the story of the rangers fighting the mighty Comanche here in the unforgiving Texas frontier was far from over. Rip Ford and many of the men present that day would go on to legendary careers with the Rangers. Though the fate of Carne Muerte, the young Comanche brave taken prisoner, is lost to history, the fate of Comanches was far from determined. Their reign as lords of the southern plains would continue on for at least a quarter century more, as would the tales of horrific raids, merciless battles, and the ongoing fight to hold on to the territory they believed to be rightfully theirs. But those, like the countless other stories from the Old West, are other stories for other times. Just as dawn begins to break, a pair of young Apache hunters lope their mounts towards the top of a ridge, being careful to move as quietly as possible, lest they disturb any game in the area. The young hunters are mere teenagers. One is a full-blood Apache named Bobo, riding a fine horse belonging to his father. The other is an adopted member of the tribe. A few years earlier, he had been a German-speaking farm boy on a Central Texas farm not far from today's Mason, Texas. His name had been Herman Lehmann, though he barely remembered that now. He had been kidnapped by the Apache with his younger brother Willie, taken while the boys were out watching sheep. The pair had suffered terrible abuse at the hands of the Apache, being starved, beaten, and driven without rest for long periods. Willie had managed to escape, but Herman had not. He had eventually been adopted by the Apache as one of their own. Life with the Apache, though, even once he had been adopted into an Apache family, had been difficult. Life for the Apache, and for any tribe in West Texas for that matter, was hard. The sparse landscape and unremitting conflict with Americans, Mexicans, and other tribes made for a perpetually hardscrabble, violent existence. But, at least for the time being, Herman was now, at least ostensibly, one of them. However, he was not fully Apache, and even his new name was quick to remind him of this every time he was addressed by it. His new name was Inda. It meant white boy. Regardless, Herman, or Inda, had thrown himself into the life of a preteen warrior in training under the often brutal tutelage of his adopted father, a chief named Carnoviste. Carnoviste had been the chief of the party who had initially kidnapped Herman and his younger brother from their family's farmstead. He had initiated the young boy into the brutal realities of Apache life before the raiding party had even made it back to their home village. Food on the trail could be scarce, and the luxury of cooking and eating meals while presumably being pursued was not one that could be afforded. Later in life, Herman would recall being force-fed the raw liver of a calf that the party had happened upon and slaughtered, as well as his repeated failure to keep the meal down. A few days later, the young Texan found his appetite less discriminating when the band discovered a few baby antelope that had been left alone when their parents had scattered at the approach of the oncoming Apache. The baby antelope were summarily scooped up and thrown into a leather sack as the Apache proceeded onto their campsite for the night. After several more hours of riding, they stopped and, for the first time in several days, afforded themselves the indulgence of a campfire. After they had the fire built and a sufficient bed of red-hot coals stoked, the antelope, some of whom were still alive, were thrown onto the fire whole to roast to the Apache's content. In his memoirs, 9 Years Among the Indians, linked to purchase in the description, Herman recalls his mix of admiration and horror when the antelope parents, known to track their young down should they wander off, showed up not far from the camp in an attempt to rescue their imperiled young. The Apache quickly shot both, and soon a great feast was had. For almost everyone, it was the first real meal in a long while and was greatly appreciated. And thus life had continued on for Herman, as he transitioned his mindset and lifestyle from that of a young Deutschman on the Texas farm to that of an Apache warrior responsible for eking out a living for himself and his family in a land that offered little and took much. He had learned, though, how to ride, how to track, how to hunt, and how to fight. The Apache were capable of procuring water from places that seemed to not have seen rain in years. They were renowned for their ability to track animals and people in the dusty, rock-strewn expanses of their homelands. They were also held in high regard as warriors, and feared as raiders in homesteads and hamlets from Utah to Mexico. However, the desert had not always been their home. They had once been the masters of the vast and bountiful expanses of current-day Texas and the southern plains. They had hunted the expansive buffalo herds, harvested from the pecan trees, camped in the meadows, and swam in the rivers and streams. Then, the Comanche had arrived. Over the course of a few decades, the newcomers to the southern plains, who had made their way down from the northern Rockies and made their martial ascent after mastering the newly available horse, had made it their business to systematically remove the Apache from what is modern-day central and southern Texas. The intensity and scope of the Comanche raids that swept into the Apache villages were unlike anything the Apache, or anyone else in Texas for that matter, had seen before. The Tonkawa, the Karankawa, the Caddo, the Waco, the Cheyenne, as well as the Spanish and later the Mexicans and Texans. Regardless of the target of their wrath, the accounts were strikingly and disturbingly similar. All fighting-age males not killed in defending their families would generally be summarily executed via any variety of torturous methods the Comanche employed over the years. Women would generally be assaulted and exploited, sexually and otherwise, and infants would be killed outright, as they posed too much trouble to a raiding party's egress back to their home territory. Children and preteens and some teens were, after a generally brutal induction process, adopted into the tribe, as Herman was with the Apache. The Comanche, in fact, have one of the most impure bloodlines of any tribe on record. Their male mortality rates were unusually high due to the frequency and ferocity of their combat, and their birth rates were relatively low, with miscarriages being a more common phenomenon among the perpetually horse-bound people. Raids would generally conclude with horses and usable goods being taken, and all homes and crops being burned. The Apache had perhaps suffered the wrath of the Comanche more than any other. Though many of the personal accounts would be lost to history, the sheer rapidity of the Apache retreat from their Texas homelands speaks to the ferocity of the attacks. But the Apache had managed to adapt and survive in their new lands. Though the game was less plentiful, it could still be procured, and thus Herman and Bobo had ventured out away from the relative safety of the camp on this morning. They assume, for all intents and purposes, that they are safe from Comanche attack, as they are already far west of the Comanche's typical range. Their only concern is not spooking any game in the area, and being able to find their way back to their village. Then the boys hear the sound of several hoofbeats coming their way. They are the only warriors who had left camp, and thus they know whoever is coming towards them is not from their village. Before the pair can question each other as to what the source of the noise might be, the answer is made all too apparent, as a large band of Comanche warriors suddenly crest the ridge the young Apache boys are at the bottom of. Their only option now is to flee back to their village and attempt to alert as many of their tribesmen as possible in order to marshal some sort of defense. Bobo's horse, fleet of foot and well-bred, turns and gallops back towards the village at full speed, his rider hugging tight to him by squeezing with his knees and hugging close to the horse's neck while staying low. Herman's mule, meanwhile, is not so obedient. The unfortunate animal has, by Herman's account, been beaten so severely for so long that it had become extremely skittish and even more obstinate than its nature had originally dictated. In this particular instance, as Herman urges the animal towards the Apache village and away from the oncoming Comanche, the mule begins to spin in tight circles rather than running in any direction. As the mule spins faster and faster, Herman calls out to Bobo, begging him to come back and help. But his pleas are to no avail, as Bobo, atop his fine mount, pays Herman no heed as he makes his way back in a full panic towards the Apache village. After a number of revolutions, the animal is struck in the hip by a Comanche arrow. This finally breaks the terrified mule from his panicked spin and sends him in a full gallop in the direction of the Apache village. Herman now hangs on for dear life, as the mule picks up more and more speed, finally passing Bobo. The terrified young man now cries out to Herman not to leave him, as his horse begins to tire and the Comanches gain ground. But, as Herman recalls in his own words, "If I had any intention of waiting, it was forlorn, for that dun mule was on the go. There was no stopping him." The mule, with Herman still clinging on to him, barrels through the Apache camp, knocking over women and children in its manic flee back to the village's horse herd, where, only minutes before there had been a placid camp with many Apache now just beginning to wake, there was now a scene of pure terror and calamity. Upon reaching the village's horse herd, Herman's mule begins to buck, attempting to dismount his rider and rejoin the perceived safety of its herd. Herman manages to safely dismount, jump on the back of another horse, and make his way back to the village. He arrives back just as the fight against the oncoming Comanches, a force Herman estimates to be roughly 40 warriors, is beginning in earnest. The Apache warriors have met the Comanche charge and managed to drive them back. As Herman scans the force of Apache warriors, loosing arrows and bullets upon the Comanche, he searches for the face of his hunting companion Bobo. But he is nowhere to be found. As arrows whiz all around, he notices a contingent of warriors pressing forward toward an area just outside the bounds of the village. Then, he sees the body of his friend, crumpled on the ground. His back is full of thick Comanche arrows, and he has been scalped. The young, carefree hunter who had taken to the wilderness with Herman just this morning was now gone. Unable to process the gravity of these events in the moment, Herman can only express rage as he joins the group of Comanche fighting their way forward to recapture the body of the young warrior. Herman later recounted the events in his memoirs. Every foot of ground was contested. The Comanche were nasty fighters, but we greatly outnumbered them. The battle began about 10 o'clock in the morning and raged most of the day. About sundown, the Comanches withdrew, leaving many of their comrades dead on the battlefield. Never tried to follow them, for 20 of our braves had gone to the happy hunting ground, while 8 more were writhing in pain, 4 of whom died that night in spite of the prayers and incantations of our medicine man. 1 more died the next day, but the other 3 recovered. Our dead were given a decent burial. Herman and his cohorts now moved back to the battlefield, still stinking of iron and slick with blood, to retrieve any usable weapons from the dead Comanche. Guns, bows, arrows, and shields are all collected, as are any horses that are not dead or wounded. The dead Comanche warriors are afforded no respect. They are gathered up and thrown into a hole in the ground, left to the ravages of the wolves, coyotes, and buzzards. The Apache then hurriedly pack their things and break camp, moving north at a rapid pace in case there were more Comanche in the area to be avoided. Scouts are sent out in every direction to scour the landscape for any Comanche in hiding. And soon, 2 Comanche spies are discovered. One is shot and killed outright upon discovery, while the other is captured and hauled in to be tortured. Colonel Viste, Herman's adopted father and the village's chief, cuts holes in both the Comanche's arms, strings a rawhide cord through them, and hangs the warrior up from a tree, leaving him to expire as the Comanches move on. Herman would later recall, with no small amount of disgust, how an old Apache squaw, whose nose had been cut off for infidelity, had felt bad for the Comanche and later snuck back and cut him down. Such soft-heartedness was seen as a reprehensible trait in these harsh environs. Finally, the party arrives at a spring some 60 miles from their previous encampment. They stay for a few days, trying to come to terms with their intermittent, overwhelming grief and rage. One morning, soon after arriving to the spring, an old Apache man wakes in a sweat. He stirs his family awake and tells them of a terrifying vision he has just seen in his dreams. They then report the vision to Colonel Viste, who listens intently as the old man describes his nightmare in detail. He says he has seen a great horde of Comanches chasing after them, and that soon these Comanche would be upon them. A collective pang of terror now sweeps through the village, and the elders come together to hold a council. All day, the Apache abstain from food and drink, and discuss what course of action they might take next. The majority of the Apache advocate for simply packing up and leaving the area altogether, rather than risk greater losses against a foe that had hounded them so incessantly for so long. Thus, Carnoviste and the rest of the village elders agree to pack up and move the village again, making as much haste as possible. The horses and mules are again hurriedly loaded, and the Apache move west. They move along quietly, doing their best to be as discreet as possible in this landscape that offers little in the way of tactical cover. They travel for 20 miles and begin to think that perhaps all of this was much ado about nothing. So much effort spent for the ravings of a sleep-deprived old man. Then, as though they have stepped onto a hornet's nest, the Comanche are everywhere. Somehow, where once the horizon had been bare, are now dozens of Comanche warriors coming at the Apache full bore, loosing arrows all the while. In the minutes that followed, utter devastation was wrought on the small Apache band. 40 of their warriors were killed, most of their women and children were taken captive by the Comanche, and all of their horses, food, and equipment was stolen. The Comanche, for their part, also suffered significant losses at the hands of the Apache, as the Apache had, in this particular fight, more rifles at hand than did their opponents. By Herman's later estimation, roughly 100 Apache warriors, along with 6 women, are able to escape on foot. For a full month, they wander the desolate landscape, barely surviving on what little food and water they could find. Finally, Herman and the other survivors cross paths with another band of Comanche, 150 warriors strong and well armed. They inform this band of the horrors they have suffered over the past several weeks at the hands of the Comanche, and a call is put out, all across Apache territory, for the bands to meet at a known spot on the plains, a dry lake bed known to the entire tribe. As Apache scouts carry the word from camp to camp, warriors begin to pour into the lake bed location from areas as far away as Utah, Arizona, and Mexico. As warfighters stream into the camp, they find it a hive of activity. Herman and all of his fellow warriors are hard at work, making arrows, hardening spear points, cleaning rifles, and reinforcing shields. The Apache had decided that they would no longer bear the brunt of Comanche wrath. The time had come for their people to unite and reap their proverbial pound of flesh from the Comanche transgressors who had, for so long and so egregiously, abused them. They had, many of them felt, reached the point of no return. There was no longer room for both they and the Comanche to exist, and they would now do their best to eradicate them outright and reclaim the homeland that was rightfully theirs. Hatred for the Comanche is so intense that even the women and children are drilled, again and again, in the handling of weapons and potential paths of egress, should their fathers and brothers be overtaken in the great battle to come. For the Apache and Comanche, a time of reckoning is at hand. Even the legendary chiefs, Victorio and Geronimo, come to the camp, ready to make war. It is Victorio himself who volunteers to lead a band of his most trusted scouts out into the west in a preliminary search for any Comanche in the territory. But as days pass, and as more and more Apache pour into the camp, and the pace of preparation becomes even more frantic, there is still no sign of Victorio's scouting party. Finally, the legendary chief straggles back into the camp, barely hanging on to his mount. All of his companions have been killed, he says, and the Comanche now know that the Apache are again encroaching into their territory. A council is again held, where Victorio, Geronimo, Carnoviste, and other chiefs all give their opinions on what to do next. Victorio advocates for peace with the Comanche. He says, "I fear not the Comanche myself, neither am I afraid of their allies, the Kiowa. But these tribes are strong among themselves and greatly outnumber us. Besides, the whites furnish them with guns and powder and lead to help exterminate our tribe. The white man is the Indians' enemy, and the Indians must quit fighting among themselves and all go together to fight the palefaces. While I was gone, on a previous trip, I saw as many palefaces as there are sprigs of grass on the plains or stars in the sky, and if we continue to fight each other, we will all be exterminated by the white men. Red Wasp, another chief, argued that we do not fear the cowardly palefaces. They have robbed us of our hunting grounds. They have destroyed our game. They have brought us disease. They have stirred up discord among our own race. They have intimidated our braves. They have made profligates of our children, reprobates of our wives, and destroyed our traditions. They have wrought despair and desolation to our tribes, and for my part, I am ready to fight until I fall. As to the Comanche, our grievances are great, and the cause of war is just, and I'll be glad to kill them when they come. Kill them as they kill our companions. Kill them. Kill them. And if we must die, let us fight to the bitter end. I want to fight. Finally, it is decided that a truce with the Comanche will be attempted. If it can be achieved, perhaps the two tribes can finally present a unified front against the centuries-long incursions of the whites, be they Texans, Americans, Mexicans, or Spanish. The next day, the Apache, under a white flag of truce raised high on a pole, make their way to within 3 miles of the Comanche camp. Soon, a Comanche warrior comes riding toward them. He circles the Apache party from a safe distance, whooping and taunting them, waving a black shield over his head. This is a challenge of war to the death, with all the vanquished being killed, be they warriors, women, or children. Now, the moment of truth arrives. Should the Apaches send out their own warrior, holding up a red shield, the invitation to battle would be accepted, and the fight would unfold. But instead, much to the Comanche's surprise, the Apache rider comes forward unarmed, still flying the white flag of truce. The Comanche, still incredulous, makes signs for 6 of their men to meet 6 of the Apache at a halfway point between the two parties. 6 Apache men are selected to go forward, and they ride out to meet the Comanche. The Comanche, for their part, agree to make peace so long as the offending Apache who had tortured their tribesmen was handed over to be dealt with as they saw fit. The Apache emissaries, very much aware that the offending chief the Comanche were referring to was the very much alive and well Colonel Viste, informed the Comanche that, unfortunately, the Apache who had so mistreated their warrior was unfortunately killed in the earlier battle. Disappointed, but unwilling to pursue the matter further, the Comanche agree to drop the issue altogether and pursue a unified, mutually beneficial peace. Upon this precarious falsehood, a truce is agreed to. The women and children who had been taken captive in the earlier raid are returned to their Apache families, and many tears of joy and celebration are the order of the day. Some of the Apache women even agree to, or are forced to, depending on the account, stay with their captors in order to solidify the relations between the two tribes via marital bonds. They are adopted into the tribe immediately, as is the old woman with no nose who cut down the Comanche. Herman, for his part, is not sad to see her go. Ultimately, Herman credits Victorio for opening the door to peace between the two tribes. Though their plans for unity and retaliation would never ultimately materialize, the diplomacy and political dexterity shown by Victorio in this instance are without doubt belonging to a rarefied strata of achievement and leadership. And while this particular tale ended well, the times before and after in which conflicts such as these ended in untold bloodshed and suffering are too numerous to mention. And the tales of young Herman Lehmann, who would eventually kill a medicine man in retaliation for the murder of Carno Viste and escape to join the Comanche, do not end here either. But for now, those are other stories for other times.
South Texas, 1840. On the bank of Chicolete Creek, northeast of the town of Victoria, a large, bearded man sits alone next to a small campfire. Though the oppressive Texas sun has sunk into the horizon several hours ago, he cannot sleep. As he stares into the campfire, he wonders what is worse, to stay awake recalling the memories, or to fall asleep and relive them in his nightmares. His knuckles whiten as he grips the handle on his knife and stares intensely into the flames. On this night, like so many others, his thoughts are not here in his Spartan one-man camp that he shares only with his trusted horse, Pepperpot. They are now firmly ensconced in the memory from a few years earlier on a farmstead 60 miles away, on the banks of the Guadalupe River. The man's name is Jeff Turner, and he had come to Texas from Kentucky in the 1830s. He had been born and raised in the Bluegrass State and had always planned on making his way as a farmer near the place of his birth. He had married a young woman from his hometown near the Beach Fork, and within a few years, the young couple had a small but thriving farm and 3 young sons. Life was good. Then, one day, a stranger stopped by the Turner's family farm asking if he might trouble them for a hot meal and a night's boarding. This was not wholly uncommon in the area at the time, and he was welcomed inside for a dinner and a night's rest. As the family ate, Jeff Turner and the traveler conversed about the man's ultimate destination. The man said he was on his way south, as many in Kentucky were at the time. He was headed to a land of open, free country, with rich lands for farming and cattle, hills and valleys replete with wild game, rivers teeming with fish, all open for the taking for any settler with enough gumption and drive to do so. He was heading, the traveler said, to Texas. The next morning, the traveler had gone on his way, and the Turner family returned to their daily chores and social interactions. However, Jeff Turner could not shake the thought of Texas from his mind. Though his family had lived comfortably, they lived meagerly. And while this had sufficed for his small brood until now, there was little to no hope of amassing enough wealth to pass on to his children, nor to ensure his wife's perpetual comfort upon his passing. For months, Jeff Turner was dogged by the notion that he could and should have been doing more to provide a future for his wife and young children. Finally, he made up his mind that the Turners would sell their farm and move to Texas. It would take months more of convincing his reluctant wife that this was the right decision, as the prospect of leaving their moderate but reliable lifestyle seemed, at first, far too daunting for the young mother. After all, Texas was known for more than just its tales of prosperity and progress. Though it would soon establish itself as an independent republic which ostensibly laid claim to lands from Matagorda Bay to today's Oklahoma Panhandle, everyone knew that Texas did not really belong to the Texians. Nor had it belonged to their predecessors in the Mexican government, nor the Mexicans' predecessors in the Spanish. Texas, for the last century and a half, had belonged to the Comanche. Even for residents of Kentucky in the 1830s, the stories of the atrocities being wrought across Texas were unlike anything they had heard before. Their forefathers had long fought the resident tribes of Kentucky, like the Shawnee and the Cherokee. They had subjected and been subject to all manner of violent encounters that had seen men, women, and children on both sides needlessly slaughtered for decades, if not centuries. And still, for many, the accounts of the few who had survived a raid by the Comanches were jaw-dropping. Countless Spanish missionaries and Mexican settlers, as well as nearly every tribe who offered even the most tacit resistance or imposition, like the Tonkawa, Waco, Delaware, Kickapoo, and the Apache had fallen victim to the merciless depredations of the Comanche. Time and again, entire families, even entire villages, had been simply wiped out. All the men would be killed, as well as any children not old or able enough to be self-sufficient. Women would be doomed to a life as slaves and concubines, often ultimately being killed themselves when no longer of use or interest to their masters. But despite the volume and veracity of the horrific reports that seemed to flood out of the burgeoning republic, the settlers, replete with their dreams of fortune and legacy, continued to pour into the territory. And, just as so many had done before him, in the fall, after being visited by the Texas-bound traveler, Jeff Turner finally convinced his justifiably reluctant wife that the prospective risk was worth the potential reward. Turner sold the farm for a decent profit, and the young family packed everything they owned and made their way south to the Republic of Texas. After spending a few weeks near San Antonio, the family made their way to the Guadalupe River, following its southeasterly course, which ultimately ends in the Gulf of Mexico. It would be here, on a tributary likely not far from the present-day towns of Seguin and Gonzales, that Jeff Turner and his family would stake their claim. Turner, with the help of his two eldest sons, built a small cabin and in the early spring had begun to clear the brush and bramble around the family's home in order to plant crops. Though she had been reluctant to leave their Kentucky home, Mrs. Turner began to warm to the trappings of their new homestead. The stories had indeed been true. The land was rich for farming. Her husband had no trouble in keeping the family well fed on wild game, and the creek that ran nearby was both bountiful and beautiful. It seemed that, after many months, the arduous trip and countless dangers and hardships had been, in fact, worth it. The Turner family had found their home in Texas, and they were happy. Then, one morning early that May, Jeff Turner set out with his rifle on a hunt. Before he left, he took time to absorb the totality of his bucolic home front scene. His 3 sons, all under the age of 10, played near the stream. They used sticks to roll along waist-high hoops of wood made by tying the ends of a slender branch together. This game was common throughout European, American, and many indigenous cultures throughout the world. The game was a favorite amongst his young sons, and the unmistakable looks of carefree joy on their faces gave their father a sense of great satisfaction. On the side of the cabin, in the family's small vegetable garden, Mrs. Turner was busy pruning and pricking as she sang her favorite songs in a lovely, lilting tone. She cheerily bid her husband farewell, seemingly without breaking meter in the song that she was singing. Jeff Turner's heart was full as he ventured down the small creek and around a bend, finding himself in the middle of a timbered thicket before going much more than a mile. The day would be warm, Turner had thought, but even if there were no game about, it would be nice to take a walk and explore parts of this scenic track in more depth than he had yet done. In the silence of the early morning, the rippling of the small stream seemed to grow to a din. Then, suddenly, the tranquility of the rolling water was broken by the percussive retort of what sounded like a dozen or more rifles. And, all at once, Jeff Turner found himself awash in pure, cold terror. Visions of the worst possibilities flashed through his mind as he took off in a dead run towards his homestead. Then, seconds later, he heard the screams. They were a mix of the triumphant war cries interspersed with the shrieks of his beloved family. Before Turner reached the bend around which lay the cabin, the sound became that of only war cries. Finally coming into view of the house, Turner was met with a scene of utter devastation. He approached from the front, with the attack having come from the rear of the house. Coming through the door, he saw the bodies of his beloved wife and his youngest son. They appeared pale with the great loss of blood, the young child clasped desperately in his mother's arms, as she had apparently done all within her power to protect him. Near the back door lay the bodies of his 2 older sons, who despite their youth had apparently also fought to the last while wounded and bleeding profusely. Both were covered in blood and freshly scalped. Just as Turner had taken in this horrific sight, the Comanche came back, dismounting and walking idly towards the cabin, presumably unaware of Turner's return. Blind with rage and grief, and not fearing for his own life with the loss of all he had held dear, Turner instantaneously sprung from the door, placing a lead ball from his already loaded hunting rifle into the heart of one of the approaching Comanche, killing him instantly. Then, drawing his large hunting knife from his belt, Turner, in his own words, rushed upon the balance like a tiger. Still shocked that the cabin was no longer empty and at the sudden death of their cohort, the Comanche were in a momentary disarray. This afforded Turner enough time to inflict mortal wounds on several of them as they attempted to flee back to their mounts. The ensuing few minutes, by Turner's later account, were a blur. Like a rabid animal, he slashed and cut at any moving body he could until being felled by a volley of shots from Comanche rifles. He lay on the ground, yards away from his dearly departed family, his own blood draining into the dirt. The warriors, at this point unsure if there would be any more unexpectedly returning Texians, decided to take their bounty of foodstuffs and flesh and disappear into the rolling hills and elm tree thickets. Turner lay on the floor of his cabin, unconscious from the loss of blood, coming into consciousness only for brief, presumably traumatic bouts. At some point during that afternoon, a neighbor passing by the Turner farm noticed it was uncharacteristically quiet for a family of 3 young boys and industrious, fastidious parents. Seeing fit to further investigate, the kindly neighbor was met with the same macabre scene that had greeted Jeff Turner only hours before, only now with several additionally grievously mutilated bodies. According to the neighbor's later account, Turner was found lying across the body of one of his Comanche attackers, with his hands around the warrior's throat and the other hand stiffly grasping the knife that he had driven between the warrior's ribs, all the way to the hilt. Nearby lay 3 more warriors, all with horrific wounds inflicted by the knife now buried in their comrade. Amidst what must have been not only a psychologically traumatizing situation, but a viscerally revolting one, the neighbor saw the faintest signs of life in Turner and, through much effort on his own part, managed to pull Turner out of the cabin, drape him across his horse, and get the nearly dead man back to his own homestead. Here, he tended to Turner's wounds with the help of his own family and other neighbors. Upon initial examination, most among them thought it to be but a matter of time. Jeff Turner did not succumb to his wounds. For weeks, he was plagued by fever dreams and great pains throughout the whole of his beleaguered body. With time and great care, though, the staunch but pitiable frontiersman made his way back to physical health. But the man's mind had been forever scarred. He found the memories too much to bear, an interaction with anyone not privy to his grief far too exhaustive an endeavor to participate in for long. Instead, he had taken to living alone in the wilds of central Texas. He abandoned all notions of family and farming and set his sights on his life's new, sole purpose: revenge. For years, Turner spent every waking moment tracking parties of Comanche deep into their own territories. Turner would initiate a one-man campaign of terror and violence that would hound the Comanche and garner him renown amongst settlers of the area. Still, even amongst the settlers grateful for his undertakings, there was a pervasive underlying attitude of both pity for and fear of the clearly traumatized and now openly homicidal lone frontiersman. Though his exploits had continued to build his formidable and frightening reputation, Turner remained a deeply troubled man. Every night since he had regained some measure of cogency, he had spent pondering the same question he pondered now, several years later, at his camp on the Chicolete Creek. Was it better to fall asleep or to be kept awake by the memories? He still had no answer. The next day, Turner makes his way towards a nearby settlement in hopes of garnering himself some supplies. He dreads the trip, not only for the distance, but for the interactions it will undoubtedly require.
However, on this day, the settlement is abuzz. A group of Texas Rangers, the still young but already notorious law enforcement/military group, have just walked into town. They walked because that morning all of their horses had been stolen by raiding Comanche. These Rangers have come into town footbound, angry, and, of course, slightly embarrassed. They are set on procuring themselves new horses and then promptly heading out to exact their revenge on the offending Comanche. They are in luck, as a fresh remuda of horses has just been brought into the settlement by a local rancher. The rancher tells the Rangers that they can have any horse that they like from his herd in order to give chase to the Comanche. And after 15 minutes of cautiously saddling and mounting the barely broke animals, the Rangers were on the trail of the raiding party that had stolen their horses and agreed for their collective pride. Among this group of young Rangers is the 23-year-old rookie William Alexander Anderson Wallace, better known to history as Bigfoot Wallace. Though he will go on to a legendary career with the Rangers, the young man is a relative neophyte to combat with the Comanche at this time. He leads this party, but is notably nervous and unsure. He is all too aware of the dangers posed by this chase, and all but devoid of any experience. As his mind churns through the machinations of tracking and trailing the elusive raiding party, he hears the barely perceptible plodding of a rider trailing them from not far away. Momentarily, all of the young Rangers brace for an attack. Then, seemingly simultaneously, they all holster their weapons and exchange unsure glances as the figure of Jeff Turner approaches, mounted on his raw-boned and ill-tempered horse. Though all are inexperienced in combat with the Comanche, these young men have all led combative, adventurous lives in which they had seen many of the more colorful characters the frontier had to offer. But none of them have seen anything quite like Jeff Turner. Bigfoot Wallace gives his personal account in this excerpt from The Adventures of Bigfoot Wallace by John C. Duvall, linked to purchase in the description. The account is as follows. I saw a man riding up rapidly on our trail. When he got to where I was, he reined in his horse, evidently intending to wait for me, and I had a chance of observing as curious a specimen as I ever saw before in any country. He was a tall, spare-built chap, dressed in buckskin hunting shirt and leggings, with a coonskin cap on, a long, old-fashioned flint and steel Kentucky rifle on his shoulder, and a tomahawk and scalping knife stuck in his belt. His hair was matted together and hung around his neck in great uncombed swaths. His eyes peered out from among it as bright as a couple of mesquite coals. I have seen all sorts of eyes, of panthers, wolves, catamounts, leopards, and Mexican lions, but I never saw eyes that glittered and flashed and advanced about like those in that man's head. Bigfoot Wallace asks Turner if he is a stranger in these parts. Turner informs him tersely that he is not only not a stranger, but that he knows every watering hole between their present location and the Rio Grande. Wallace asks the man if he is not afraid to travel alone in such dangerous territory, over such a wide expanse of country. Quoting again from Wallace's personal account, he grinned sort of a sickly smile, and his fingers clutched the handle of his tomahawk, and his eyes danced a perfect jig in his head. No, he answered, the Indians are more afraid of me than I am of them. If they knew I was waylaying a particular trail, they would go 40 miles out of their way to give me a wide berth. But the trouble is, they never know where to find me. And besides, the best horse this side of the Brazos can't come along old Pepperpod when I want him to work in the lead. With this, Jeff Turner put spurs to his mount, causing the animal to rear up in a maneuver Wallace determined would have thrown all but the most skillful of horsemen. Turner informs the Rangers that his family had been murdered by the Comanche a decade earlier, and that he now spends his time in pursuit of perpetual retribution. As he recalls the murder of his wife and young children, his eyes grow even wilder. His hands begin to shake, and his manner becomes agitated to that of a man on the proverbial edge. He tells the Rangers that he has 46 Comanche scalps hanging from the walls of his lodge on Chicolete Creek, and that he intends to add far more. to what must have been a mixed reaction of reluctance and relief, Turner offers his services to the novice rangers in tracking and killing the Comanche raiding party. Though many of the rangers are unnerved by the man's mannerisms, they agree that his skill set and experience could provide quite helpful, even vital, assistance in their task at hand. And so it was that the man known as Jeff Turner the Indian Hater came to ride with the vaunted and venerable Texas Ranger legend, Bigfoot Wallace. The party would immediately head west, with Turner's tracking skills proving invaluable in the succeeding few days. After much hard riding, they would eventually come upon the camp of raiding Comanche. Here, many of the Rangers would see their first taste of combat, and Jeff Turner would forever solidify his reputation as a vicious fighter and a deeply troubled man. Wallace would go on to an illustrious career with the Rangers, and Turner would eventually meet his fate at the hands of his hated enemy, dying a hard death in a hard land. But for tonight, those are other stories for other times.
South Texas, 1840. A group of Texas Rangers are in hot pursuit of a raiding party of Comanches. The Comanche have been running rampant over the territory for years, killing, kidnapping, and stealing from both Mexican settlers and Anglo-Texans alike. However, this particular Comanche raiding party has aggrieved these Rangers more personally than the rest. These young Texans have received a wound to their pride. The evening prior, they had neared a small farming village known as the Zumwalt settlement. After a hard day's patrol in the territory in search of any Comanche raiding parties, they had decided that, being in such close proximity to the settlement, they would be in no danger of encountering any Comanche. The young Rangers had made camp, eaten heartily, and settled down for a restful night, expecting to rise bright and early and make their way into the settlement. They were, in fact, so sure of their immunity from the Comanche that they had not bothered to stake down their horses, a practice seen as standard operating procedure when operating on the frontier. This presumption had cost them dearly when they woke to find their horses gone and themselves stranded, still miles from town. They had walked into the Zumwalt settlement with their saddles slung over their shoulders, sheepish, indignant, and set on revenge. They had managed to procure fresh mounts from a local rancher and had spent the remainder of the day tracking the Comanche who were now in possession of their horses. These Rangers, though a group of about a dozen, are representative of the Rangers as a whole. They are all young and hungry for combat. However, at this point in 1840, very few of them have much, if any, relevant combat experience against the Comanche. This is no small factor, and one that weighs heavily on the minds of the young Texans. The reality of what fighting the Comanche will entail has become all too stark with the advent of the raiding party making off with their horses. If they were able to get close enough to steal their horses, the young men fairly reasoned, they would have been close enough to have been able to kill all of the Rangers outright. Even in 1840, in the early stages of Texans and Americans beginning their efforts to wrest Texas from the Comanche, the tales of the horrific fates that have befallen those who met their ends at the hands of the Comanche are well known to nearly everyone in the territory. The Comanche have, in the last century and a half, conquered vast swaths of Texas via hard, brutal warfare. For centuries prior, the Comanche had existed as an offshoot of the Shoshone tribe, eking out a living as hunter-gatherers in the northern Rockies. They had long been the perpetual whipping boy for the tribes that surrounded them, but everything had changed for the Comanche when, at some point during the 17th century, they had first encountered the horse. Initially brought to the New World by the Spanish, horses had at first been a tightly guarded commodity. Their utility for use in transportation and warfare were obvious to even the most cursory observer, and thus the methods used in breeding, training, and caring for the animals were viewed as a technology that the natives must never be privy to.
However, the Spanish idea of keeping horses to themselves had quite literally gone up in smoke with the Pueblo Revolt of 1680. The Pueblo Revolt, also known as Pope's Rebellion, had seen the much-aggrieved Puebloan people rise up against the Spanish officials as well as the Catholic authorities in the area. The governor was beheaded. Over 400 Spanish citizens were killed. Churches were burned to the ground, and thousands of horses, those not taken by the Pueblos themselves, escaped onto the vast expanses of the northern New Mexico plains. Though many tribes such as the Apache, Navajo, and Utes had made contact with and adopted the horse into their culture as both a means of transportation and a food source, it was the Comanche who had fostered a truly paradigm-shifting relationship with the animal. They quickly mastered riding, hunting, warfare, and even selective breeding. And with the advent of their new technology and lifestyle, the Comanche had ascended from an incessantly downtrodden tribe to a highly mobile and highly motivated war machine. Their lives centered around the vast herds of buffalo, whom they drew nearly all of their resources from. The fight for the buffalo's most plentiful roaming grounds in the southern plains, which comprised the area from present-day Kansas to Texas, had been a ruthless affair. Texas had initially belonged to the Apache, but over decades of brutal raiding and seemingly systematic elimination, the Comanche had overtaken the vast majority of the most bountiful hunting grounds. By the 1840s, virtually the entirety of the southern plains was under Comanche control. The Comanche have no patience for intruders on their hard-won new lands, and view the Texans as an especially irascible lot. The Texans, just as the Spanish and Mexicans before them, seek to take what the Comanches believe to be rightfully theirs. In retaliation for their transgressions in venturing into their lands and reaping its many bounties, the Comanche have killed countless settlers, men, women, and children, via unmentionably torturous methods. These stories have spread like wildfire through Texas settlements, causing equal parts terror and outrage. This group of young rangers have all heard the stories, many times over. For many, the promise of avenging these atrocities had been a driving factor in making their decision to venture out here onto the bleeding edge of the frontier in the first place. However, now, the prospect of becoming the subject of one of these unfortunate recollections begins to eat away at their psyches. They are led by the 23-year-old William Alexander Anderson Wallace. Wallace, known as Bigfoot Wallace, would go on to become a legendary and notorious ranger who is recognized today as a seminal figure in Texas history. However, on this day, he is an unsure rookie whose short tenure as commander has already been marred by the shame of allowing the Comanche to get away with their mounts. Wallace is intent on finding and engaging the Comanche, but unsure on exactly how to accomplish either of these goals. Luckily for Wallace and for the rest of these young men, they have been joined by an unexpected visitor earlier in the day. While they themselves adhere to no formalized grooming or dress standards, often wearing anything that pleased them from buckskin leggings to cotton shirts to sombreros, this addition to their party stands out to even the most cursory of observers. He is several years older than the rest of the group, in his late 30s, and he is clad in a buckskin shirt and leggings that look to have not been taken off nor washed since the day he first put them on. The man wears a coonskin cap that looks no more maintained than the rest of his attire and carries a relatively antiquated Kentucky rifle and single-shot pistol. He sits astride a large, skittish, raw-boned horse he calls Pepper Pod. The horse seems ill at ease with saddle and bridle, though unwavering in his obedience to his master. In the man's belt are tucked a scalpel-sharp tomahawk and a knife, whose handle is stained with rust-like sprinklings of dried blood. But perhaps the most striking and unsettling feature of the man now riding with this small group of young rangers are his eyes. Bigfoot Wallace, in his biography, The Adventures of Bigfoot Wallace, linked to purchase in the description, gives the following account. I have seen eyes of all sorts, of panthers, wolves, catamounts, leopards, and Mexican lions, but I never saw eyes that glittered and flashed and danced about like those in that man's head. Only this morning, this group of young men and this mysterious stranger had not known each other at all. The Rangers had, in fact, been alarmed when the man had first approached, as his appearance and demeanor were not readily identifiable as friendly. But the man, who had introduced himself as Jeff Turner, has thus far proven invaluable. He had recounted for Wallace the tragic murder of his wife and 3 sons at the hands of the Comanche, and offered to assist the Rangers in their quest for vengeance. His sole purpose in life, he insists, is now to track down and kill all the Comanche he can until he is killed himself. He now lives alone in a small camp on a creek north of Victoria, Texas. On the walls of his tent hang 42 Comanche scalps. Turner says he hopes to bring that total to 100 someday. Sensing the young Ranger's inexperience in trailing and engaging the formidable lords of the southern plains, Turner insists that he has just the rare set of skills and experience that the Rangers are in need of. Again quoting from The Adventures of Bigfoot Wallace, Turner told the Rangers that, "I know every watering hole between here and the Rio Grande, and I will go any way these Indians go. I will travel on the freshest Indian trail I come across. You and your company may get tired and quit this trail without overtaking the Indians, but I shall stick to it until I get a scalp or 2 to take back with me to my camp." The Rangers have continued on trailing the Comanche under Turner's guidance since late in the morning, and as the Texas sun bore down upon them, they rode in silence, eyes locked down towards the ground, searching for signs of the raiding party. Again, quoting from Bigfoot Wallace's account, "We soon discovered that he knew more about following a trail than all of us put together, and from this time on, we let him take the lead, and followed him wherever he went. Sometimes, where the ground was very hard and rocky, and the Indians had scattered, he would hesitate for a while as to the course to pursue, but in a moment or so he was all right again, and off at such a rate that we were compelled to travel at a full trot to keep up with him." Suddenly, just as the last vestiges of daylight begin to fade, Turner abruptly brings his mount to a halt. The Rangers, who have spent the bulk of the day now watching Turner's every move in anticipation of finding the Comanche's tracks, quickly conglomerate behind him, sensing their quarry is near. Turner tells the young, inexperienced men, who could now easily become a liability should they lose their nerves or discipline, to keep an eye out for the Comanche sentries and to keep completely quiet. For the neophyte Rangers, the hour is now at hand. They have now implicitly pledged their allegiance and obedience to a man who, only hours before, they had thought to be a local derelict and outright crazy person. Turner and the Texans proceed cautiously, keeping eyes peeled and ears open for any signs of the Comanche encampment. After traveling about 300 yards, they come into view of the camp, situated about a quarter of a mile to their right. With daylight quickly fading, and intent on not losing the advantage of surprise, the party puts spurs to their horses and attacks immediately. For better or worse, these young men's first taste of combat will come without affording them the luxury of forethought. Turner and the Rangers thunder toward the Comanche, where the warriors had made a cold camp and were just preparing to hunker down for the evening. The Comanche do not notice the oncoming charge until the Texans, with Turner out front, are roughly 50 yards from their position. This, however, still affords them enough time to take up their guns, bows, and arrows, and fire an initial retaliatory volley into the oncoming attackers. The Texans, with Turner out front, dismount from their horses and unleash an initial volley of their own from their rifles. Bigfoot Wallace gives his account of the first moments of the battle. "Just as I sprang from the saddle to the ground, a big Indian stepped from behind a post oak tree and drew an arrow upon me that looked to me as long as a barber's pole. I jumped behind another tree as spry as a city clerk in a dry goods store when a parcel of women come around shopping." This dexterous move saves Wallace from a grisly demise as the arrow zips just past his head, taking a strip of bark off the tree he hides behind. Now gripped more by mortal fear than righteous indignance, Wallace attempts to retaliate with a shot from his rifle. But the young man's nerves are so shaken, he cannot steady his aim long enough to make an accurate shot, and misses the Comanche warrior entirely. The fight rages on for nearly 20 minutes, with hand-to-hand fighting and close-quarters combat raging amidst the thick brush and fading sunlight. As Wallace and his cohorts do their best to comport themselves as reputably as possible, they look to Turner for inspiration and instruction. However, Turner gives no commands, and his actions cause the young Rangers more shock than awe. Nearly oblivious to the actions of his fellow Texans, Turner moves coolly and methodically towards the Comanche, firing, reloading, and moving, all with a wild look of equal parts bloodlust and jubilation in his eyes. Wallace gives his own account of Turner's actions during the attack. I noticed my friend Jeff several times during the fight, and each time he was engaged in lifting the hair from the head of an Indian that either he or someone else had shot. They say that practice makes perfect, and it was astonishing to see how quickly Jeff would take off an Indian's scalp and load his rifle in readiness for another. One slash from his butcher knife and a sudden jerk, and the bloody scalp was soon dangling from his belt. At the same time, he never seemed to be in a hurry, but was as cool and deliberate about everything he did as a carpenter when he is working by the day and not by the job. When the Indians began to retreat, one of them jumped on one of our horses, which they had tied hard and fast to post oaks near the camp, forgetting in his hurry to unfasten the rope. Round and round the tree he went until he wound himself up to the body, when, just at that instant, Jeff plugged him with a half-ounce bullet and had his scalp off before he was done kicking. As darkness begins to take over the landscape, the Comanche mount a retreat into the vastness of the Texas wilderness. Still unsure of the Comanche motives, though, the Rangers gather in a tight circle and begin to load their rifles as fast as their fatigued minds and digits will allow. Suddenly, a Comanche war cry pierces the air as a gunshot simultaneously rings out. Just as suddenly, a member of the Texans' party, left unnamed in Wallace's account but described as a tall, scant chap, falls to the ground, clasping his hands to his face. "Boys, I am a dead man," the young Texan cries out. With Turner still preoccupied in finishing off and scalping any remaining warriors he could, the Rangers scan the chaparral brush in the dusk light and notice a Comanche lying prone in the grass some 30 yards away. The warrior is clearly in the throes of dying from his own wounds. Wallace himself had seen the Comanche fall during the fight and presumed him to be dead. But, in his last moments, the warrior had risen up and fired a shot at the Texans, and collapsed again. Moments later, he is gone, still clasping tightly to his weapon. According to Wallace's account, upon later examination, the warrior would be found to have suffered a total of 7 bullet wounds before expiring. However, before any such examination can be made, Jeff Turner appears as if out of nowhere, covered in blood and knife in hand. He deftly separates the dead Comanche from his scalp, piercing a hole in the trophy and stringing it onto his belt before moving on. Despite all of the violence and gore, this seems to the young Rangers to be the only time they have seen any measure of peace in Turner's otherwise perpetually tortured demeanor. Luckily for the young Ranger who had been hit, his wound is mostly superficial, with a bullet having just grazed his head. Though shaken and with a slight gash on his head, he is otherwise unhurt. After the fight, and after securing a sizable portion of their stolen mounts, the Rangers afforded themselves the luxury of a fire and a hot meal, and they were soon joined by the now placated Turner. As the exhausted Texans all gather around a freshly built campfire and recount the events of the day, their collective mood begins to relax. One of the young men recounts, with no lack of self-effacing humor, his inability to distinguish between fauna and foe, which caused him to repeatedly fire his rifle into a tree stump, thinking it to be a charging Comanche warrior. Most in the group find the story amusing, but Turner, in his momentary lapse from his normal demeanor, actually laughs out loud. The volume and veracity of his laughter surprises the younger men and even seems to catch Turner himself off guard. But, as Wallace would later recall, either the unusual sound of his own laugh frightened him, or else he had used up all of his stock on hand, for I never saw him crack a smile afterwards. Turner quickly recedes back into his normally morose demeanor, as the weight of reality once again seems to crash down upon his withered psyche. his eyes seem lost again, perhaps momentarily reliving flashes of his tragic past. After a brief rest and a quick meal, the Texans prepare to ride back to the Zumwalt settlement. However, once they reach the Zumwalt settlement, Turner bids the party a brief and unremarkable farewell, and returns to his camp with his fresh scalps still dangling from his belt. Wallace's recollection is as follows. I was told when I was at that settlement several years after this that he had stayed around there for a good while, occasionally coming into the settlement for his supplies of ammunition, etc., and always bringing with him 4 or 5 scalps. Wallace would go on to serve his legendary career with the Rangers, living to the age of 82, finally passing away in 1899. He would claim in his memoirs to have no real knowledge of Turner's ultimate fate. However, this notion would be contested by a personal friend of Wallace's who, in the 1930s, would recall for a writer what Bigfoot Wallace had revealed to him about Turner's actual fate. But for tonight, the tales of Wallace's numerous and notorious exploits, as well as the brutal end of Jeff Turner's violent, tragic life, are other stories for other times. El Paso, Texas, December 1932. Legendary Texas author and journalist Frank J. Adobe sits in his hotel room, impatiently glancing at the door every few minutes. He has spent a restless afternoon reviewing his notes and readying himself to receive a well-known guest he has long waited to interview. Finally, in the early evening, a knock comes at the hotel room door. Adobe opens the door and is greeted with the imposing frame and genteel smile of the legendary Texas cowboy he has heard so much about, yet never met. The man's name is Frank Collinson. He is an Englishman by birth, having come to Texas from his beloved homeland in 1872, when he was only 17 years old. He has spent the vast majority of his time since then living the hard, solitary, dangerous existence of a working cowboy on the Texas frontier. He is also, though, a lifelong reader, and a man with a profound proclivity for intellectual pursuits such as philosophy, science, and writing. Adobe and Collinson shake hands and exchange pleasantries as Adobe welcomes the elderly man into his room and out of the December chill. Adobe, already a noted authority on the history of Texas and the American Southwest, has sought Collinson out with the hopes of solving a mystery that he himself has been unable to answer, despite years of research and investigation. After settling into a chair, Collinson, well aware of Adobe's reputation and record, wastes little time broaching the subject of Texas history and regional legends. Collinson asks whether or not Adobe ever got a chance to meet the legendary Texas Ranger William Bigfoot Wallace. Adobe responds that, regrettably, he never had the chance to meet the iconic Ranger face to face. But, he adds, he is well aware of his exploits. With this, Collinson leans into the lamplight, locking eyes with Adobe, a serious expression now drawn across his face. "Did you ever hear of Jeff Turner, the Indian hater?" he inquires. "Yes," replies Adobe, suddenly feeling unnerved, as if he is caught in an impromptu inquisition meant to suss out whether or not he is indeed worthy of the information now stored only within the confines of Collinson's memory. "I have read about him in Duvall's book on Bigfoot Wallace," referring to the 1871 publication written by John C. Duvall entitled The Adventures of Bigfoot Wallace. Apparently satisfied, a knowing smile spreads across Collinson's face, and a sorrowful look takes hold of his eyes as his mind is momentarily lost in the glory and gore of days now long gone. "Does the book tell what became of Jeff Turner?" he asks. "No, and I have often wondered," replies Adobe, now situated unconsciously on the very edge of his hotel seat, already ensconced in the story about to be told. "Well, Bigfoot told me," Collinson opines, and then, as Adobe sits enthralled, begins to tell the tale of what actually happened to the legendary Texas wild man. Turner had come to Texas with his wife and children in the 1830s and settled on a plot of land on the Guadalupe River. For a time, the family had thrived on their small plot of land in the bucolic rolling hill country of central Texas. However, tragedy had struck one morning after Turner had gone out hunting alone. Texas was, at the time, one of the most dangerous locations on Earth. This was due to one predominant factor above all others, that of the mighty Comanche nation. The Comanche had ruled over this land for the better part of 2 centuries and were feared by virtually all. Though more of a cohesive unit of bands than a cultural monolith, by the 1840s, the Comanche oversaw a veritable empire that spanned from southern Kansas to northern Mexico, as far west as Colorado, and as far east as the burgeoning city of Dallas, Texas. They have risen to prominence via decades of brutal raiding and warfare that saw countless men, women, and children fall to Comanche lances, arrows, and tomahawks. Time and again, until their eventual capitulation and confinement to the reservation system in the 1870s, Comanche war parties would strike in brutal raids against any and all who occupied even the fringes of their territories. Whether the victims were Mexican settlers, Tonkawan villagers, or Texan farmers, the standard operating procedure for a Comanche raid would routinely see all fighting-age males killed in horrific ways, infants often dispatched, and women and children summarily kidnapped and abused. Oftentimes, whole families would simply be slaughtered, scalped, and left where they had fallen. Such had been the case for the terribly unfortunate Turner family. Jeff Turner had scarcely left his homestead more than half an hour before he heard the blood-curdling sounds of his wife and 3 boys under attack by the Comanche. Turner had sprinted back, only to find his wife and children's lifeless forms strewn about their cabin. When the attacking Comanche returned to finish him off, he had inflicted so much damage that, after believing they had mortally wounded him, the Comanches fled, leaving him for dead. But Turner had not died. He had survived, but his psyche had been irreparably scarred. After recovering for several months under the care of charitable neighbors, Turner would move to a small camp on Chicoloth Creek, north of Victoria, Texas. His life from then on would revolve solely around exacting his revenge on the Comanche for the murder of his beloved family. He would head out alone, atop his trusted horse, a volatile jet-black Mustang named Pepper Pod, following any Comanche trail he could find in the whole of South Texas. He would pursue the Comanche at any opportunity, ambushing them individually, on the trail, or in watering holes. He would dispatch them with his lengthy hunting knife, scalp them, and cure the gruesome trophies inside his tent on Chicoloth Creek. For the next few years, Turner would appear sporadically at the Zumwalt settlement near present-day Seguin, Texas, in order to procure basic goods and sundries. Though he kept mostly to himself, his eyes would glitter, and his demeanor would become as animated as a vaudevillian actor when describing the intricacies of his macabre favorite pastime. It was these eyes and odd mannerisms that had so unnerved Bigfoot Wallace and his ranger company when they had crossed paths with Turner in 1840. Wallace and his cohorts had been in pursuit of Comanche horse thieves in South Texas when Turner had appeared seemingly out of thin air and offered to guide them through the country he knew so well. Though the party of young rangers were at first dubious as to how much help this seemingly derelict man would be, it would be less than a day later when Turner would prove his merit as both a tracker and a fighter. The party not only recouped their horses in a small but violent skirmish in South Texas, but all were witness to Turner's monomaniacal fury in battle against the Comanche. As they made their way back to the Zumwalt settlement, it was Turner alone whose belt was adorned with several freshly taken Comanche scalps. Wallace had been profoundly impacted by his interactions with Turner, being taken aback both by his story of personal tragedy as well as the frightening intensity of his desire for revenge. But after his company had moved on from the Zumwalt settlement area, Bigfoot was left with only anecdotes and speculation as to the ultimate fate of the local legend, Jeff Turner. These he had passed along to Collinson. Neither had been included in Duval's account, as they were thought too gruesome for the sensibilities of its Victorian readership. In the first of these accounts, Turner is finally caught sleeping by the Comanche in a remote South Texas cold camp in the middle of the night. He is well known among the entirety of the Comanche tribe as a near-feral and wildly vicious white man who had scalped many of their people. He is also, though, regarded as a man with a fierce fighting heart. This, even as an enemy combatant, made him useful to the Comanche. In the theological worldview of the Comanche, there is no singular great spirit to be worshipped. Instead, they believe there to be a universal medicine or power, known as puha, that the Comanche believe to reside in all natural things, from rocks to buffalo. In Turner's case, it is his heart that is believed to hold great power. Thus, once Turner is confined as a Comanche prisoner, he is treated even more harshly than most. Turner is bound and brought to the camp of a major chief within the band. He is dragged to the door of the chief's lodge, inside which resides the chief along with his pregnant wife. The morning sun has not long hung in the Texas sky, but already its repressive heat has begun to exact its toll on the already battered and bedraggled prisoner. The flap which serves as the door of the teepee suddenly swings open, and out steps an imposing middle-aged man, whose face is creased from both the withering of time and his scarcely concealable rage. The chief closely examines the features and stature of this hated Taibo, the Comanche's name for the whites. As the warriors surrounding the chief and Turner taunt and sneer at their captive, the chief motions for them to commence with the ritual at hand. Turner is thrown to the ground, where he is beaten and clubbed further still, as the lashings that bind his hands are undone and 4 warriors grab him. Turner is held down as each of his arms and legs are tethered to wooden stakes buried deep into the hard ground. Turner, for his part, remains silent, though perpetually wide-eyed throughout, as the taunts and insults are hurled at him from assembled villagers, and blows continue to rain down upon him at varying intervals from warriors who had been so long aggrieved by his antics. It is possible that Turner's thoughts turn to his late wife and children. Then, as if on cue, the assembled Comanche villagers and warriors go silent. The chief now walks over to the door of his lodge and again swings it open. Except this time, his wife emerges from the cavernous darkness inside. She is slightly younger than the chief, possessive of a dignified, natural beauty, and in the latter stages of pregnancy. She is ritually adorned in paint and feathers, and, instead of the perpetual disdain that contorts her husband's face, her expression is one of placid indifference. She is brought forth towards Turner's position by 2 female handlers, and sat down perhaps a yard away from the increasingly unnerved Texan, whose breathing rate is beginning to increase by the second. As the sun begins its final ascension towards its noontime apex, the brutal ceremony at hand reaches its climax. The chief brandishes a large hunting knife meant for the butchering of buffalo. For an agonizing few minutes, Turner is taunted with up-close shows of the frightful blade and mock attacks. Finally, Turner is cruelly dismembered at the hands of the Comanche chief, with his heart being removed and then served to his wife, who consumes it in the belief that it will make their unborn child strong and brave. Turner's remains are unceremoniously disposed of, and he is never seen again in the Zumwalt settlement. In the second version of Turner's demise, Turner is said to have been briefly paired with a like-minded frontiersman named Smokey, who shares Turner's penchant and proclivity for collecting Comanche scalps. One day, as they are ranging around the Texas hill country, the duo come upon a family being attacked by a Comanche raiding party. Turner and Smokey are able to draw the attention and ire of the raiding party, who give up their raid on the family and pursue the 2 men after the pair shot down 2 of the Comanche warriors from a distance. Turner and Smokey then flee into what proves to be a box canyon, a natural, steeply walled enclosure with no way out save for the way the 2 men had come in. With the sun sinking and darkness rapidly approaching, the men are able to find a small cave, about as wide in circumference as a wooden barrel, into which they crawl, one after the other. After crawling back into the cave a few yards, the tunnel opens up slightly so that the men can inch along in a crouched position. They advance further into the cave, seeking to put as much distance between themselves and their Comanche pursuers as possible. Turner takes the lead as the men move forward at a tortuously slow pace, in total darkness. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of a rattlesnake's rattle whirs out within the tight confines of the cave. Both men stop instantly. Turner has a book of Mexican wax matches in his pocket. He retrieves one and strikes it, illuminating a truly nightmarish scene. No more than 10 feet away from the men, is a writhing mass of diamondback rattlesnakes, with some branching off and slithering closer towards them while others flee deeper into the cave. With no better solution, both men hold their crouched positions, motionless. Minutes drag by, with the men fearful that any move will draw a strike from one of the venomous creatures. Suddenly, though, Turner's leg spasms, forcing him to shift his weight ever so slightly. But this adjustment, however minute, is still enough to draw the attention of one of the increasingly agitated diamondbacks. The animal strikes Turner, sealing his fate. "Smokey," whispers the terrified Turner, "I've lifted my last scalp." With the Comanche prowling outside, an attempt at escape is an implausible option. All Smokey can do is stay with his friend as Turner expires. Within a short time, Turner begins to twist and contort, limited only by the confines of the earthen walls. He then begins to hallucinate. He grabs Smokey's arm and confides in a hushed, panicked tone, "Look, there's a hole in the ground right in front of me. It's the skylight to hell, and I wonder why the devil left it uncovered." Then, in the words of Frank J. Dobie's own account of the event titled "Between the Comanche and the Rattlesnake," "in extravagant seas that would have satisfied any exhorter holding a sinner over brimstone furnaces, he described his own advance into the torture of heat and power of hellish beings." By the time the sun rises again, Turner's body is cold in death. The rattlesnake horde has receded further into the cave, while the Comanche war party has moved on. Smokey does his best to respectfully inter Turner's remains in a makeshift grave near Fort Phantom Hill, near present-day Abilene, Texas. Though we can never be fully sure of exactly how the legendary Jeff Turner the Indian hater lost his life, it is safe to say that he likely expired the same way that he had lived, ensnared in a noxious cycle of violence and anger. And while Turner's legend certainly stands out, as he is even known by many elderly residents of Texas to this day, the tragedy and torment that so unfortunately encapsulated his life are not at all unique in the experience of the Old West, and in Texas in particular. The tales of violence, vengeance, and retribution carried out upon and at the behest of the Comanche, the Texans, the Mexicans, the Apache, the Tonkawa, the Karankawa, the Kiowa, and the Spanish in Texas's long and storied history are, to be sure, too numerous to cover in one episode. Rest assured that we will certainly do our best to cover these important events in as much depth and breadth as possible, but for tonight, they are other stories for other times. Austin, Texas, January 1861. Cynthia Ann Parker stares blankly at the new limestone buildings that line Congress Avenue and clutches her infant daughter closely. It has been more than a month now since her life has been turned upside down. When she had been taken from her home, her husband had been murdered and her 2 young sons had disappeared. This is the second time in the young woman's tragic life that such a fate has befallen her. As a young child, her family had been murdered, and she and her brother had been kidnapped. Now, she and her daughter, a sweet-natured baby girl named Prairie Flower, ride in a carriage making its way north toward the new Capitol building. They have been brought here by Cynthia Ann's uncle, a well-known Texan named Isaac Parker. An entrepreneur and politician, he and the entire Parker clan have searched for Cynthia Ann since she was taken decades ago from the family's frontier homestead. Isaac, a personal friend of Texas Governor Sam Houston, has brought Cynthia Ann and Prairie Flower here to beseech the Texas legislature to grant a stipend to the unfortunate young mother and daughter. The money is justifiable assistance, he insists, for a daughter of Texas who has suffered so greatly for so long. Silas walks Cynthia Ann and Prairie Flower into the Capitol building, where they are presented to the legislature, and Silas makes a heartened appeal that the state might have charity upon these unfortunate citizens. But Cynthia Ann does not speak English. She sees the impassioned speech of her uncle and the discerning eyes of those present in the Capitol, and surmises that the issue being debated is whether or not she and her daughter should be put to death. Terrified, she squeezes Prairie Flower tight to her chest and makes a desperate sprint for the looming doors of the Capitol. She is quickly, though gently, restrained and brought back to the chamber, where it is made clear to her what the actual nature of these proceedings involve. Eventually, Silas Parker's request will be granted. The Texas legislature approves a $100 a year payment for the term of 5 years to be paid to Cynthia Ann Parker. But for now, this all means nothing to Cynthia Ann. She is taken from the Capitol to a local photographer shop where a tintype is produced of her and Prairie Flower. In the tintype, an early form of photograph made by creating a direct positive on a sheet of thin metal known as a tin, Cynthia Ann sits tight-lipped and morose. She wears a striped skirt, a cotton blouse, and a wool robe with a clasp at the neck. Her daughter suckles at her exposed right breast, wrapped snugly in a dark blanket. The fatigue in her mother's eyes, after the distressing visit to the Capitol and suffering several hours of gawking by the 1860s Austinites, is palpable even more than a century and a half removed. It is the look of someone utterly miserable and utterly lost. Though she is indeed the stock of one of Texas's most notable families, Cynthia Ann does not know or care to know them. She does not consider herself, nor her daughter, to be a Texan nor an American, and she has no interest in adopting their culture or way of life. She does not, in fact, even assent to the name bestowed upon her by these blustery, industrious folk who seemed awash in their own foolery. Simply hearing the name Cynthia Ann causes her a visceral reaction of anger and revulsion. This is because, in her mind, she is the farthest thing from a Texan. She, for the last 30 years of her life, has existed as a member of the native tribe that all Texans feared more than any other, the Comanche. She has been known as Nautda, or someone found. She had lived a hard life, but a free life, on the ranges of the open prairie that most Americans, even most Texans, would only ever read about. She had been the wife of a chief, a strong, powerful man named Quanah. She had been the mother of not only Prairie Flower, but 2 young boys, who were the apples of her eye. The younger son, a boy named Peanuts, was kind and introspective. His older brother, however, was more serious, more assertive, and more circumspect. Only a few summers before, his mother had scolded and whipped him after the temerarious youngster had demanded that a visiting elder give him some of the buffalo meat that he had been allotted for his supper. The piece that he had been given, the 7-year-old boy coolly observed, was much smaller in comparison, and this was inherently unfair. His mother had beaten him and shoved the extra meat down his throat as punishment for disrespecting an elder guest. However, because of this headstrong nature, his mother had also always believed him destined for great things. His name was Quanah. But scarcely a month later, all that had come to a sudden, violent end. On December 19th of 1860, a detachment of Texas Rangers led by Captain Sol Ross crashed into their village, just outside the present-day town of, aptly enough, Quanah, Texas. Everything had happened in a flash, but to the best of her knowledge, Cynthia Ann's husband and 2 sons had been killed in the attack. The Rangers had taken Cynthia Ann alive and quickly surmised that she was, in fact, the legendary missing white girl who had been taken from Parker's Fort in 1836, when her own family had been killed by the Comanche. Now, here she sat, in Texas's capital city, having her photograph made. After the tintype and political pleadings are complete, the Parkers leave Austin and return to Silas's home in Birdville, Texas, northeast of Fort Worth. For the following several years, she and Prairie Flower will live with various members of the Parker family. However, Cynthia Ann remains miserable, completely unwilling and largely unable to adapt to her new lifestyle and surroundings. In 1864, the toddler Prairie Flower would succumb to influenza. Completely heartbroken and seemingly utterly alone, Cynthia Ann would continue to deteriorate, mounting a number of failed escapes. Each time, she would be brought back in a state of even greater misery and despair. In 1871, she began to refuse to eat and drink. There seemed to be nothing left in this life for her. In March of that year, she would finally pass away, it would seem, of a broken heart. As the bluebonnets began to bloom in 1871, poor Cynthia Ann Parker was laid to rest in Foster Cemetery near Pointer, Texas, outside of Fort Worth. She died believing her husband to be dead and her sons to be lost to the vast emptiness of the wilds. But Cynthia Ann was only partly right in these assumptions. Her husband, the war chief Quanah, had indeed, at least by most accounts, been killed in the fight with the Rangers. However, her two young sons, Quanah and Peanuts, had not. They had survived a harrowing ordeal, finding themselves alone and with no supplies in the middle of a vast expanse of frontier that had seen countless settlers perish under its merciless conditions. It was the middle of December, and the boys had to travel hundreds of miles without food or reliable water sources, all while being pursued by the Rangers. They would have to do all of this under the auspices of assuming both parents, as well as the rest of their friends and relatives, had just been killed. Though accounts of what would come to be known as the Battle of Peasy River vary, the Ranger attack on the village amounted to more of a massacre of mostly women and children and elderly Comanche than it did any actual pitched battle between comparable belligerents. H.B. Rogers, a ranger who participated in the fight, related the following reflection in his memoirs. "I was in the Peasy River fight, but I am not very proud of it. That was not a battle at all, but just a killing of squaws. 1 or 2 bucks and 16 squaws were killed. The Indians were getting ready to leave when we came upon them." A contingent of the Rangers pursued the two boys seen fleeing on the back of one horse, following them for 2 days and nights. Neither of the youngsters were of age to hunt or make war, but their upbringing as future Comanche warriors had prepared them well for this unfortunate scenario. They were indeed able to make it all the way to the nearest Comanche village, some 75 to 100 miles to the west. The camp was a very large collection of several villages that had coalesced for the winter in a canyon near the base of the Llano Estacado, Texas's vast expanse of staked plains. The two traumatized youngsters had rushed into the camp, causing a calamitous uproar when they reported the catastrophes of the last few days. All of their village had been killed, they said, and overrun by a force of 10,000 Rangers. This was, of course, a wildly exaggerated claim driven by the boys' adrenaline. While many of the adult Comanche likely knew this, they also knew that if even a fraction of the boys' estimates proved to be true, their village could suffer the same fate. This band of Comanche, roughly 1,000 strong, broke camp as quickly as possible and made their way north, with Quanah and Peanuts in tow, where they wintered in the Wichita Mountains in present-day Oklahoma. For the next several years, the boys would carry on their lives with the Comanche on the high plains. However, their lives were now drastically different from the existence they had known previously. They had both grown up as the sons of a well-respected chief, and though they were known to be half-white because of their mother's adopted status in the tribe, they were still afforded a great measure of comfort and autonomy. However, as orphans, they found themselves often existing on the fringes of their culture. Quanah would later recount that, "We were often treated very cruelly, as orphans of only Indians are treated." Within a few years, Peanuts would be dead, though his cause of death is unknown. This left Quanah now bereft of family, legacy, and seemingly of hope. Again, quoting Quanah's personal recollection of the time, "It seemed then to me that I was left friendless. I had to beg for my food and clothes, and would scarcely get anyone to make or mend my clothes. I at last learned that I was treated more cruelly than the other orphans on account of my white blood." However, despite all of this, Quanah had burgeoned from a frightened and destitute youth to a powerfully built young warrior. Quanah's father, Quanah, as well as his grandfather, the legendary Comanche war chief Iron Jacket, had been large, imposing men. So too had his mother's family, with the Parkers being known as sturdy Scotch-Irish stock. His great-grandfather, John Parker, who had been killed on the day Cynthia Ann had been taken by the Comanche, had fought in the Revolutionary War as a member of the Continental Army. Though orphaned and impoverished, Quanah, whose name has been translated to mean anything from fragrance to stink, was still the physical sum of his genetic components, and, by the age of 15, he had become a full-fledged warrior who stood almost a head taller than his cohorts and possessed a massive upper body musculature still evident in photos taken 50 years later. He possessed a powerful, discriminating intellect as well as a propensity for leading men in battle. Though circumspect and discerning in his day-to-day life, in battle he seemed to possess a reckless abandon in regard to his own safety, and, perhaps more than any of his fellow Comanche warriors, he possessed a deep, abiding hatred for whites. By the late 1860s, as his mother withers away under the care of relatives he has never met, Quanah Parker is on his way to becoming a war chief, and the Comanche are running rampant over the whole of Texas. And now, at the same time Cynthia Ann attempts to escape time and again and is literally dragged back into the homes of various Parker relatives, her beloved son sits around a campfire with other warriors, listening to 3 elder chiefs detail their plans for an upcoming raid. This camp, staked far out on the expanses of the Llano Estacado, is a coalescence of several Comanche bands. Quanah has grown up with the Nakoni, but by the late 1860s is spending more and more time with the Quahati band. The chief of the band he is now with is a man named Bear's Ear. He now addresses the group of warriors, detailing his plan to raid deep into the territories of the East, stealing all of the horses that they can, and killing anyone who seeks to stop them. Comanche recruitment for warfare is still conducted as a relatively democratic affair, with war chiefs possessing only as much power as the raiding parties they are able to assemble are willing to grant them. This group of warriors, though, readily agrees to the plan. They have honed their skills in raiding, pillaging, and killing in the preceding few months, ravaging homesteads throughout central Texas. In a culture where one's social ascension is based on their martial prowess, these young men are all too eager to exact retribution on the intruders while simultaneously building their respective fortunes and reputations. They make ready and break camp the next day, heading due east over the rolling Texas plains. At perhaps the same moment Cynthia Ann's well-meaning but frustrated relatives are scolding her yet again for cutting her hair short as part of the traditional Comanche grieving process, her eldest son is on his way to wreak havoc upon the Texan settlements north of Fort Worth. Comanche raiding has been so fierce and so prevalent in the preceding few years, the line of settlement has receded further back to the east than it was only a decade earlier. At this time in the late 1860s, it's estimated that there are less than 5,000 total members of the Comanche tribe still living free on the plains. However, what they lack in numbers, the Comanche make up for in brutality. The standard Comanche raid saw all fighting-age males killed, all of the women killed outright, sexually abused, or both, and all children not old enough to be self-sufficient, summarily disposed of. These tactics had not only managed to forestall the advancement of American settlers for decades, they had, in fact, managed to drive them back. Thus, this raiding party must go further east than Quanah's father had to, only a decade before, in order to find the settlements that make up their quarry. They finally come upon several settlements near the present-day town of Gainesville, Texas, roughly 50 miles north of Fort Worth, and only 165 miles northwest of where Cynthia Ann Parker sits whiling away her tedious, lonely days. The raiding party manages to quickly accumulate a large herd of horses, so large that Bear's Ear decides they have enough to make their return trip. They push the large herd hard to the west, heading back to the relative security of the Llano Estacado. However, word has spread quickly to nearby Fort Richardson, near present-day Jacksboro, Texas, and a detachment of U.S. Army cavalrymen are already in pursuit of the raiding party. They finally catch up to the Comanche at the Red River, and a vicious fight ensues. Early in the battle, Bear's Ear is struck down by an army bullet. As fire continues to rain down upon them, Quanah senses a collective despair amongst the Comanche ranks. The killing of a war chief is considered bad medicine, and oftentimes seen as sufficient reason to abandon an engagement altogether. Quanah, however, seizes the opportunity and takes charge of directing his fellow warriors' actions. He yells at them to spread out and to turn the horses north to the river instead of continuing to move west. In the midst of a raging firefight, the Comanche managed to push a sizable horse herd into a 90-degree turn to the north and continue their egress onto the open plains. Quanah shouts exhortations and directives as the party crosses the river. However, he is closely pursued by a cavalry soldier who can tell that this young warrior is now the Comanche in charge, and is thus now intent on killing him in hopes of ending the fight. The soldier gets close enough to fire at Quanah, but narrowly misses. Now enraged, the hulking young warrior quickly turns his horse and confronts the oncoming soldier head-on. He charges forward himself, with the two riders rapidly closing distance between each other and deliberately taking aim. The soldier fires again, grazing Quanah's thigh. A second later, Quanah looses his arrow, striking the soldier in the shoulder. Now disabled, the trooper drops his weapon and turns his mount, riding desperately back towards his own lines. Quanah, however, has no time to savor his micro-victory, as his charge has left him in an exposed position, making him a veritable sitting duck for army sharpshooters. Quanah's Comanche warrior training kicks into high gear as he wheels his mount back towards his own lines. He urges the horse forward at full gallop as he deftly drops to the side of the animal, guarded from army bullets. The charging steed plows into the Red River, with Quanah simultaneously diving in and crossing the river, swimming side by side with his mount. Somehow, in a hailstorm of lead, both rider and horse remain unharmed and make it to the other side. The cavalrymen decide to proceed no further, as following the Comanche onto the open plains is tantamount to suicide. The raiding party makes its way north, and though slightly inconvenienced by the detour, they are more than impressed by the young Quanah's exploits that day. That night, Quanah is elected a war chief, and days later, the party makes their triumphant return. It is likely that Cynthia and, or at least the Parker family, have heard about the raiding going on north of Fort Worth, but they have no way of knowing that Quanah is among the raiders. Cynthia Ann would never know the fate of her young boys. Quanah would, however, learn what happened to his mother, and while he would never see her again, he always kept with him a copy of the tintype made that day in Austin. This, however, is just the beginning of the story of Quanah Parker. He would go on to become the last and greatest chief of the Comanche. The tales of his exploits and contributions to his people are legendary, as are the stories of his kinsmen who were killed in the massacre at Parker's Fort so many years before. The Parkers are among the most prominent families in Texas history, but their stories, as well as the stories of their descendant who became the great chief of the Comanche, are other stories for other times. North Texas, June 27, 1874. In the middle of the night, in the tiny settlement known as Adobe Walls, James Hanrahan steps outside the sod-roof saloon that he owns and operates. Hanrahan is alone, cloaked in the darkness of night, clutching a revolver. He is nervous and exhausted from the lack of sleep. More than anything, he wishes he could go inside, pour himself a stiff drink, and drift off to sleep until dawn brought on the repressive heat of yet another blazing Texas summer day. But he knows he cannot. Hanrahan knows what he must do. He aims the pistol into the air and squeezes the trigger. The tiny settlement, comprising only 4 buildings, is soon suddenly awash in activity as the remaining 27 men present, who are mostly recent arrivals, tired after their long journeys, are snapped out of their long-awaited slumbers to the report of the pistol. The shot sails harmlessly skyward as Hanrahan hurries back into his saloon and tucks the weapon away. As the small crowd of inhabitants who are making Adobe Walls their temporary home gather outside, questioning what the source of the loud noise was, Hanrahan stumbles back out of his sod-roofed establishment, breathlessly informing them that the noise has come from the cracking of a ridgepole that holds up the heavy sod roof of his building. This, if it were true, is a serious problem, as the ridgepole provides critical structural integrity to the primitive building by essentially holding up its heavy sod roof. This is a relatively common occurrence in the Old West, and the men know that a cracked ridgepole will have to be taken out and replaced immediately. As compensation for their efforts, the bartender offers up free drinks for all those pitching in to help. As the hours drag by and the men labor and drink, Hanrahan continually casts nervous glances outside the door. He knows the ridgepole is not, in fact, cracked. He knows that in the dimly lit building, in the middle of the night, it will be hard for even experienced repairmen to spot a small crack in the sizable ridgepole. Hanrahan's intentions are not to oversee any actual repairs, but simply to keep the men encamped here at Adobe Walls awake. He has received reports in the preceding days from informants that he keeps in the territory of a large war party gathering nearby, and, not wanting to drive away any of his business, has chosen not to share the reports with anyone else present. Out here on the open Texas plains, Hanrahan justifies to himself, reliable patronage is such a rarity that withholding news of an attack in order to ensure a steady flow of income is simply the cost of doing business. Aiding in Hanrahan's self-justification is the fact that his clientele are not exemplary of the typical American citizen at the time. Even amongst the rebellious and rowdy population of Texas, the regulars who indulge themselves in gambling and hard liquor at his establishment are rare in their capacity to endure danger and violence. His clientele, and the bulk of the not quite 30-strong population of Adobe Walls, is composed of buffalo hunters and skinners, otherwise known as hidemen. They are an unusually hardened and hardy lot, born from the boom in demand for buffalo hide. This boom has come after enterprising tanners on the East Coast developed a way to soften the hide so that manufacturers found it suitable, and in many ways ideal, for making everything from boots to coats to the leather straps used in the machinery now becoming ubiquitous in major urban centers with the advent of the Industrial Revolution. The buffalo hunters, who had once been employed by local army forts to harvest the mighty beasts for their meat to feed their troops, have, over the last several years, blossomed their grisly trade into its own industrialized operation. Their quarry, the imposing American bison, colloquially known as buffalo, present not only an enticing target, but an easy one for hunters familiar with their habits. The hulking animals cluster in large herds and do not flee until the lead animal among them is shot down. The hunters, many among whom are armed with the Sharps Model 1874 sporting octagon rifle with a 30-inch barrel chambered in .45 caliber, are able to set up hundreds of yards away from the herds, concealing their locations as they spent days at a time shooting down buffalo, one at a time. Over the course of the decade spanning from 1870 to 1880, the buffalo population of North America was utterly decimated. In 1870, there was thought to be more than 12 million buffalo roaming the plains. By 1880, there will be fewer than 400,000. After the animals are killed, the teams of men set about the tedious, tiresome, and outright filthy task of skinning the massive animals, storing the hides, as well as harvesting and salting the animals' tongues, which are prized delicacies in the cities of the eastern seaboard and in Europe. The carcasses are then left to rot, by the thousands, on the open expanses of the sun-soaked plains. This practice has increased in pace and scope beginning in the territory of Kansas, newly claimed after the Civil War, and rapidly expanding southward and westward into the territory belonging to tribes like the Comanche, the Kiowa, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho. By this point in the 1870s, these once powerful tribes that had forfeited large swaths of their territory to the United States government are finding themselves in increasingly dire straits. As their territorial domain recedes, and the once expansive herds of buffalo are reduced exponentially year after year, the tribes of the central and southern plains are becoming increasingly angry and increasingly desperate. Their ire is drawn, in particular, by the teams of buffalo hunters who roam their lands and cut down the animals that they depend on, almost entirely, for their survival. In this area of North Texas, the Comanche have been hit particularly hard. Though they are still the most powerful tribe on the southern plains, their numbers have been decimated by outbreaks of dysentery, smallpox, and cholera over the preceding decades. Though once a mighty Spartan-like culture nearly devoid of formalized religious practices, they have recently begun to adopt an odd, rather ad hoc adaptation of the sun dance ritual performed by tribes with more developed religious practices like the Kiowa and the Cheyenne. They have spent much of the past few years being perpetually pursued by the U.S. Army, intermittently wreaking havoc on Texan and Mexican settlements as they struggle to recover from the ravages of the white man's diseases. Though they are still feared throughout the entirety of Texas, the Comanche people know that they are, as a whole, ailing. Thus, many among them have sought solace in medicine men claiming to have spiritual solutions to the Comanche's temporal problems. Foremost among these is a 23-year-old heavy-set and broad-faced man named Issa Todd. Though he is not a warrior, nor does he have any experience at all in tactics, strategy, or logistics, he has managed to convince the struggling and weary Comanche people that he is in possession of great power. Throughout the spring of 1874, he has been fostering his own legend. Comanche camps from all over the southern plains began to buzz with tales of this powerful young medicine man who, it was said, could stop bullets by casting spells, could actually fly into the sun to spend time with the spirits of the other world, and could belch up literal wagon loads full of bullets to supply the Comanche in their fight against the whites. Now was the time, Isatai had insisted as he traveled from camp to camp, for the Comanche to rise up, to join with their allies in the Kiowa, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho, and to finally, once and for all, drive the American invaders from their lands. Though many amongst the Comanche would likely have dismissed the young Isatai out of hand were he traveling alone, it is his close friend, the legendary warrior Quanah Parker, whose endorsement lends great credence to his claims. Quanah, the half-white son of captured Texan Cynthia Ann Parker and Comanche chief Peta Nocona, has risen to prominence as a respected warrior and leader after being effectively orphaned when his father had been killed and his mother recaptured by the Texans during a raid a decade prior. Now, his opinion holds great sway amongst his people. In May of 1874, when the Comanche bands all gathered on the Red River for their attempt at a sun dance, Quanah and Isatai beseeched their ailing people to listen to their cries for uprising and follow them into the fight. Isatai had promised to make the warriors invincible, and to render the Texans they planned to attack completely helpless with his powerful magic. They had managed to recruit warriors from their allies in the Kiowa, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho, and now, after much speech-giving and testimony, they convinced many of their fellow Comanche to come on the warpath. Estimates place the size of their total force at between 250 to 1,000 warriors, with most erring towards the lower end of those numbers. Now, with their band of warriors in tow, Isatai and Quanah had the force they had dreamed of. They consulted with chiefs from all of the tribes, and it was a near universal conclusion amongst them that the biggest single problem facing the tribes on the southern plains at the moment was that of the buffalo hunters. Their incessant slaughter of the lifeblood of the tribes must be stopped at any cost. And so, the war party, after much secretive preparation and coalescence on the Texas plains, now makes their way towards Adobe Waltz, headquarters of the buffalo trade in the North Texas country. Meanwhile, as the intertribal force of warriors make their final preparations for battle and then ride out towards Adobe Walls from across the plains, the buffalo hunters inside Hanrahan's sod-roofed saloon are just finishing their laborious task of replacing the supposedly cracked ridgepole of the ramshackle building. They have been thoroughly plied with free whiskey for their efforts, and many among them are ready to return to their bedrolls for some much-needed sleep. But Hanrahan, ever watchful of the eastern horizon as he awaits the sunrise, insists that they continue to stay and drink, free of charge, as a means of thanking them for their assistance. He intends to keep them all awake until the impending attack finally comes, and hopes that their senses will not be too dulled by alcohol to fight off the attackers. Finally, around 4 a.m., the party of Comanche, Kiowa, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, led by Isatai and Quanah, arrive on the ridgeline overlooking Adobe Walls. Isatai is completely naked and painted head to toe in yellow, the color of invincibility. Many of the warriors, as well as their horses, are also covered in yellow paint. 10 years earlier, in 1864, the legendary mountain man Kit Carson had led a U.S. Army contingent in search of Comanche raiders in a battle that had occurred in the Adobe ruins that gave the place its name, which lay about a mile away from where the buffalo hunters now made their homes. Carson and his men had seen a sight eerily similar to this, and it was only through Carson's inexorable leadership and coolness under fire that he and his men were able to survive. But the buffalo hunters here on this day in 1874 not only lack discipline and leadership, they are largely half-drunk on rot-gut whiskey and have been kept up all night performing hard physical labor. They are, in short, in less than ideal condition to fight a pitched battle against a highly experienced and incredibly motivated attacking force. However, these hunters do have one thing that their countrymen serving in the U.S. Army a decade earlier did not: the Sharps buffalo rifle. The imposing firepower possessed by this weapon, combined with the experience and combative nature of the buffalo hunters, will now prove to be their only hope of survival in the fight to come. As the morning sun begins to crest the eastern horizon, the imposing force of native warriors, with the exception of Isatai and a few select elders, charges down the hill, sweeping down upon the small settlement with startling skill, speed, and ferocity. William Dixon, a 23-year-old buffalo hunter who had come to Adobe Walls from Leavenworth, Kansas, by way of West Virginia, gives the following account of the initial morning charge. "There was never a more splendidly barbaric sight, and after years I was glad I had seen it. Hundreds of warriors, the flower of the fighting men of the southwestern plains tribes, mounted upon their finest horses, armed with guns and lances, and carrying heavy shields of thick buffalo hide, were coming like the wind. All over was splashed the rich colors of red, vermilion, and ochre on the bodies of the men, on the bodies of the running horses. Scalps dangled from bridles, gorgeous war bonnets fluttered their plumes, bright feathers dangled from the tails and manes of the horses, and the bronze, half-naked bodies of the riders glittered with ornaments of silver and brass. Behind this headlong charging host stretched the plains, on whose horizon the rising sun was lifting its morning fires. The warriors seemed to emerge from this glowing background. The cry goes up amongst the buffalo hunters that an attack is fast approaching, and all those who are awake race to grab their weapons and barricade themselves inside one of the 3 adobe buildings in the settlement. The walls are 2 feet thick, providing ample cover even from native rifle fire. However, outnumbered by at least 20 to 1, the buffalo hunters are well aware of their current predicament. They are also well aware of the vitriol the plains tribes carry for them, and know that the only thing worse than being killed on this day would be to be captured alive by the Comanche and their allies. The tales of unthinkable tortures wrought upon prisoners of war had circulated on the frontier for decades, and now served to steel the resolve of these intruding hidesmen as they steady the sights of their buffalo rifles on the approaching warrior horde. But the attack happens in a flash, leaving 2 buffalo hunters, the Shadler brothers, who had been asleep in one of the covered wagons stranded away from the cover of the adobe structures. They are quickly cut down, their pitiable cries drowned out in the din of gunfire and war cries. Their beloved dog, a large, sweet-natured Newfoundland, is also shot down in his efforts to defend his masters. All 3 are scalped. The attack roars on, and in a matter of moments is within range of the adobe buildings. One man, Billy Tyler, is shot through the lungs as he attempts to rush into one of the buildings in a futile dash for safety. The fight rages on, with the attacking tribesmen whirling in a cyclone of violence around the defenders ensconced in the buildings as they desperately fire out of the portholes cut into the walls. Quanah Parker, in the lead of the furious attack, attempts to batter down the door of Hanrahan's saloon by backing up his horse to the door and attempting to use its powerful legs to kick the door down. After a number of earnest attempts, though, the young warrior and seemingly fearless leader is forced to abandon his ploy in the midst of gunfire pouring out from the buffalo hunters inside. The warriors now attempt to set fire to the buildings, but the adobe walls and sod roofs make poor fuel for the flames, and the attackers are unable to accomplish much in the way of consequential damage. Finally, after suffering heavy initial losses at the hands of the buffalo hunters and their powerful rifles, a fate they had been assured was impossible by the medicine man Isatai, the attacking native forces pulled back to regroup on the ridge to the north. For the rest of the day, intermittent attacks rain down upon the besieged defenders. Time and again, they are repelled by the defenders, much to the confusion and consternation of the attackers. The attacks drag on into a second day. In between defending against charges, the defenders do their best to bury not only their dead, but veritable heaps of their own horses and oxen that the natives have killed in frustration when unable to breach the defenses of their human targets. More hope for the buffalo hunters comes in the way of reinforcements when 2 more hunters come into the camp from the surrounding area. One man is sent out to ride to Dodge City for reinforcements, leaving the total number of defenders at 30. Still, despite their advantages in mobility, numbers, and position, the native forces are unable to overrun their hated adversaries ensconced behind their thick adobe walls. On the 3rd day of what had become a siege, a number of warriors, along with Isatai, congregate on a hill that later estimates gauge to be 1,000 to 1,500 yards away from Hanrahan's saloon. The warriors and the medicine man sit atop their horses, presumably well outside the range of even the powerful buffalo guns, and quarrel over what to do next, and who is to blame for their difficulties so far. Isatai does his best to defend himself against his comrades' accusations of fraud and cowardice, and claims that the Cheyenne contingent of their multi-tribal force had killed and eaten a skunk on the eve of the attack, effectively nullifying Isatai's medicine. As the group of tribesmen squabbles amongst themselves, Billy Dixon, the 23-year-old hunter who, despite his youth, has already built a considerable reputation for himself as a crack shot, eyes them from nearly a mile away while standing in the doorway of Hanrahan's saloon. After a few moments of sizing up the distance and conditions, Dixon takes up his rifle and braces himself against the door jamb. "I was admittedly a good marksman," Dixon would later recall, "yet this was what one might call a scratch shot," meaning that, essentially, he simply aims as best as he can and hopes for the most efficacious result possible. Seconds after Dixon squeezes the trigger of his Sharps rifle, one of the native tribesmen in the group berating Isatai simply slumps over and falls to the ground, lifeless. Dixon's shot has, miraculously, fallen one of the warriors from a distance thought by nearly all present, including Dixon himself, to be essentially impossible. The group on the hill scatters instantaneously, having incurred yet another fatality, and now with their nerves irreparably shaken. Still though, throughout the day, more attacks are made, with Quanah Parker marveling many of the buffalo hunters with his strength and martial prowess, as he fearlessly charges again and again and manages to lift a wounded comrade off the ground with one hand while sitting atop his horse. Finally, Quanah's horse is shot out from under him at a distance of nearly 500 yards. He takes cover behind a hulking, rotting buffalo carcass only to receive a bullet wound of his own between his neck and right shoulder blade. Ultimately, he is able to escape to safety, and while his wound will prove to be largely superficial, the damage that has been incurred by his forces is rapidly becoming unmanageable. The once prophetic Isatai now has no answers, and as dissension grows amongst the ranks of the Comanche, Kiowa, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, more buffalo hunters from the surrounding area pour in to assist in the defense of Adobe walls. Several of the more experienced, older chiefs berate Isatai for causing such losses, beating him about the head and torso with their riding quirts. Though he can provide no solutions and still refuses to ride forth and fight the hunters himself, Isatai maintains his innocence. Soon, though, the native forces are rife with division and discouragement, and on the fourth day, they disappear into the expansive plains. After fighting for their lives for the better part of a week, the defenders holed up inside the buildings of Adobe walls are elated. By August of that year, more than a month after the battle, a troop of cavalrymen arrived to Adobe walls to find a dozen buffalo hunters still resolutely surviving in the remote outpost. Outside the saloon, each impaled on a post, are the skulls of several of the vanquished warriors. The Americans' fight for expansion and the tribe's fight for survival will not end here. Though Isatai will go on to be held in great contempt by his people, Quanah Parker will become a seminal figure in the tribe's history, and a pivotal force in leading the Comanche into their new way of life in the 20th century. Billy Dixon, the hunter who made the nearly impossible shot at Adobe walls, would go on to be awarded the Medal of Honor, as a civilian, for his actions in a fight against the Comanche in Kiowa only months after this battle at Adobe walls. Also present at the fight is a 20-year-old hunter and skinner named Bat Masterson, who will go on to become one of the Old West's most legendary figures, serving with the likes of Wyatt Earp and even going on to work as a newspaper correspondent in his later years. The Second Battle of Adobe Walls, as it will go on to be known, will shape the lives of virtually all those who fought there and managed to, somehow, survive. It will also be a pivotal moment in the history of the West, as it will, unofficially, mark the beginning of the end for the way of life of the tribes living on the plains. Never again will the buffalo range in such numbers, and never again will tribes like the Comanche, Kiowa, Cheyenne, and Arapaho roam with such freedom. The tribes present will all go on to carry out retributive raids on homesteads and farms from Mexico to Colorado, though never again would they hold martial superiority over their own homelands. But the accounts of those raids, as well as the tales of the remarkable lives of such figures as Quanah Parker, Billy Dixon, and Bat Masterson, are, for tonight, other stories for other times. Thank you for joining us on this episode of History at the OK Corral. Be be sure to click the like button, share this episode with a friend, and become a subscriber. Also, if you'd like to support our work and gain early access to episodes, as well as ad-free viewing, you can become a member of this channel by clicking the join button or by clicking the link in the description below to become a member on Patreon. Thank you again for watching, and we'll see you next time on History at the OK Corral, home of history's greatest shootouts and showdowns.